After that, Kuan Yu went to the rune room at the core of Sky City. Isofu, have you discussed with Six Tails? Kuan Yu looked at Jifu sleeping on the ground and said, he knew Jifu was not asleep, but its instinct made it not want to move. A black scepter was lying next to it. It's been discussed a long time ago, and you can let it out now. Jifu opened his eyes and looked at Kuan Yu and said. Okay. Kuan Yu walked over and picked up the short stick. He also tried to communicate with Six Tails before, but the other party didn't buy his account at all, and he couldn't use his pupil power to forcibly communicate with Six Tails. That's why he handed it over to Isofu to convince him. Obviously the communication between the tail beasts was much smoother than him, and it didn't take long for Six Tails to agree to help Kuan Yu. As for the sealing technique on the short staff, Kuan was also studying when it was okay, and found relevant information in the database of the Akatsuki organization. Because of Nagato's trust in Kuan, this aspect did not restrict him, and they also knew that Kuan could seal art. I'll go out first. Kuan Yu took the short stick and walked out. Now the operation of the entire Sky City relies on chakra released by Isofu, so it will stay here during this time. Kuan Yu came out because the rune room is not suitable for using chakra. Once used, it will be absorbed by the rune pillars. After Kuan Yu left, he made a seal in his hand, and some runes emerged from Kuan Yu's hand. The seal on the short rod was also activated by Kuan Yu and emerged. Kuan Yu's runes were integrated, and the entire seal had also undergone some changes. Not, Kuan Yu sipped. Suddenly the seal gleamed, and then disappeared again. Then, a red chakra appeared. This is because Kuan Yu changed the structure of the seal technique, allowing the six tails inside to release a certain amount of chakra to form a body. In a blink of an eye, the red chakra wrapped the whole short stick. Kuan Yu put the scepter on the ground, and soon a large number of entities' chakra made the scepter upright and quickly expanded. The red chakra turned black and red, and began to slowly solidify. Then wait for chakra to stabilize and start curing. A little white monster with 6 tails appeared here. It looks a bit like Katsuyu, with 2 tentacles on its head, 2 small arms and a pair of short legs. It feels wet and sticky. 6 tails is a mollusk-like tail beast, so it looks soft. My name is Saiken. When we meet for the first time, please give me some advice. A shrill voice that couldn't distinguish between men and women sounded. It's kind of polite, much better than Jifu. As soon as it came out, it screamed as a kid. Kuan Yu also didn't want to think about how he provoked Jifu at the time, without realizing it at all. But this voice feels a little cute with this appearance. Hello. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything before, so I had to take away your Jinchuriki, Kuan Yu said embarrassedly. He couldn't help but capture Yu Gao. Isofu has already told me about you. Although I don't like you very much, I will still help you. Seiken's mouth opened and closed several times before a voice came out. Really direct, Kuan Yu was a little embarrassed. Now there is no way to completely release you, only ask you to keep this look first, and I will find a way to find other parts of your body, Kuan Yu continued. I can feel that you are not greedy for our strength, and Isobu agrees with you, so I believe you temporarily, Seiken said. Thank you for your approval. Let me take you to see Jifu, Kuan Yu said. He felt that the tail beasts did not have the too complicated emotions of humans, like it means liking it, and dislike it means disliking it. But that's okay. Kuan Yu didn't care too much about the power of the tail beasts, and didn't want to limit them. Maybe this is why Isofu is willing to help him. Kuan Yu took Seiken to the rune pillar. Why are you so big? Isofu looked at Seiken, who was so much older, a little unhappy. This is the big one when I came out, Seiken explained. It's a little inconvenient to change the container. If you are not satisfied, you can do it too. After all, Seiken's container is a short staff. Kuan Yu can't let Seiken have more tails, so the restrictions are more relaxed. Forget it, Jifu decided not to see or was upset and closed his eyes. After that, I will call Bai over. Seiken, if you need anything, tell her, Kuan Yu said. He didn't know what the tail beast liked, so he had to leave it to Bai to communicate. Thinking of more tail beasts here in the future, Kuan Yu had a headache. They can't walk around like human beings, and they have different personalities, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to manage afterwards. It's okay, I don't usually like to move. Seiken walked directly to Jifu and sat down. Fortunately, Seiken is also a relatively quiet master and won't have too much trouble. If you change to Shuhei, then some play. However, there is still some time before Shohei's resurrection, Kuan Yu explained, and then came to another room. A group of red chakras in a talisman formation here is being tied in the center of the talisman formation. According to Isofu, it will be after Shozoru's will feel these chakras that he can communicate with each other after he comes here. Kuan Yu walked to this group of chakra, injected some yin-yang dun and chakra into it, and left here. After that, it was handed over to Jifu, and Bai would bring Jifu to see the situation every day. This is a very random thing, and Shuhei is unwilling to come, and even Jifu can't help it. I can only wait for the effect slowly. Before, he thought he would definitely be able to resurrect the guard crane, but now it seems that he is only hopeful here. Kuan Yu shook his head and left here. When Kuan Yu left, the group of chakra fluctuated twice before returning to silence. In the sky of Sanagakure, Kuan Yu's clone and Gaara are flying high in the sky. Gaara looked at Sanagakure, who had recovered a bit, and there was some nostalgia and complexity in her eyes. He nodded to Kuan Yu, who was flying beside him, and started to slow down. Then Kuan Yu and Gaara slowly landed on the ground. After landing, Gaara took out a reel and put the flying device in. As soon as they fell, a team of ninjas rushed over. Only after Deidara invaded Sanagakure before, they strengthened their defense against the air. Kuan Yu and the others have been discovered. Who are you and why? Master Fengying. When the ninja who rushed over saw Gaara's face, he spoke in shock. Don't reveal the news of my return. Let Baki come here first, Gaara said. Yes, I'll report it right away, said the ninja who took the lead. You are here with Master Fengying, I'll be right back. After saying that, he quickly hurried to Sanagakure behind. Obviously he still had doubts about Gaara's identity, so he let other ninjas watch. The other ninjas didn't dare to speak, they just stood here quietly. Before long, Baki hurried over with someone. Gaara, Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu, did you save Gaara again? Baki looked at Kuan Yu next to Gaara for a moment, and said. Kuan Yu had rescued Gaara once before, so he asked this question. It's not a rescue. Let's talk about the details later. I want to see Sanagakure's senior management, Kuan Yu said. Not saved? What's the matter? Baki looked at Gaara next to Kuan Yu in a puzzled way. Let's talk about it later, I'll conceal the news of my return first, Gaara whispered. Baki frowned. Why do you want to hide? Okay, I get it, Baki finally agreed, obviously there was something in it. Gaara took out a mask and put it on. A wooden mask was also formed on Kuan Yu's face. Then the group returned to Sanagakure, and Baki also gave a ban on those who went with this time. After that, Gaara and Izumi were taken by Baki to a conference room, and he went to find the top of Sanagakure. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. After that, some senior officials came here one after another, including Chiyo and her brother Ebizo. Tamari is not there, and Konkuro is here too. You two, please take off the mask, Chiyo said with a frown. She was still a little dissatisfied when she was suddenly called to see two such people here. Now Gaara disappeared and Sanagakure was in a state of tension. Now suddenly there are two mysterious people visiting, making her have some doubts. And Baki didn't say who they were, only important visitors. So she couldn't wait to speak first. Elder Chiyo, long time no see, Gaara took off the mask. Gaara, Master Fengying. An exclamation sounded from the conference room. Gaara, how did you escape from Orochimaru? Konkuro's face was shocked. Actually, I'm already a dead person now. It was Kuan Yu who helped me to survive somehow, Gaara said with a dim look in her eyes. What? Everyone was shocked. Yes, now Gaara has joined my Sky Council, and his physical condition may not be suitable for Fengying. Kuan Yu took off the mask and said. What the hell is going on? Why do you want to join the Sky Council? Chiyo said incredulously. She didn't know why Gaara gave up being Fengying, and even joined the so-called Sky Council. It's because of this, Kuan Yu could not explain it. He broke Gaara's clothes directly with his hands and penetrated his body. This stunned a crowd of people. Kuan Yu, what are you going to do? Konkuro roared. It's okay. Gaara didn't show any expression, and there was no blood in his wound. Kuan Yu pulled out his hand. Gaara's wound quickly recovered in the blue light. Except for a hole in his coat, nothing changed. This scene stunned everyone. His body is no longer a normal person. I think even if Gaara is willing to come back, you might not let him be a shadow of the wind, Kuan Yu said. Everyone was silent. Obviously, in this situation, they didn't know what was going on. But it is impossible for them to let such Gaara be the shadow of the wind. Kuan Yu, you bastard, what the hell did you do to Gaara? Konkuro stood up and roared. Konkuro. Baki shouted. Although Baki was also shocked by this situation, there must be other reasons. At that time Gaara was taken away by Orochimaru, apparently something happened afterwards. I know it's hard to explain, but since I'm here to look for your cooperation this time, I'll just talk about it. When I rescued Gaara, Orochimaru had already placed a restraint in his body. Seeing that he was going to be taken away by me, he directly aroused him and killed Gaara. Then I summoned Gaara's soul and remade it for him. A body. The condition is to let him join my Sky Council. After Quan Yu had finished speaking, the scene fell silent again, and they couldn't accept the fact that Gaara was dead. At the same time, he was amazed by Quan Yu's secret technique of resurrection. Although Quan Yu is simple, this ability is definitely not simple. After a while, is it really dead? Konkuro slammed into the chair. Those two. Why are you here at Sanagakure this time? Chiyo said. From her tone of voice, it was obvious that she was no longer considered Gaara as Sanagakure's. This couldn't help making Gaara's eyes darker. Cooperation. I want Sanagakure to establish an alliance with the Sky Council, Quan Yu said with a smile. This is impossible. Although we have nothing to do with you, why does your Sky Council establish an alliance with us, and the daimyo will not agree to it? Chiyo said with a frown. Of course she knew the role of the Sky Council, which directly violated the interests of the 5 major powers. What's more, this is just a small organization, and there is no need for them to establish alliances. Maybe, you still don't know anything about our strength, and you don't know what we can do, Quan Yu said. You ask. Gaara's opinion. Quan Yu pointed to Gaara. Everyone looked at Gaara. The Sky Council does now have a power comparable to a village, or even stronger, and cooperating with the Sky Council can bring great benefits to the Kingdom of Wind. Gaara's mood recovered a bit. Quan Yu. Did you give Gaara some control? Konkuro gritted his teeth looking at Gaara like this. He didn't believe that Quan Yu could build an organization that was comparable to a village so quickly. I don't have one. Gaara is telling the truth. Even I came here to convince him, Quan Yu said with a smile. Konkuro still wants to talk. I want to know what benefits you can bring us, Chiyo said suddenly. It's just that there was disdain in her eyes. Obviously he didn't want any benefit Shin Quan Yu could bring them. Hee. Yes, just treat it as a gift to you on Gaara's face. Take me to your water source, Quan Yu said with a smile. This. Everyone hesitated. Such a place is the lifeblood of the village. If it is destroyed, the entire Sanagakure will fall into chaos. A smaller one is fine. You don't have only one, right? Quan Yu said helplessly. Come with me, Chiyo said. Anyway, even if they don't tell, Quan Yu can know through Gaara. Chiyo took everyone to a canyon. Quan Yu stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down. What flows in the canyon is a piece of water, which is not at the same level as an ordinary river. The water is not deep, only a shallow layer. This shows how the Kingdom of Wind lacks water sources, and even such a stream is so important. I'm optimistic. Quan Yu didn't talk nonsense, and jumped straight down the canyon and landed on the ground full of rocks. There are only some weeds on the shore here. Even if there is a water source, it is difficult to grow too many plants. However, this does not affect Quan Yu's ability. After Quan Yu glanced twice, he began to seal the seal. Wood style, great forest technique. After he finished the seal, he slammed on the ground. A large number of roots suddenly broke out of the ground not far from Quan Yu, and the ground along the way burst one after another, and roots continued to emerge. Then it stretched forward quickly along both banks of the river. Green shoots are constantly sticking out from the roots, and then they grow quickly and become a big tree. Some stones are also directly crushed by the power of the roots. This is wood style. He is going to make another forest here. Shock flashed in Chiyo's eyes. She seemed to understand the benefits Quan Yu said. The water in the stream is being drained quickly, and the creeping roots can be vaguely seen in the river. This is because the trees made by Quan Yu are quickly absorbing water. The trees he made are real, so they need to choose the water source. If in a waterless desert, Quan Yu can make a forest with a large amount of chakra, but it will die soon. Quan Yu didn't care about this. This is not the source of the water flow, and water will still flow down afterwards. Some other plants were also spawned by chakra in Quan Yu, where the seeds of these other plants were scattered. However, what Quan Yu makes is just one variety, which is too monotonous. Quan Yu still consumes some chakras to give birth to them. In order to adapt to the conditions here, Quan Yu also created a more developed root system for these trees. The production of these trees will gradually change the nature of the soil here, turning it into a more suitable environment for plant growth. The roots were still extending, and Quan Yu didn't stop until the big trees covered the entire canyon. At this time, the canyon has turned into a green forest, and the ground has been covered by some green grass, completely changing its appearance. This clone of him is organized by Tensigan. Only by passing on chakra from the main body can he achieve this level of wood style, otherwise he cannot do it with just one clone. Quan Yu retracted his hand and flew to everyone's side. Is this gift still satisfactory? These trees can always exist in this kind of water source as long as they are well maintained. If you can provide some other seeds, I can also plant other trees, Kuan Yu said. Chiyo waited for the high level of Sand Shinobi, and saw the completely changed canyon, a green belt extending directly into the distance, his face dull. This is also a rare sight in their country, and the memory it brings to them is just a piece of sand. I want to ask, how far can you do it now? There are not many water sources in the Kingdom of Wind, Chiyo asked directly. If Kuan Yu can really make a large area of forest, it will undoubtedly directly change the environment of the Kingdom of Wind. Making this place more suitable for people to live in can also generate more resources and make the country of Wind stronger. Kuan Yu smiled slightly, he knew these people were moved. Don't worry, as long as you can find underground water that is not too deep, I can use wood style to pump it up, and even if the amount of water is enough, it will be no problem to build a lake. A lot of vegetation cover, it only takes a certain amount of time to change the soil structure there, and it is not difficult to reclaim farmland. Kuan Yu said, how did the deserts in previous lives turn into oases? As long as the soil can be solidified, there is no shortage of other nutrients in the sand. Chiyo pondered for a while. We need to discuss it, and the scope of cooperation after the alliance is successful must also be determined, Chiyo said. As soon as this remark came out, all Sand Shinobi executives also looked at each other. But in the face of the benefits of real deal, they are also very excited. Yes, we have time. Kuan Yu and Gara glanced at each other, and both eyes smiled. Obviously Gara is also very satisfied with this approach. At this time, Chuan Yu's other clone is also coming to Iwagakure in the Land of Earth with Itachi and Sasuke. I'll go down first, you find a place to wait for me, Kuan Yu's clone said. Itachi and Sasuke nodded. They are not suitable to show up directly at Iwagakure right now. And Kuan Yu brought them to ensure that in case they can be used as a deterrent when necessary. After all, his ordinary wood-style clone can't exert any power. Kuan Yu flew forward quickly, and in front of him was a building made of black-gray rocks, which was Iwagakure. Kuan Yu flew to the sky, and then quickly fell directly, stopping on a high tower. As soon as he landed, he was surrounded by a large number of ninjas. Who are you and why invaded our Iwagakure? A ninja stood up and shouted. Tell Oyemu that Kuan Yu from the Sky Council is visiting and talk to him about important matters, Kuan Yu said lightly. Hee. The ninja from there actually met Master Tsuchikage, come up, grab him, a rock shinobi sneered. Sure enough, it's not friendly enough, Kuan Yu shook his head, and then quickly flew to the sky, avoiding the attacks of these ninjas. Oyemu, dare not come out and see me, Kuan Yu's voice passed. But after a while, there was no response. Kuan Yu only saw the crowd being evacuated from the ground, and the bed crossbow being carried out by the ninja. This is directly treating me as an enemy. Kuan Yu was speechless, but fortunately, he knew that this time could not be so smooth, and he was already prepared. As Kuan Yu's height increased, a crossbow arrow continued to shoot at him and exploded in the air. Kuan Yu stood high in the sky, watching all this with cold eyes. My father, aren't you going to see this? Kuan Yu? Huang Tu said, standing in a window of a building, watching the sky turn into a small black spot. Haha, the hairy boy. Why should I meet him? Inomu said disdainfully. But he is the one who threatened Konoha, in case. Huang Tu stopped talking. He was worried that Kuan Yu would directly destroy the village like Konoha. Nothing in case, he dared to do something, I went up to kill him directly, and let Konoha see that we, Iwagakure's power, slapped them in the face fiercely. Onoki sneered on his face. This kid Kuan Yu thinks that he can fly ninjutsu, but other people can't cure him, I'm not afraid. Kuan Yu, who was floating high in the sky, was not in a hurry. Rock shinobi below found that their attack could not reach Kuan Yu's height, and stopped the attack. The two sides are in a stalemate. Why don't you come out to see me like this? I'm very confident, but you have to pay the price. Kuan Yu's eyes suddenly noticed something. In the distance, two flying devices were approaching Kuan Yu, and it was Itachi and Sasuke above them. They quickly flew to Kuan Yu's side. Kuan Yu had told them that once there was a fight on this side, they would rush over as soon as possible. Go. Let them see Uchiha's power. Kuan Yu's voice reached the ears of two people who were not far away from him. The two nodded suddenly, and Sasuke showed a wicked smile on his face. It's not right to do this long ago, but his hands are itchy. Then the two quickly flew down. A bolt of crossbow shot at them quickly, and the two began to dodge in the air, and did not reduce the speed of falling. This level of operation is not difficult for the two of them, not to mention that they also have Sharingan. But as the crossbow arrows became more concentrated, the dodge space became smaller and smaller, and orange, red and purple chakras began to burst out of their bodies. Two huge skeleton arms stretched out and shot these crossbow arrows directly. Boom. The two fell quickly and hit the ground directly, suddenly splashing smoke and dust. A crowd of rock shinobi quickly approached, preparing to stop the invading two. The smoke cleared, and the figures of Itachi and Sasuke appeared in a large pit, and the flying device had been put away by them. Sasuke, don't go too far, Itachi said. I know, but I will let them see the consequences of underestimating us. After speaking, Sasuke's figure flashed out quickly. Seeing Sasuke leave, Itachi walked forward slowly. Several figures rushed towards Itachi. Obviously they didn't want to use ninjutsu directly. After all, this was their village, and it would be no good to cause damage. There is only one person on the other side, and they are not worried. But what they are facing is Itachi. Itachi just glanced at them and ignored them. Then these people fell by Itachi's side and didn't move anymore. Itachi passed through them and continued on. I saw that the eyes of these people had become completely blank, and they had obviously fallen into illusion. Itachi, dressed in Sky Council costumes, walked along Iwagakure's avenue very smartly. This scene fell in Kuan Yu's eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Illusion is easy to use. Sasuke was obviously more violent, and Rock Shinobi was knocked to the ground by him and lost the ability to resist. A lot of kunai shot at Sasuke quickly, but a purple rib wrapped him up. Kuwu shooting on it has no effect at all. Ding ding. These kunai fell to the ground. And Sasuke's figure flashed out again, and suddenly a scream came. Report to Lord Tsuchikage that the two people who appeared behind have broken through the first layer of defense. One of them uses illusion and the other uses a kind of good defensive ninjutsu, which is very powerful. A ninja quickly ran to Onogi and said. There are only two people, can you all do such a thing well? Onoki's face was ugly. He looked at Kuan Yu in the sky. Is this a deterrent? You wait for me. But. What else the ninja wanted to say? But what is it? Continue to mobilize the ninjas and kill them for me, Onoki shouted angrily. Before Kuan Yu made a shot, he was made like this by other people of the other party, which embarrassed him too much. Yes. There was still no change on Itachi. Although there were more ninjas, he only occasionally opened Suzuo in the first stage to resist. Then there was no the places he passed by were all standing ninjas. On Sasuke's side, it's a bit difficult. There are too many ninjas, and more ninjas will fill up one batch after another. And Kuan Yu asked him not to kill, which made him very embarrassed. Sasuke glanced at the quiet side of Itachi, gritted his teeth, and suddenly a purple half-length skeleton appeared, and he turned on Susanoo's second state. Then he rushed forward quickly, the smoke exploded, and suddenly a large number of ninjas were lifted off. But Sasuke's body quickly jumped onto the building and kept rushing towards the core area. Obviously he wanted to end this meaningless fight as soon as possible. In the surrounding buildings, ninjas constantly appeared to attack Sasuke, and even the detonation charms had been used, but they were of no use. These attacks did not work for Sasuke in this state. Sasuke was advancing quickly, and Itachi also saw this scene, and he shook his head helplessly. He also jumped onto the building and rushed towards Sasuke. At the same time, he also turned on Suzuo in the second state. A red shield appeared in front of Suzuo in the form of skeletons. Then Itachi ignored all attacks and hurried forward. This is. Oyemu was surprised when he looked at the two skeletons, one orange and one purple, which made him fall into memories. Sasuke's Susao skeleton swept his arm, and suddenly a large ninja was shot by him, while his Sharingan was constantly scanning the front. This is already the core position, and there should be a key person for this mission. Soon he found it, and a little old man in the distance was floating on a windowsill, looking over here. You are the one, Sasuke sneered. Give you a meeting gift. Sasuke's Susanoo is spawned and enters the third state. Susanoo raised his hand, the crossbow was formed on his arm, and the other hand directly pulled the crossbow string, and suddenly a chakra arrow appeared quickly. It's Tsuchikage anyway, don't blame me if you die. Sasuke has a mocking look on his face. The purple chakra formed a crossbow and shot out immediately. My father. Huang Tu exclaimed. Oyemu looked at the crossbow arrow that was shot, and his expression was solemn, and he saw his hands clasped together. Dust escape, the original world peeling technique. A cube with a light ball at its core suddenly appeared between his palms, and then he pulled it with both hands. The cube suddenly expanded, and the chakra arrow hit it directly and was instantly annihilated. This scene made Sasuke's eyes shrink. Is this Chen-yan? Do you have any skills? Sasuke was already close here, standing not far from Onogi. The cube disappeared, and Onoki slowly flew out. It really belongs to the Uchiha family. You are Uchiha Sasuke, right? Onoki said while looking at Mangekyo in Sasuke's eyes. Master Tsuchikage. A group of ninjas arrived. Siege? It's just a bunch of ants. You don't think you can kill me like this? Sasuke glanced at the people around him, showing disdain at the corners of his mouth. Hee. Your family's personalities are still so bad, and I don't know how much your strength is worse than that of Uchiha Madara, Onogi said with a sneer. You'll know if you try, Sasuke said lightly. Of course he knows the name Uchiha Madara, and his ability to be an enemy of first generation is enough to prove his strength. But his own eyes are already the limit of Sharingan. They are the same eyes as Uchiha Madara. He thinks that even if there is a gap, it won't be too much. Sasuke is quite confident. Really, you go down, I'll deal with this person, Onoki said with squinting eyes. There are too many people here, and he can't let go. This. Many ninjas hesitated slightly, and then quickly backed away. I still have some guts, but I'm not here to fight. The leader of our organization wants to see you, Sasuke said lightly. Fortunately, he did not forget the business. Hee. A group of little ghosts who don't have all the fur. What kind of shit organization he has established? What qualifications does he have to see me? Oyemu said disdainfully. You. Sasuke was short of breath, but he immediately sneered. You have the ability to say this in front of Quan Yu, but it may not end so well. Otherwise you think we can't kill your Iwagakure, Sasuke said interestingly. He really wanted to know if Quan Yu heard Oyemu's words and would become furious, and then go on a murderous vow. He knows that Quan Yu is actually very stingy, and obviously he still bears a grudge about what happened back then. Inomu frowned. I think you are overconfident, stop talking nonsense, take the trick. Oyemu put his hands together again. A cube appeared again. Sasuke frowned. He knew this stuff, and Quan Yu explained to them that everything that came across it would be broken down instantly. Although he didn't think Onogi was so powerful, he still had to be careful with this ninjutsu. Sasuke flashed to the side quickly, and a crossbow arrow appeared again. Apparently he wanted to attack Onogi from the side. If you want to run, die for me, Onoki's eyes twitched. The cube suddenly expanded, and the speed was amazing. Obviously he was going to kill Sasuke directly. As for Quan Yu, it took a little effort at most. The cube swelled fiercely, and in an instant it came to Sasuke. So fast. Sasuke's pupils shrank, and he looked at the transparent barrier right in front of him in shock. He already felt the strong chakra fluctuations from above, and it was over with this blow. Sasuke's perception was frantically reminding himself. He wanted to use Susanoo's arm to pull away from it, but as soon as his arm touched it, he disappeared. When Sasuke wanted to do something, it was too late. His Susanoo was annihilated. No matter how he used his pupil power, it was useless. Seeing that Sasuke was about to be completely covered by the cube, there was panic in his eyes, and he knew he was careless. No wonder Quan Yu mentioned this ninjutsu many times. It turns out that this technique is so terrifying. At this moment, an orange-red figure appeared quickly. Boom! The smoke suddenly spread. Onoki narrowed his eyes, and just now he found that another person had arrived, but he didn't think anyone could survive under his dust. But the smoke dissipated, and a huge orange-red Valkyrie was squatting halfway holding a red shield and appeared there. The surrounding buildings seemed to have been cut by something, revealing square cuts. What? This is impossible. Even Susanoo can't resist the dust escape. Onoki has seen Uchiha Madara use this move, but even he can't directly resist the dust escape. Sasuke was held by Itachi and appeared in his Susanoo with a dazed expression. Didn't Quan Yu say that? Be careful of the other person's dust, Itachi said with a smile. Huh. I just didn't pay attention, Sasuke said uncomfortably. Then he struggled away from Itachi. Although the embrace was a bit nostalgic for him, he was no longer a child. Itachi shook his head slightly, and then put Sasuke on the ground. Master Tsuchikage, do you think about it now? We don't want to fight, but Quan Yu wants to see you, Itachi said. He also asked Quan Yu what his mission goal was this time, but Quan Yu only said that this time it was for a ninjutsu. But Itachi had some doubts about what ninjutsu would make Quan Yu care so much about. And Chen Dun is obviously not. This kind of move requires bloodline's power. It is not so easy to cultivate, and based on their conditions, the other party will not give it. Maybe it will become angry. Quan Yu smiled, and didn't tell Itachi, only that he would know afterwards. Master Tsuchikage, can I have an interview? Quan Yu's figure fell. He also glanced at Susanoo Itachi's shield. This amazing defensive power even surprised him, and it could directly defend against the dust. But think about it, the 8-foot mirror is an artifact, or a defensive type. If it is so easy to be destroyed, it is still an artifact. Oyemu looked at Quan Yu, who was also floating not far away, and his pupils shrank. This is not Windstyle's flying technique. He was too far away just now and he hadn't noticed it yet. This is obviously the same as his flying skills, which are all floating out of thin air. Onoki knew about Konoha's information after Kuan Yu attacked Konoha. Although Kuan Yu possessed strong abilities, he really didn't care about it. But now he glanced at Itachi's tall Susanoo, and the shield that could withstand the dust. Plus this Kuan Yu, who was likely to hide his strength. His brows frowned. He didn't know the purpose of the other party this time, but he obviously couldn't help him anymore. Once a war breaks out, Rock Shinobi is likely to be destroyed. I heard that the purpose of your Sky Council is peace, but now it seems that you are a group of terrorists, Onogi said while looking at Kuan Yu. Obviously he wanted to fool Kuan Yu from this aspect, but how could Kuan Yu not be prepared? I don't have one. You attacked me first, and do you think you are a good person? Kuan Yu said with a smile. We Rock Shinobi. Let's stop talking nonsense. Look at this. Even if we destroy Iwagakure with this, no one may say that we have any problems. Kuan Yu didn't want to listen to Onoji's nonsense. Kuan Yu shot a piece of paper at Onoki. This is. Onoki was startled. There was not much chakra reaction on the paper, he still took it, and at the same time he was a little confused about what Kuan Yu said. But when he saw the content on the paper, his eyes widened. Master Tsuchikage is too old to see clearly. Do you want me to talk about the content? A certain year, April 17th, Iwagakure and... Shut up, Kuan Yu was interrupted by Onoki before he finished speaking, and this content must not be said. Kuan Yu was not angry, but looked at Onogi with a smile. The paper in Onoki's hand turned into scraps, and he looked at Kuan Yu with a gloomy face. How does he know these things? Even the time and place are exactly the same. They have obviously erased the traces, and everything that should be dealt with has already been dealt with. Inomu was furious in his heart, but turned into helplessness. Obviously, they had to pay the price for what they did. What is recorded on that paper is the record of their cooperation between Iwagakure and Akatsuki. They hired Akatsuki and launched wars against the surrounding countries. Afterwards, Rock Shinobi went to clean up the mess, in order to obtain benefits, and let these small countries rely on the land of the country to extract resources. What do you want to do? Onoki asked in a deep voice. Kuan Yu must have had other goals here, and he was still holding this information. Obviously there was another plan. Let's go inside and talk about how, Kuan Yu said. Oyemu is already soft, so let's see if he can get that ninjutsu. Yes, Onogi can't express his anger even if he has anger in his heart. Itachi, you go outside and wait for me, Kuan Yu said. Itachi put away Susanoo, then took out the flying device with Sasuke, and took a leap into the sky. Onoki glanced at the two people who left, and he also saw the identity of Itachi, but he didn't expect that they would actually take orders from Kuan Yu. This further explained Kuan Yu's strength, which couldn't help but sink his heart. The previous Akatsuki organization has not yet been resolved, and now there is another Sky Council. Obviously, the shinobi world will not be peaceful afterwards. Kuan Yu looked at Oyemu who was silent and smiled, and flew directly to the building where Oyemu had just come out. Onoki was startled. I really don't worry that we will kill him. Onoki obviously did not see that this was a clone. As long as Kuan Yu doesn't say or do anything, no one knows that he is a clone. As long as he dared to do anything, Kuan Yu would dare to retaliate directly, and he would not be so polite then. Oyemu shook his head and flew in. He didn't dare to attack Kuan Yu now. Huang too looked a little nervous at Kuan Yu who came in. It was obvious that this person was not as simple as he thought before. A subordinate could block the dust and escape. He didn't believe that Kuan Yu would be weaker than the previous Itachi. In fact, Kuan Yu is really no better than Itachi. But these people don't know, Itachi's performance has formed a deterrent for them, which is why he brought Itachi over. Don't be nervous, I won't do anything to you. We will try our best not to kill those ninjas. I came with sincerity, but some of you don't welcome me, Kuan Yu said. Needless to say nonsense. What do you want, money or other? Onoki said unceremoniously, falling on the ground. Kuan Yu came to him just for some benefit, thinking of the organization he just established. It was probably here to fight the autumn wind. I want a ninjutsu, and I won't mention this afterwards. As for whether Shao will expose your affairs, it's beyond my control. Kuan Yu turned his head and looked at Onoki and said. Onoki frowned. Akatsuki's question was still not worrying him. Since they took over the task, they would keep the secret, otherwise the reputation would be bad. No one will ask them to do tasks anymore. This is also the rule of the ninja world. Kuan Yu didn't know where he got this information, and wanted to use it to blackmail them Iwagakure. However, he was actually just for a ninjutsu? Of course he knew that ordinary ninjutsu would not be interesting to Kuan Yu at all, and even some forbidden techniques might not be put in the eyes of people with such strength as Kuan Yu. What does he want? Dust escape. No dust escape, I won't hand it to you, Oyemu said with an ugly expression. Although he didn't think Kuan Yu Nung mastered Chen Yun, but this was their Iwagakure's inheritance of ninjutsu. Don't worry, although I am a little interested in Chen Dun, my goal is not it. I want to light the rock technique, Kuan Yu finally said his goal. What he actually cares about is this ninjutsu. Lois and Onoki were shocked. Although this ninjutsu is not weak, it is impossible for Kuan Yu to make such a big move. The light flickered in Onoki's eyes. The light and heavy rock technique is a kind of ninjutsu that can change the weight of objects. He can fly because of this. But Kuan Yu doesn't seem to need this, he already possesses this ability. But what he didn't know was that what Kuan Yu wanted was not to reduce weight, but to increase weight. People in this world haven't realized that gravity is actually a very powerful artifact that assists the body in cultivation. The powerful gravity not only acts on the body surface, it directly covers every cell in the body. And Kuan Yu is only for the cultivation of the body, so he must get it. The general weight training slowed his physical progress, and he didn't have so much time, so he had to focus his mind on this technique. No, this technique can't be given to you either, Onoki thought for a while and said directly. Although this technique is not powerful, it is unique to their Iwagakure and cannot be spread. I'm saving face, I hope you can think about it. Kuan Yu's face showed anger. A ninjutsu that is not too important to them is still unwilling. At this time, Grandpa, a black-haired girl, ran over with a fat ninja. Black soil, what are you doing here? Oyemu didn't look good at all. Obviously this Kuan Yu was already angry. In case of a fight, he was not afraid, but... Let me see, who is so bold who dares to destroy our village? Black soil looked at Kuan Yu dissatisfied. Is this the future Tsuchikage? But the name is very familiar, tisk, Kuan Yu thought, and Kuan Yu didn't care about her tone. Instead, he looked up and down. He too has a short black hair and a pair of black eyes. He has a delicate face and is wearing a rock shinobi-style clothing. It seems to be about the same age as Kuan Yu. Onoki noticed that Kuan Yu hurriedly blocked the black soil. We can discuss the conditions, and we can pay the price in other ways, Onogi said solemnly. No, I want that ninjutsu, I don't like the others, Kuan Yu said with a curled mouth. The other Kuan Yu is not rare at all, he only wants to get what is most beneficial to him, and all he cares about is strength. Grandpa, what are you afraid of him? This person is about the same age as me and can do anything, Heitu said dissatisfied. Haha, are you interested in joining us? I will let you see what I am capable of, Kuan Yu said with a smile. If you can pull the black soil into the Sky Council, it is undoubtedly a great thing. Cut. Don't think I don't know, you are just a small organization just established, I'm not rare, Heitu said disdainfully. She is Tsuchikage's granddaughter, she doesn't like this. Really, our organization is not weak. If you are talented, you can learn good things, such as celestial arts. Even if you become a counselor, you can control the tail beast. This is not a Jinchuriki, but the tail beast directly assists you. Kuan Yu said with a smile. What? Shanshu, tailed beast assistance. Oyemu's heart was shocked. Others may not know what Shanshu is, but Onogi knows that it is an ability that can fully enhance the strength of a ninja. But it is almost hard for anyone to learn. There is also tail beast assistance, which can only be done by people with the approval of tail beast. He knew that Kuan Yu already had one, and it was obvious that the tail beast had recognized him. But he still couldn't let the black soil join, otherwise they would have established an alliance with the Sky Council. What is Shanshu, is it powerful? Heitu asked curiously. Shanshu, it can be directly improved. Well, let's continue to talk about ninjutsu, Onoki interrupted. Onoki squinted at Kuan Yu, and the threat in his eyes was self-evident. Kuan Yu didn't care either. I won't change the conditions, but if you don't agree, I will grab it next time. Anyway, I have that, and no one else will say anything if I want to come, Kuan Yu said with a smile on his face. Aren't you afraid to jump into the war? Huang Tu said solemnly behind Kuan Yu. He didn't know what Kuan Yu gave his father that made his father so nervous, and he could only threaten Kuan Yu in this way. You fight. The key is that you want to find us. Actually, we don't need you to find us. We will come out. I heard that something happened to your Jinchuriki, Kuan Yu said lazily. Oyemu and Huang Tu's eyes shook. How did he know? It was obvious that they had just investigated this incident too soon. Don't doubt, we are also collecting tail beasts, of course we will care about this information, Kuan Yu said. Grandpa, what's the matter, we? Apparently Hei-tu didn't know the disappearance of the two Jinchuriki in their village. Don't ask, Onoki's face sank. Hei-mu pouted, but still didn't say anything. Huang-tu, go and fetch the scroll from the secret art room, Oyemu said with a gloomy expression. Yes. I see, Huang-tu hesitated, but looking at Onoki's gloomy eyes, he walked away quickly. I hope you keep your promise, Onoki said. Of course, my words and deeds are linked to the credibility of the organization, and it won't ruin the promise, Kuan Yu said with a smile. His goal was achieved. The scene fell silent suddenly. The black soil tried to talk several times, but was held by the terracotta next to it. Obviously he knew that on this occasion, they were not suitable to speak. After a while, Huang-tu rushed over with a scroll. He glanced at Kuan Yu and handed the scroll to Onoki. This is what you want, Onoki threw the scroll to Kuan Yu. But I don't want this technique to spread, otherwise no matter where you are, we rock shinobi will hunt you down. Kuan Yu opened the scroll and looked at it. He didn't trust Oyemu, an old cunning man. As for what he said, Kuan Yu didn't care. Only these. Kuan Yu frowned. Only these, this technique is not so easy to practice, even in Iwagakure, only I can, Onogi said with a sneer. Haha, this is not enough. Don't think I don't know. This is a single attribute bloodline limit. There are only ways to use it, but the key training methods are only mentioned a little bit, Kuan Yu said lightly. Of course Kuan Yu knew the difficulty of practicing this technique, but Oyemu was too foolish. The above just talked about how to adjust the chakra properties of soil properties to achieve the effect of controlling gravity. There is no mention of cultivation. Oyemu frowned. He didn't expect Kuan Yu to know this technique so well. Obviously, he had planned it a long time ago. No, we don't have such a record here, Onoki said displeased. Then give me your notes on practicing this technique. I am not here to get a technique that cannot be used. Kuan Yu squinted his eyes and said, this alone did not meet his expectations. Onoki was silent. If we want to fight, we are really afraid of you. Hei-tu couldn't help it anymore. You are right, you should really be afraid of me, Kuan Yu said with a sneer. Sometimes you can't be too polite. To tell you the truth, I am a clone now, you can destroy me at any time, come on. Do it, I don't even want to move anymore. Kuan Yu is close to the black soil. Haiyuan was anxious. But Kuan Yu didn't care at all. The big deal was that the fish died and the net broke. He had a way to get Oyemu to hand it over. I'll give it to, Onogi said with gritted teeth and stopped the agitated black soil. Finally, Kuan Yu looked at the two scrolls in his hand and finally nodded with satisfaction. I really don't think about becoming our alliance. Kuan Yu put away the scroll and looked at Onogi. The transaction is over. Please leave Iwagakure immediately. Onoki's heart was full of sorrow. Hey, okay, but I still want to remind you that the times have changed. You can find me at any time if you need it. Kuan Yu smiled, and his body became suspended. This is. Hei-tu saw Kuan Yu flying for the first time. This gave her a feeling similar to Grandpa. See you. A burst of airflow broke out of Kuan Yu's body and disappeared here. Lois, Onoki drank. Zai, Lois' body straightened. Give me a full investigation of the Sky Council, and Akatsuki is also there. Onoki already felt the threat. And because he is so close, he had to think about it in advance, and he could start a war if necessary. If these organizations continue to develop, the consequences will be disastrous. Kuan Yu fell in a stone forest, where Sasuke and Itachi were resting. We can go back when we get the stuff. Kuan Yu raised the two scrolls in his hand. What kind of ninjutsu are you looking for and why do you care so much? Sasuke asked puzzled. Kuan Yu owns wood style and can use Mangekyo just like them. There shouldn't be much ninjutsu in his eyes. Sasuke is confident in the power of their clan. Since he learned from Itachi that Kuan Yu's Sharingan was given to Kuan Yu to use by Itachi, he has not resisted so much. Lightweight rock technique. A technique that can change the weight of an object, Kuan Yu said with a smile. What's the use of changing the weight of an object? Sasuke wondered. In his opinion, this is basically useless. For example, you can fly out of thin air like me, or you can directly make the enemy's body heavier and restrict the enemy's actions, but these are not the most important, Kuan Yu explained with a smile. Do you increase the weight of your body? Itachi thought of something. You want to use this technique to cultivate your body, Itachi said suddenly. He had seen Kuan Yu's physical training before, so this thought came to his mind. As expected of Itachi, I thought about it so quickly, Kuan Yu said. What's the use of a strong body? It's nothing compared to Sharingan, Sasuke said disdainfully. Then I ask you, who is the strongest person in the ninja world now? Kuan Yu said meaningfully. Sasuke was startled. He didn't know why Quan Yu asked like this. The strongest one should be the one called Nagato, Sasuke said suspiciously. No, that person is in Konoha, you also know, Quan Yu said. Itachi was also shocked. Thinking of Quan Yu practicing physical skills, he seemed to know who it was. You mean him. So that's it, he has already practiced that forbidden technique to the highest level, Itachi said. Yes, although he can only use this technique once, the power is absolutely terrifying. Quan Yu seemed to see the blood-red figure. Power and speed, only these two words can describe that figure. And the meaning of body training does not stop at this. One day when you face an enemy whose ninjutsu is ineffective to him, only the body can make you feel the real power. Itachi's eyes shrank slightly, and he remembered the unknown enemy Quan Yu had told him before. How should I say, the three abilities of the ninja phantom, and each of them will be the strongest power when they reach their limits. Quan Yu decided to give a lecture to Sasuke. Who doesn't know this, Sasuke said dismissively. But do you really understand? Let me talk about ninjutsu first. What do you think is the strongest power? Quan Yu said. This. I can't tell you. Let me tell you, the bloodline of the 7 chakra attributes fusion, so that the strongest ninjutsu is used, and the dust of Onoki is the bloodline of the 3 attributes. Quan Yu said. How could it be that level? Sasuke obviously didn't believe it. He had only seen the dust of Oimu, and that power was very terrifying, not to mention the blood inheritance of the 7 attributes. No, this is true, but in fact there are no people who are completely masters. Almost all those who can reach are taking tricks, Quan Yu said. What else does Sasuke want to ask? Next, talk about illusion. I heard that your Uchiha clan has a forbidden technique called Yikusanaki, Quan Yu said with a smile. Yes, but Sharingan who uses this forbidden technique will be destroyed, Itachi said. The ability of fantasy to change reality should be the strongest standard for illusion. Although I don't know the principle of this, if someone can do it completely. Even Quan Yu didn't understand how this kind of power was formed, but it was undoubtedly a very powerful ability. But what Sharingan can do is to write about the fate of his death and cannot be used in other places. Itachi also thinks about it. Illusion to change reality is indeed the ultimate of illusion. Finally, it's physical surgery. I don't know the limit of its physical surgery. This is related to the limit of the individual's body. That is to say, as long as your body can bear it, there is almost no limit. Quan Yu's eyes shine brightly, which is also the power Quan Yu is pursuing. He just wants to develop the potential of this body to the limit, but it takes a lot of time, and this is where Quan Yu is embarrassed. There is no limit. Sasuke was also slightly lost. Haha, don't think about it. I'm only talking about one aspect. In fact, every power used to the limit will have incredible abilities. I say this to tell you to work hard, Quan Yu said. If you don't want to lose to Naruto, his recent progress is very fast. He is definitely not my opponent, Sasuke rolled his head in dissatisfaction. Quan Yu smiled and shook his head, walked to a stone next to him, took out a handful of kunai, and reached into the stone. When the last hand stretched out, Kuwu had disappeared. It was obviously put into it by Quan Yu. Let's go, Quan Yu said to Sasuke and Itachi after finishing this. After that, the 3 of them completely disappeared in this stone forest. In the garden, Quan Yu carefully looked at the 2 scrolls in his hands. This was the light and heavy rock technique brought back by the clone. Although Quan Yu obtained the practice notes from Onogi, the difficulty of this technique is also quite large. Just as he thought, Quan Yu learned from Oyumu's practice notes that this technique is to be deepened on the basis of soil attribute cultivation to ultimate. However, Onoki's practice notes are written with sentimental weight. While continuously using the soil attribute ninjutsu to increase the weight, the purest weight perception is extracted. Quan Yu couldn't help thinking. The reason Onogi is so short is not just the reason for extracting chakra in advance. It may also be inseparable from this technique. This is actually similar to Quan Yu's sclerotherapy, which also increases the body's weight when used. It's just the light and heavy rock technique, which removes the hardened part and only retains the effect of increasing weight. And it can also strengthen this effect. It sounds simple, but in fact, the effect of hardening technique to increase weight is attached to chakra, which has nothing to do with the technique. It is quite difficult to extract this attribute. Quan Yu put down the scroll and exhaled slightly. It's still not as simple as I thought. Quan Yu shook his head. He originally thought that he could use the light and heavy rock technique to reduce the difficulty of breaking the limit of the nature of the soil. But the result still disappointed him. The information provided by Onoki only allowed Quan Yu to have a deeper understanding of the breakthrough of soil properties. Everything still depends on him. Time. Where did I get so much time? Kuan Yu had a headache. Nagato can delay Kuan Yu for more than a year at most. Even if Kuan Yu's practice goes smoothly, it is only the bloodline with attributes unearthed from his practice just now. This completely fails to meet Kuan Yu's requirements. Although he has been using Shadow Clone to speed up, it is not so simple to cultivate a bloodline out of thin air. In a year's time, it was still the best result of Kuan Yu's all-out efforts. Otherwise, why do you think there are so few bloodlines in the ninja world? Most of them are genetic. It took him almost half of his life for Oyimu to practice the dust escape, which is still the result of the teacher's guidance. And now he had to face the result that Chen Dun had no successor, because no one could cultivate at all. Kuan Yu put his finger on the 2 scrolls, and then the 2 scrolls slowly turned into debris. He still did what he promised Onogi, and he wouldn't spread these things. Kuan Yu stood up and patted his body, then looked at Shigeo, who was talking to the small animal not far away. This was brought by Shueui recently. Although some animals did not adapt to the air pressure at this altitude, some animals died, but some survived. This garden has also been planted by Kuan Yu with wood style, and some flowers are blooming. Kuan Yu walked over. Zhongwu, these little animals are still comfortable living here, right? Kuan Yu asked. Fortunately, in fact, their minds are very simple. As long as they are given some food, they feel very good, Shigego said. Although he was a little sad about the animals that died before, Kuan Yu had already taken care of his thoughts. Under his care, these little animals quickly adapted to this place. Also let him no longer feel lonely. Really, it's just that I don't have a way to train ninja beasts. Otherwise you can train some ninja beasts, and many ninja beasts can talk, Kuan Yu said. The cultivation of ninja beasts is almost unfamiliar, and even the foundation of a family is not so easy to pass. No, I can understand what they say, Shigego said. Hearing Zhonggu's words, Kuan Yu seemed to have something flashing in his mind. But even Kuan Yu himself didn't know what he was thinking at the time. Talking? Animals can talk, Kuan Yu was startled. Shigeo also saw Kuan Yu's weirdness. Kuan Yu, what's wrong with you? Shigeo couldn't help asking. Oh, it's nothing. How did you communicate with animals? They're crying, Kuan Yu asked. No, I don't know how I can understand, but I just can feel what they are saying, Chongo said, touching his head. Obviously explaining this matter is too difficult for him. Feeling? Feeling can also be said to be perception, but perception is related to mental power. Could it be that Zhongwu can feel the mental fluctuations of small animals, Kuan Yu said to himself. And why can Shigego feel it, but I can't feel it with a stronger perception than him? Kuan Yu. Do you want to communicate with the little animals, but you have to make yourself similar to them before they are willing to communicate with you? Shigego obviously heard what Kuan Yu said. As if a blast of thunder blasted in Kuan Yu's mind, the inspiration in his mind burst out. His eyes are getting brighter and brighter, and he feels that he has grasped the key point. Become one of them. I see, haha, that's how it is, that's how it is, Kuan Yu burst into laughter. Chongo touched his head and looked at the weird Kuan Yu. What's wrong with him today? Isn't he just a little animal communicating? Is he so excited? Kuan Yu. What's the matter with you? Bai also heard Kuan Yu's voice and ran over quickly. It's okay, just a little discovery. Hearing Bai's voice, Kuan Yu's mood also stabilized, but the corners of his mouth couldn't hide his smile. What's found? Bai asked curiously. It is also rare for her to see Kuan Yu so gaff. Shanshu. I know how to practice Shanshu. Kuan Yu's eyes were full of excitement. Shanshu. Bai was puzzled, she still didn't know what Shanshu was. When I finish my cultivation, I will tell you, don't worry about me these few days, I will try to get out of immortal arts during this period of time, Kuan Yu said. Although Shanshu was only a small goal, his original cultivation time was not long. If he succeeds later, it is not a small gain. Well, I see, we won't disturb you, Bai nodded and said. She knew that Kuan Yu had been working hard to cultivate, this time she should have made great progress to be so excited. After that, Kuan Yu directly found a platform and sat there motionless. Others have seen it too, and even when Gaara comes back, Kuan Yu is quiet. In the end they knew from Bai that Kuan Yu was practicing immortality. Although they were curious, Kuan Yu said that he couldn't bother now. But Sasuke didn't know what it was stimulated, and he started to practice hard. Itachi was very pleased to see this scene and also gave some guidance to Sasuke. Kuan Yu sat there crouched, but he was thinking of something else. The most important step of Shienju is to perceive natural energy, and Kuan Yu is stuck in this step. Although he can enter Sage mode through Shigeo's chakra and feel the natural energy, he can't mobilize it at all. But Shigego's words before gave him an inspiring inspiration. Yes, that sentence became one of them. This is basically the same as what Kuan Yu understands to integrate into nature. Kuan Yu didn't understand what to do before, but now he knows. The key is to become one of them. Naruto practiced immortal arts, and at the very beginning he also had the process of perceiving natural energy. But Mount Myoboku has a cheat device, that is, toad oil, through which natural energy can enter the body. But at the same time there will be consequences, that is, with the absorption of natural energy, people will gradually become toads. This is also the reason why Kuan Yu is unwilling to go to the wet bone forest. Otherwise, with his Tensigen, he can easily practice immortality. The use of that method is likely to change the person's mental state, and even the body has changed. Otherwise, after leaving Mount Myoboku, Naruto would still show the characteristics of toads when using immortality. Although few, they have always existed. This situation makes Kuan Yu feel that there is a problem with the magic of the three holy places. But this also brought inspiration to Kuan Yu. Why Shanshu has always been an alien in the master, but humans have no inheritance of Shanshu. Shigego can feel natural energy. Does it have anything to do with his ability to communicate with small animals? The small animals in the three holy places have one characteristic: they are all alien to humans. Can this be said that aliens are more likely to perceive natural energy than humans? A smile appeared on Kuan Yu's face when he thought of this. This seems to have nothing to do with his cultivation of immortal arts, but it is not. It is said in the original book that you must maintain inner peace when absorbing natural energy. But how calm is it to feel natural energy? It must be calm to the extent that the mental fluctuations can feel the animal's thoughts, are even more calm. This is also the meaning of the immortal arts practice that Naruto carried out afterwards. In other words, the human spirit fluctuates too high, and it is not at all frequency different from natural energy, so it can't be sensed and can't be mobilized. Animals' mental fluctuations are inherently low, so natural energy can only be felt after a certain amount of practice. Kuan Yu exhaled slightly, and then his breathing became weak, and he began to consciously lower his mental fluctuations. Although he doesn't know if he has this talent, he always has to try. His mental power is much stronger than that of ordinary people, and his control is much higher. There is no reason why he can't do it. And as he did this, his brain activity became more and more difficult, and his thinking became less and less. The only thing I know is to reduce mental fluctuations, slowly, and I don't know how long it has passed. Click, a voice awakened Kuan Yu, and his body shook suddenly. Sorry. I'm sorry to disturb you, Kuan Yu, Bai's voice sounded. Kuan Yu's breathing slowly recovered, and at the same time he opened his eyes. It's okay. How long have I stayed here? Kuan Yu turned his head and looked at Bai, who was carrying some food. Her face is full of apologies now. It's been 3 days. I'm worried that your body won't be able to hold on, so I will give you some food, Bai said apologetically. Ah, it's been so long. Actually, I don't need to eat anything, but I wake up and eat something, Kuan Yu said with a smile. He didn't blame Bai for bothering him. He knew that his state at the time might be something wrong, which made Bai worried. After all, it is impossible for a normal person to sit there with weak breathing, without eating or drinking for 3 days. Kuan Yu picked up the food and started to eat it, since the days when he couldn't eat or drink. No matter how busy he is in cultivating, he still has to eat, so that he can experience the feeling of being alone. So Bai mistakenly believed that Kuan Yu was the same as a normal person, but he was really different. At least for now. Soon Kuan Yu finished eating. Bai, please inform them for me, don't bother me these days, I feel like I'm going to succeed, Kuan Yu said. White nodded. Kuan Yu said that it was obviously a critical time. After Bai left, Kuan Yu was still a little uneasy. What if the second stunner suddenly ran out? So he separated a wood-style clone and started to practice with confidence. Fortunately, the Sky City is above the thunderstorm layer. After Kuan Yu was awakened by a thunder and lightning, he laid the Shizun barrier. This directly caused Kuan Yu to sit here for several days. Is he able to practice immortality by sitting like this? Shuei said while looking at Kuan Yu in the distance in a building. Next to him is Itachi and others. Everyone in the Sky City is here. Although it is not clear how Shanshu is practiced, Kuan Yu rarely disappoints, Bai said. Itachi also nodded. Kuan Yu himself has many secrets, and he seems to know things that many people don't know. Hey, I don't know how long to sit. If I sit like this, I'm afraid I will become a fairy, Shui Yu said helplessly. Kuan Yu said that his body is already different. Even if he doesn't eat or drink, he won't die, Bai said. That's not the same as you. I'm sorry, I said something wrong. Shuei looked at the eyes of several people looking at him, and hurriedly shrank back. Shueui was right. Kuan Yu told them about his way of resurrection. He sealed his soul in his body through the 100 healings mark. This method makes people feel that there is a problem when they hear it. This may also be the reason why Kuan Yu's body has changed. Maybe the resurrection that Kuan Yu said was not only aimed at them, but he also needed it. After all, they may be the same kind. Just as a few people were thinking about it, a change occurred on Kuan Yu's side. I saw Kuan Yu's body slowly levitating, and the air current agitated around him, and his robe was constantly flying. Did you succeed? Everyone thought at the same time. I saw Kuan Yu's forehead began to automatically appear like a sword like immortal mark, and eyeshadow appeared beside his eyes. Kuan Yu's eyes suddenly opened, and a pair of Sharingan gleamed in his heart. He succeeded. A smile appeared on Kuan Yu's face. Although he didn't know how long it took to absorb natural energy this time, he didn't care. He didn't have a big need for Shanshu, just as something that must be obtained by the master. Natural energy is not an ordinary thing in the first place, and it may be useful in the future if you practice good immortality. Swipe. They quickly appeared here. Congratulations, Kuan Yu, Bai said with a smile. The abnormality of Kuan Yu's body has shown that he has succeeded. Haha, it's just finished. After that, you can also try. Before Kuan Yu finished speaking, he frowned, and then he covered his eyes. What's wrong, Kuan Yu? Itachi asked. I don't know. Mangekyo Sharingan didn't know what it was irritated, so I opened it directly. Kuan Yu put down his hand and said. In order to cool the distinguished heavenly gods, Shisui's eyes were always in his eyes, but he didn't expect a change at this time. I saw that the shuriken shape appeared in his eyes, but what even Kuan Yu didn't notice was that the two shuriken imprints were spinning at high speed. This is. Itachi's pupils shrank, so strange that even he hadn't seen it. The rotation speed is too fast. But at this moment, the mark of Kuan Yu's eyes with the shuriken suddenly stopped, and then shrunk, turning into a cross-shaped mark. It was as if the previous shuriken mark had been forcibly straightened. Ah! Kuan Yu felt a sudden pain in his eyes before he understood what was going on. This feeling was not physical pain, but mental. He felt that his eyes were going to be broken, and it was also accompanied by conscious pain. This made him scream involuntarily. What's the matter with you, Kuan Yu? Bai suddenly became nervous, and wanted to go and support Kuan Yu. Don't come over. Kuan Yu hurriedly stopped, because he has changed again. Black stripes began to appear on his body, and the 100 healings mark, which had never been used, was actually activated. Kuan Yu could feel his eyebrows beating like a heartbeat, and the chakra inside was boiling. He doesn't know what will change afterwards. If it gets involved with them, it won't be good, because they are essentially the origin of Tensigan and chakra. A lot of blue chakra began to appear on Kuan Yu's body. The violent chakra fluctuations violently exploded, directly setting off a wave of air, forcing everyone to retreat. Kuan Yu can feel the chakra in the 100 healings mark constantly blending into the body. And not just ordinary chakra, even yin and yang escaped into the body. He didn't know what was going on. Yin Yang Dun, who had been quiet, was actually actively blending into his body. His body became hot and dry, but his consciousness was cold, and the only constant was the pain in his eyes. Gradually, his body could no longer contain so many yin and yang escapes, and they actually rushed towards Sharingan in Kuan Yu's eyes. Because only here has not been integrated by yin and yang, this situation seems to stimulate them. And his consciousness was also wrapped in these yin and yang escapes and invaded Sharingan. There is no way that his consciousness is solidified by yin and yang. Even if he wants to get away, he can't do it. His current state can't control these yin and yang escapes, so he can only watch this happen. Kuan Yu covered his eyes, and blood kept flowing out of his fingers. Is there rejection? Sasuke looked at the blood flowing from Kuan Yu's hand. It should not be. Sharingan can be controlled by Kuan Yu's ability. Itachi shook his head and said. There was no problem before, but there is no reason for the problem now. Everyone was also nervous, but they didn't know exactly what happened to Kuan Yu. With the invasion of yin and yang, Kuan Yu's consciousness was also squeezed, as if Mangekyo Sharingan was resisting Kuan Yu's consciousness. This made his consciousness a little fuzzy, but fortunately, Kuan Yu's will was stronger and he was able to stay awake. What the hell is going on? Even Kuan Yu himself was puzzled. He also entered Sage mode through Shigeo's chakra before, but he didn't react so much. He vaguely feels that this situation may have happened because of his voluntarily entering Sage mode, but Kuan Yu now does not know the reason. The pain of consciousness made him not think much about it at all. Gradually, Kuan Yu's consciousness was forcibly squeezed into a space. It's dark here, as if there is nothing. but slowly a picture appeared before Kuan Yu's eyes from blurry to clear. The scene that appeared surprised Kuan Yu. When you enter the eyes, you can see the corpses. A large number of corpses are lying on the ground in a mess, and they are the corpses of ninjas. Kuan Yu can see the forehead protector on their foreheads. The sky is slightly gloomy. The blood kept flowing across the earth, like blood-red creeks. Kuan Yu seemed to be able to smell the blood here. Various weapons were randomly discarded everywhere, with blood and scars faintly visible on them. This is a battlefield. Kuan Yu quickly figured out what place this was, but what caught his attention was a person standing next to the pile of corpses. His clothes were in tatters, and there were traces of being cut by sharp tools everywhere, and blood was constantly falling on his hands that were hanging down. Kuan Yu was stunned. Is this Shisui's memory? The scene that can appear in Sharingan. I am afraid that only Shisui's memory is left. Suddenly the figure turned his head, but his face shocked Kuan Yu's heart. This was actually his own appearance. Although he was wearing a torn combat uniform, Kuan Yu was very sure that he did not have this kind of clothes. But in his eyes was a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, who was staring at Kuan Yu strangely at this moment. Let him not help his hair. You say Shisui appears. Kuan Yu is not too scared, but in such an environment, there is a person like himself. How weird it looks. At this moment, the picture blurred, and Kuan Yu in front of him turned into an unfamiliar young man. Then the picture changed rapidly, and he appeared in a dimly lit room again. A figure was quietly kneeling and sitting in front of a person lying on his back on the bed. The figure of the person kneeling is very familiar, and the same person I saw before. Is it Shisui? But who is on the bed? He should be middle-aged at his age, but his face is pale, and he seems to be out of breath. I don't want this. Father, I really don't want this. This is not the result I want. I want to change everything. The voice echoed in Kuan Yu's ears, causing his consciousness to shake slightly. Then Shisui, who was sitting on his knees, turned his head abruptly, and a pair of Sharingan was caught in Kuan Yu's eyes. The 3 Guyu Jade quickly rotated, and then suddenly shrank, and the mark of a shuriken was formed. The strange power was radiating, causing Kuan Yu to lose his senses. But Kuan Yu felt that a force seemed to have broken into this world. And this power seemed to belong to him, and Kuan Yu's consciousness was also stopped. With the entry of this force, this space seemed to be squeezed, and some couldn't bear it. Click. Click. The sound of fragmentation sounded. The picture actually started to break like glass, and a crack went straight through Shisui's eyes. But Shisui remained unchanged, as if time and space had stopped. Bang! The picture directly turned into countless fragments, and Kuan Yu's eyes turned into darkness again. Is this broken? Kuan Yu thought that it was obviously Shisui's Sharingan's eye-opening experience before. But it was directly broken by Kuan Yu's own power. The darkness in front of him made Kuan Yu feel that Mangekyo Sharingan had been destroyed by himself. It seems that everything about Shisui has been erased, and he doesn't know this situation. His Mangekyo is still there, but depending on the situation, he may have been hurt. This couldn't help making Kuan Yu feel a little regretful, and it didn't take long before it was damaged. How can this be explained to Itachi? This is his friend's eyes. But at this moment, a little blue light appeared in the dark space, and then quickly expanded, turning into a sun-like ring mark. This situation surprised Kuan Yu, but at this moment, a little bright blue light appeared in the center of the ring, emitting a dazzling blue light, like an extremely bright blue star. The blue star in front of Kuan Yu's eyes exudes a strong light, and the light seems to become a cross in Kuan Yu's eyes. The radiance of light made his consciousness slightly hot. The blue light seemed to be continuously merging into Kuan Yu's consciousness, making him feel that his consciousness was blurred, and this feeling was getting worse. In the end, Kuan Yu couldn't hold on anymore. He lost control of his consciousness and knew nothing. I don't know how long it took. When he opened his eyes again, the white ceiling came into view. Wake up! Wake up! This is Shuei's voice. Then a bunch of heads appeared in front of Kuan Yu. I fainted? Kuan Yu was slightly puzzled. Isn't it? It frightened us all. Shuei's voice came again. Say a little less. This is Bai's voice. Kuan Yu frowned slightly, and he immediately recalled the previous scene. What the hell is going on? Kuan Yu also had a question mark in his head. Then he pushed his body to sit up. Seeing that Kuan Yu should be fine, everyone dispersed slightly. It's just that Kuan Yu's sitting makes him feel different. Huh. This feeling is. Kuan Yu raised his hands in disbelief and clenched his fists. It's not that there is something wrong with his body, but that he feels that his condition is better than ever, as if he has been reborn. Before Tensigan merged into the body, he still felt a little out of place, as if this body was not his own. Although he adapted quickly, the feeling has not disappeared. But now it's different, it's completely different. Surprise, surprise, and excitement flashed in Kuan Yu's eyes. He can feel that every change in this body is closely connected to him, just like his body at the beginning. It is a kind of joyful sensation of combining spirit and flesh. My soul is fully integrated into my body. Kuan Yu was excited. He could feel that the origin of Tensigan except chakra in 100 healings mark had disappeared. In the previous situation, they were integrated into Kuan Yu's body, which showed that his soul was also directly brought in. Kuan Yu. What's wrong with you? Bai asked. He felt that Kuan Yu's current state was a bit strange. It's nothing, I just feel that the current state is very good, it's so good, Kuan Yu said excitedly. The words of Kuan Yu left everyone in a daze. They were so miserable before, how could they still look so energetic now? Did it hurt your mind? Kuan Yu didn't explain it either, otherwise he explained it, and he would probably be treated as a monster. There are not too many abnormalities in the body, but I feel that my chakra has become stronger and in a better state. It should be the origin of Tensigan and the reason why chakra was integrated into the body. Kuan Yu. What happened before, and your Sharingan? Itachi still asked the doubt in his heart. Sorry Itachi, Shisui's eyes seem to be damaged, Kuan Yu said embarrassedly. Only then did he remember that his consciousness broke into Sharingan and erased Shisui's memory. Kuan Yu also had some speculations about his previous state. This should be because Tensagan's power had been integrated with him. But the power of Yin Yang Dun is a bit incompatible with Sharingan, which may be due to Kuan Yu's consciousness. In the end, Yin Yang Dun forcibly invaded, which should have caused damage. Damage. Itachi frowned. Kuan Yu's previous situation was indeed like a rejection reaction, but Kuan Yu should not actively damage Sharingan, and what force caused Sharingan to be damaged? Kuan Yu's eyes are black now, and they look no different from normal eyes. I don't know what's going on, or I can try it, Kuan Yu said after thinking about it. His eyes were not blind, indicating that the damage may not be very serious, and the final blue light did not know what was going on. Kuan Yu's heart moved slightly. Then in the eyes of everyone's surprise, a pair of somewhat unique Sharingan appeared in Kuan Yu's eyes. The same are 3 Go Jade, but they are wrapped by the blue light emitted from the center, and the color of Go Jade has also become dark blue. Isn't this feeling the same as Sharingan's feeling? Kuan Yu was taken aback. This is no different from the normal state of Sharingan before. Can it still be used? This is. Everyone was taken aback when looking at this unique Sharingan state. It shouldn't be destroyed, but Sharingan has become one with you. Itachi's expression is a bit complicated, after all, these are his friend's eyes. Kuan Yu was able to open and close Sharingan freely, and also changed Sharingan, which shows that Kuan Yu has completely mastered these eyes. As soon as Itachi's words came out, Kuan Yu couldn't help but have other associations. Doesn't it mean that only pure Byakugan can evolve Tensigan? And now his eyes are changed to Sharingan, can this also evolve? Kuan Yu probably guessed something, this should be when he fully merged with the small Tensigan. Sharingan was forcibly transformed by Tensagan's power. Although his eyes were Mangekyo before, they did not have any advantage compared with the small Tensigan. Isn't he that? I have Rinnegan too? He can feel that this is far from the limit. After Kuan Yu turned on the blue Sharingan, he not only possessed the ability of Sharingan, but also had Byakugan's 360-degree angle of view, and it was the same as before. He can see the state of his eyes, but this state should be blue, isn't it the blue Rinnegan in the blogger's biography? It seems not bad too. Can you still turn on Mangekyo? Itachi asked. Kuan Yu can switch between the normal state and the Sharingan state, it is undoubtedly that he has completely mastered this eye. Otherwise, his eyes will always maintain the state of Sharingan. Let me try, Kuan Yu concentrated, his eyes directly changed to the previous Mangekyo's appearance, but they were still blue, with a blue halo in the middle. But it seems that the previous abilities are still there, and both distinguished heavenly gods and Susanoo can still be used. It's the same as before. The previous abilities can be used, and it doesn't seem to be the final state. Kuan Yu smiled. Rinnegan, I'm here. Not the final state? Sasuke was taken aback. However, Kuan Yu's eyes condensed, and he began to move with all his strength. The shuriken mark in Kuan Yu's eyes was spinning fast, as if it became a little distorted. It's not the final state, is it Eternal Mangekyo? But it's impossible. Itachi was a little weird. Eternal Mangekyo is formed by the fusion of 2 pairs of Mangekyo with similar bloodlines, but Kuan Yu is obviously not. If Kuan Yu knew what Itachi thought, he would definitely smile. Mangekyo has a higher level of evolution, and the power of the small Tensigan is completely enough for Kuan Yu to evolve. Rinnegan drove me. The high-speed rotating mark in Kuan Yu's eyes suddenly shrank. A cross-shaped mark with a circular halo in the center appeared, like a round of bright cross stars. Forehead, Kuan Yu was taken aback. What the hell is this? And everyone was also taken aback. What was going on with these eyes? They didn't look like Sharingan anymore. After a long silence. It seems that there has been a change, but I also gained a unique ability, Kuan Yu muttered to himself. Although it is not Rinnegan, it also brings some abilities to Kuan Yu. But what the hell is this ability? Kuan Yu was crazy. What ability? Sasuke asked curiously. How should I put it? Kuan Yu clutched his hair, messy. Look at it, Kuan Yu suddenly stretched out his hand. But a part of his hand disappeared, and even Bai they could see Kuan Yu's bones, blood vessels and muscles. Bai exclaimed. Everyone was also stunned. Is this self-harm? What the hell ability? It's okay, don't be nervous. Kuan Yu's hand retracted again, changing back to the original. And it's a weird appearance directly. The ability of time and space. Itachi frowned and said. In Kuan Yu's situation, it is obvious that his arm has entered another space. Also, chakra emerged from Kuan Yu's hand and changed into a stream of water. Then Kuan Yu grabbed it, and these water currents directly turned into the appearance of Zhangfeng. He held it in his hand, and he couldn't see that it was made of water at all. As if it was a transparent cut wind. What kind of ability is this? Everyone was puzzled. General chakra control cannot be so substantive. Shaping. This is my ability. In other words, I can imitate most ninjutsu, including bloodline, provided that I have seen it and have the chakra attributes of its composition. Kuan Yu is a little speechless. What kind of horrible ability is this? The ability of space is fine, but Kuan Yu can only see a space of 4 or 5 square meters. That's right, it's just that big, which is not in line with the high-level status of these eyes. Compared to Obito's vast space, it's totally different. Although the message from his eyes is that he can control everything in this space, what's the use? Do you put the enemy in? This requires Kuan Yu to have physical contact with the opponent, and the opponent cannot resist. With such a small amount of space, you can't put anything casually, and it's not suitable as a storage space. It can be used to escape. His body can directly enter this space. Although it is not as easy to use as Obito, it does not limit the time. But they don't have the ability to teleport far away, so they can only move within the range of this space. In other words, the distance that Kuan Yu travels through space is only 1 or 2 meters. There are some other abilities, you have also seen them. Kuan Yu sighed slightly in his heart. Then he reached out and grabbed it. Shueui was actually pulled directly into his hands by him. Rinnegan's ability, Itachi said in surprise. Hey, can you use me as a guinea pig? Shui Yu struggled with Kuan Yu grabbing her shoulders. Almost, there is another attack skill. Kuan Yu shook his head slightly. This attack skill doesn't feel too powerful. Kuan Yu stretched out his hand, and a large blue shuriken hovered in front of Kuan Yu's palm. The whole body of this shuriken has a crystal-like texture, which looks fragile, but in fact it is made of yin and yang, which is quite strong and cannot be broken by ordinary attacks. I can directly control this shuriken to move arbitrarily, and its power has something to do with how much chakra I use, Kuan Yu said. Kuan Yu can also control it to explode directly, which is also the only relatively strong offensive ability that these eyes have. And Kuan Yu finally mastered the power of all phenomena. He can feel this power, which is actually yin and yang escape. Before Kuan Yu was unable to master it all, but this comprehensive integration allowed Kuan Yu to be able to truly master the power. But it's just the master, but doesn't understand. However, the complete integration of the small Tensigen also made him lose some of his abilities. For example, flying, he can no longer fly as before, but he still breathes in the wind, and he doesn't care too much. Another more important ability is also lost, chakra's long-distance transmission. He has lost contact with the chakra organized by Tensigen. Although Kuan Yu could feel their existence, he could no longer pass chakra past, and of course he could not pass it back. Although the ability to absorb and transform chakra is still there, if you want to use chakra without restrictions as before, you must bring a tail beast. His current chakra is made by the body, but Tensigen's yin and yang escape blended in, making his body's vitality stronger, and even his mental power strengthened. Chakra is quite adequate. Moreover, he lost the wide field of vision he had before, and his field of vision was reduced to 50 kilometers. There are gains and losses, but what excites Kuan Yu most is this body. This belonged to his body completely, and the soul was no longer imprisoned in the origin of Tensigen. It really blends with the body. This shows that he has truly become a person, rather than a monster that was pieced together before. Although his strength has not become much stronger, he is still very confident in the face of Nagato. However, it seems that there are other uses for his abilities. Kuan Yu glanced at the large shuriken floating in his hand. Shaping, the blue shuriken in Kuan Yu's hand turned into a blue sword, flying up and down around him. Hey, flying sword is also good. Everyone was also surprised. Kuan Yu then took the sword into his body. It was originally formed by the yin and yang escape, and of course Kuan Yu can take it back. Kuan Yu, what is your current strength? Itachi asked a question that he cares most about. Although Kuan Yu possesses some peculiar abilities, how much can these abilities increase his strength? Although these abilities don't seem to be very powerful, they should not lose to Nagato, and my Susanoo has improved. Kuan Yu smiled. Susanoo. Itachi thought of his state. However, it may be different from Itachi's idea. Although Kuan Yu didn't use it, he knew that with the same level of eyes as Rinnegan, he could evolve Susuo to the strongest state. The only thing that excites Kuan Yu is that Mangekyo's ability is still preserved. And relying on his current state, he. Everyone had a chill, and Kuan Yu's smile was too disgusting. Kuan Yu quickly constrained. The main reason why he can have such a big improvement is because of the master of yin and yang escape. Kuan Yu had never been able to mobilize this power before, and all he could use was the small Tenseigans' own abilities and a large amount of chakra in it. If Kuan Yu was completely integrated with Tenseigan, it would have been impossible for him to have such a strong power. However, Kuan Yu kept Shisui's eyes on his eyes in order to cool the distinguished heavenly gods well, but this accident directly caused Sharingan to change. It provides Kuan Yu with a better way to use yin and yang escape, which is the power of all things. Otherwise, with Kuan Yu himself, he can at most make a tailed beast bomb. Anyway, he knows the ratio of yin and yang required for this move. However, relying on Kuan Yu's own yin and yang escape, he couldn't exert much power unless he brought the tail beast with him. If he does not use the tailed beast bomb now, he is afraid that he will not be able to use a tailed beast bomb like the tailed beast bomb if he is squeezed out. And it's too wasteful. The yin and yang escape from the accumulation will be directly stored in the eyes, but it is quite different from the small Tenseigan before, let alone compared with the tail beast. As for Truth-Seeking Ball, this is unlikely. The person behind Master Truth-Seeking Ball is either 10 Tails or Giant Tenseigan. And Kuan Yu just has eyes of the same level as them. Think of the Master Truth-Seeking Ball, or seal the complete 10 Tails into the body, or get in touch with the Giant Tenseigan on the moon. But Kuan Yu should be impossible now. His eyes have completely changed, and he has lost contact with the chakra of the Tenseigan organization, let alone the Giant Tenseigan on the moon. But this is also good, so as to save the other party from looking for trouble in the future. Kuan Yu, your eyes should have a name, Itachi said. It's called Blue 10-Star Eye, Kuan Yu smiled. That's right, this is the message from the eyes. This eye is called this name. I don't know if it is affected by Kuan Yu's own consciousness or if this kind of eye has appeared. This name was conveyed in Lan Shixing's eyes. This is very consistent with Kuan Yu's aesthetics. Maybe the name is probably related to Kuan Yu's own consciousness, right? Now that we have the power to fight Nagato, the next step, Sasuke said. The next step. Kuan Yu's voice dragged on for a long time. Still practice, Kuan Yu blinked and said. Everyone was speechless. Your current strength is not worse than Nagato, and we can completely sweep the Akatsuki organization, and then it is possible to force the villages to surrender the tail beasts. Why are you still so obsessed with power? Sasuke asked puzzled. Kuan Yu already possesses quite strong power, and he doesn't understand that Kuan Yu still chooses to practice now. Because it is not enough, it is better to practice with peace of mind if you have time. Such a quiet day is hard to win, Kuan Yu said with deep eyes. Itachi and Gaara's eyes flickered, they knew what Kuan Yu was worried about. Perhaps for Kuan Yu, it is just now that he has the ability to protect himself. They don't know what kind of power it is, and Kuan Yu who is forced to do this has to work hard to cultivate. Don't doubt, there are some things you will know in the future. Now you can practice well. I will sort out the fairy arts, and then give it to you, including Itachi. You can also cultivate, Kuan Yu said. We can also practice. Gaara said in surprise. He was not surprised at Kuan Yu's generosity, but surprised that their bodies could also practice immortal arts. Yes, it has nothing to do with your body, but with your state of consciousness. However, I don't know if I can practice well, and even I am confused about being able to practice immortality, Kuan Yu said. He knew the method, but whether other people could reduce consciousness fluctuations and perceive natural energy like him, Kuan Yu didn't know. And Kuan Yu guessed that the reason why Tenseigan could be completely integrated this time might be related to his state of consciousness at that time. His soul had entered Tensigan before, but yin and yang had never been able to control it. And Isofu said that there is a will in Tensigan that resembles a tail beast. The tail beast is born to master natural energy and yin and yang escape. But Kuan Yu just can't, immortality can't, and yin and yang can't escape. And this time, he used his own master to use the immortal technique, indicating that his state of consciousness at that time was already similar to the tail beast. That's why it can completely integrate that group of will, and then this kind of abnormality can occur. Probably only when the consciousness is reduced to the level that it can perceive natural energy, can one's consciousness and that group of will be at the same frequency, and thus achieve integration. And Kuan Yu, who has integrated this group of consciousness, may really be able to kill like a tail beast. And this kind of ability is the ability of the Otsutsuki clan. Destroying their bodies will not kill them at all. In other words, he is now half of the Otsutsuki clan. Why is it half? Because he is not as strong as those of Otsutsuki now. This should have something to do with the integration of the will. After all, he only merged with a small Tensigan, and his lack of will was normal. But it seems that there is no one in the Otsutsuki clan. Master Shanshu, how did they merge? Time-consuming. It's right to think about it, they themselves are immortal, and some of them are slowly running into the two forces. Just like Kuan Yu, even though he merged with that group of will, he still couldn't absorb natural energy as he wanted. Other Otsutsuki can't do it either. Shanshu, Kuan Yu couldn't expect you to be so generous, Shui Yu said excitedly. Don't blame me for not reminding you, this is risky. If you can't control the natural energy, it will turn into a stone statue, but you can do it at will, Kuan Yu reminded. Itachi and their whole bodies are made up of yin and yang escape, and it is impossible for them to be turned into stone statues by natural energy. Moreover, even I can't maintain the state of absorbing natural energy at any time. Once I use chakra, I will exit sage mode, Kuan Yu said. But this ability is also quite powerful. As far as I know, Naruto has a chance to learn. Kuan Yu gave Sasuke a look. Huh, I can learn too, Sasuke said uncomfortably. This is not a question of whether you can learn, but your unqualified conditions, Kuan Yu said sinisterly. He just irritates Sasuke. He doesn't practice when he has time, and he knows that he thinks about what he has or not, thinking that he is great when it comes to driving. There are conditions. Sasuke didn't expect to have so many restrictions. How did Naruto learn it? Those who practice celestial arts must have a lot of chakra, otherwise they can't suppress natural energy, Kuan Yu said. Talking for a long time means that we have no hope, Shui Yu said uncomfortably. Yes, you will have it when you die, Kuan Yu showed a malicious smile on his face. I'll forget it. Shui Yu stepped back slightly, knowing what Kuan Yu was talking about. In fact, being a logistician is also good, and it's not my turn to fight, Shui Yu thought. Forget it. I will not be worse than Naruto in other practices, Sasuke said with a cold face. After everyone left, Kuan Yu came to the previous platform again. He needs to get acquainted with his current strength. It is not a good thing to increase his strength too quickly. Kuan Yu has always attached importance to the foundation, but the constant strong enemies forced him to find other strengths. Now that he has the blue 10-star eyes, he feels a little relieved. At least until 10 Tails was called out, no one could kill him, not even Uchiha Madara. Although he is not as good as Madara now, it is not so easy for Madara to kill him. Now that 3 Tails is in his hands, it is almost impossible for them to resurrect 10 Tails. What Kuan Yu has now is that his time is slowly consuming with them, and he can slowly accumulate strength. He still has a lot of room for growth, and he must accumulate his strength to the limit before other Otsutsuki reach the ninja world. But is all this really as Kuan Yu thought? Hokage's plot has been changed beyond recognition by him, and no one knows what will happen afterwards. If Kuan Yu flapped his wings a little before, then he has already blew a typhoon. Kuan Yu thought for a while and raised his hand. A white ball of light appeared in Kuan Yu's hands, but it seemed very unstable. The white shimmer is constantly fluctuating. Bang. The white ball burst directly, and Kuan Yu's hand was also bounced away by an impact. Kuan Yu raised his hand and looked at the bloodstains on his hand. These bloodstains quickly recovered in a burst of blue smoke. The resilience is much stronger, but Chen Yun doesn't seem to be able to shape it. Is it the reason why the Fire Master is not enough? Kuan Yu frowned. It turned out that Kuan Yu wanted to use Chen Dun through the ability of shaping, but he obviously failed. Chen Dun is composed of chakras with 3 attributes. Fungtahuo, which is almost the bloodline with the most attributes in the ninja realm now. There are generally 2 attributes. He has already mastered the earth attribute and wind attribute very well, but it didn't take long for him to cultivate the fire attribute. This situation is not uncommon. Shape, Kuan Yu used this ability again, only to see a piece of ice exuding cold air suspended in his hand. A smile appeared on Kuan Yu's face. Not bad. Being done is a bloodline that combines water attributes and wind attributes, and it happens that Kuan Yu has mastered these two attributes. Shaping perfectly shows its durability. The ability to shape is a bit pervert. It can shape even the power of bloodline, which also means that after all the attributes of Master Kuan Yu, almost all bloodline ninjutsu can be used. But it must be the ninjutsu that Kuan Yu has seen. And no matter how strong this ability is, it can only release some specific types of ninjutsu. Some ninjutsu Kuan Yu cannot be shaped, such as lightning-style chakra mode, and other ninjutsu. There are also such things as shienju, and so on. Some unconventional ninjutsu Kuan Yu cannot be shaped. To put it bluntly, this is an ability to assist Kuan Yu to control his attributes, and its target is only chakra. And even if Kuan Yu can use it, he doesn't understand the principle of ninjutsu. Everything is the function of shaping ability. It is impossible to rely on this ability master bloodline power. This is equivalent to an evolved version of Sharingan. Through shaping, Kuan Yu can even be released faster than the users of ninjutsu itself. But later, basic ninjutsu doesn't make much sense. The Gundam crushes everything, or it is the absorption of the sealing technique, and the truth-seeking ball that is immune to all ninjutsu. So this ability is of little significance except that Kuan Yu uses special ninjutsu such as Chen Dun. Why did you give such a thing? Kuan Yu complained slightly. Knowing that having this ability means that his master has many abilities. The dust escape is already quite heaven-defying. It's a pity that Kuan Yu's attribute cultivation hasn't been completed yet, so he won't be able to use it temporarily. There is nothing to say about the attacking skills of Blue 10-Star Eye. The more chakra of Kuan Yu, the stronger this skill. Find a chance to experiment in the future. The Blue 10-Star Eyes and almost eyes of this level can master the power of gravity and repulsion. It is Nagato-s Shinra Tianjung, and Universal Pull. Kuan Yu's ability is no different from Rinnegan. Thinking of Rinnegan, Kuan Yu was also slightly speechless. Why can others have so many abilities, and his own TMD is only these kinds? Still not strong. The only thing that can be seen is the spatial ability. Kuan Yu's body disappeared instantly, then reappeared next to him, then disappeared and reappeared. In short, you can quickly travel through the space in a small area. This space can only be seen by Kuan Yu. It depends on the existence of real space. Although it can also be controlled by Kuan Yu to move, once he leaves around his body, he cannot enter. Obito's hollow ability Kuan Yu can also do it. It only needs to penetrate the attacked part into the space, but this requires Kuan Yu's precise control. Unlike Obito, his hollow is a passive skill, so you don't have to worry about it when you open it directly. If Kuan Yu didn't enter the space in time, he would also be attacked. However, this ability is very useful for avoiding powerful attacks from the enemy, as for other people who come in through space capabilities. He will let that person know what life is better than death. Kuan Yu's body disappeared again, and he entered his own space again. Kuan Yu's space is a spherical shape, the space is not large, and Kuan Yu can only move his body slightly. However, the round shape is not suitable for activities. Kuan Yu concentrated slightly, and the space began to change, becoming a square. This space belongs to him completely, he can do anything here, it is not difficult to change the shape. The outside of the space is completely dark, only the edge of his space has a layer of white transparent space wall. I don't know what the outside is, and I can't find the direction at all. Without the coordinates of the actual location, he can only fix the space here. If you move around at will, you might get lost here. Dust escape, Kuan Yu slightly opened his hand, and he used Chen Dun again, but this time not through shaping. A transparent cube appeared in his hand, and there was a white ball of light inside. This is a force that is more exaggerated than shaping, here Kuan Yu is almost omnipotent. But this ability also has limitations. If the things made here do not conform to the rules of the outside world, they will collapse directly after they are taken out. And the cost of making objects out of thin air is also very large, which directly consumes yin and yang to escape. If you make an item that is too powerful, Kuan Yu might be drained directly. Kuan Yu also had to understand everything about this item so that the things he made could be taken outside. But how is this possible? It is impossible for Kuan Yu to fully understand a thing, like a stone. Kuan Yu does not know what its atomic state is. So what he can do to create objects is to copy. He can copy exactly the same objects, so he doesn't need to understand the composition of matter. This space will automatically create exactly the same thing. Things copied in this way can also be brought to the real space. But there is a silly use. I don't dare to copy the powerful things. Why does he copy the useless things? However, this ability still has other effects. Kuan Yu smiled on his face. Double gravity, he said softly. Kuan Yu's body sank, and a weight directly covered his body, but after he adjusted slightly, it had no effect. Yes, that's right, Kuan Yu can use this space to cultivate his body. Since he can control everything, there is no reason why he can't control gravity. This space directly becomes a gravity training room. This is where Kuan Yu values this ability, and the cost of changing gravity is not large. Kuan Yu can practice for a long time. Triple gravity. No, 5 times the gravity. Kuan Yu directly adjusted the gravity to 5 times. The powerful gravity directly affects every cell in his body. Only then did he feel a slight discomfort, and there was a little pressure inside his body. Although this is not to Kuan Yu's limit, some things are better to proceed gradually. Some cells have not been exercised at all, such as the brain. If the gravity is increased rashly, something may happen. But once he slowly adapts to the higher intensity of gravity, his body will be powerful in all directions without leaving any dead ends. This couldn't help but make Kuan Yu slightly excited, and he could finally speed up his body cultivation. Then Kuan Yu began to exercise. The space was too small, and Kuan Yu couldn't even practice swordsmanship here. You can only do physical training purely. It seems that we still have to break through the ultimate of the earth attribute, so that he can practice in the outside world. Time is tight now, so let's practice here first. The space here is too small. If you stay for too long, it will make people feel very depressed. This is also no way, only this big. I don't know if I can expand after I become stronger in the future. After that, except for eating, or occasionally going out to relax, Kuan Yu basically practiced in space. The gravity that Kuan Yu can adapt to is gradually increasing. 8 times gravity, 9 times gravity, 10 times of gravity. The increase in gravity makes Kuan Yu feel that every part of his body is strengthening, and he does not even need to do too much high-intensity training. His speed of strengthening is already very fast. I have to say that it is good to practice with gravity. During this period of time, he has made great progress, almost like a flying progress. This is also due to his current body, which has enough potential for consumption. Without fear of injury, this allows him to practice boldly with confidence. Kuan Yu did not let go of attribute cultivation. Before entering the space, he would split out a large number of shadow clone and cultivate the fire attribute. After they came out, they directly passed back the practice memory. But compared to the physical cultivation, it is very slow. Maybe this time he will first reach the 4th level of activation, and then complete the cultivation of attributes. As for the cooperation with Sanagakure, Kuan Yu is not particularly concerned. This is just for future preparations. The conditions for the Kingdom of Wind are not complicated either. Every 6 months, Kuan Yu will help them create a forest. It's not that they don't want a variety of trees, but the environment here is a bit too bad. The creation of forests also requires human care and development, and water sources also need to be found. Changing the environment of the Kingdom of Wind cannot be done overnight, and the use of wood style on a large scale also requires the consumption of terrifying chakra. They also didn't want to demand too much of Kuan Yu. After all, Kuan Yu had very few requirements, although Kuan Yu didn't care about chakra consumption. With the tailed beast, he can even replenish the yang escape that he consumes. It was because Kuan Yu discovered this that he understood the cause of first generation's death. Using wood style excessively consumed yang dun without supplementing it. It is strange not to die. Yang dun is directly linked to vitality, and once it is exhausted, no matter how strong the body is, it can't hold it. The situation in the Kingdom of Wind, once every 6 months, is suitable for their development, and it is useless to build more. Kuan Yu finally got quiet time to practice. In order not to be noticeable, the alliance between Sanagakure and the Sky Council is still in a state of confidentiality. The Kingdom of Wind is also happy to do so. The longer this secret can be hidden, the better, which is more conducive to their development. Although some anomalies may be found, as long as Kuan Yu doesn't say anything, other people will not think that they are allied with the Sky Council. For a moment, Ninja World seemed to become very quiet. However, there are still certain events that are secretly fermenting. Konoha. 3rd generation was watching with a test tube in his hand, but inside was a group of creatures that were constantly changing like mud. Is this ghost Loya? It's really peculiar, 3rd generation said softly. Yes, Master 3rd generation, this is a creature I found by accident. It has incomparable compatibility. A tall man with a bandage on his face and a pair of eyes, wearing a white robe, bowed behind 3rd generation body said. Haha, believable. If I catch you back, you won't have any resentment, and I want to rob you of your research results, 3rd generation said directly. Of course not. It is my honor to serve the Lord third generation, but, Belu said, hesitated. Just what third generation said with interest. It's just that I hope Master third generation can make me the first experimenter, said Beluhu, bowing. Oh, I was willing to be an experiment. Third generation was a little surprised. I want to complete this technique in my dreams, but I can't get so many bloodline ninjas at all, and this technique still has shortcomings. All of this requires the help of the third generation lord, said Beluhu sincerely. As a ninja who is not strong, it is very difficult for Hiryu to catch the bloodline ninja by one person. Even now it is only a fusion of bloodline. He also made himself look like a ghost or a ghost. But he doesn't care about this at all, he just wants to be a perfect ninja. What he didn't expect was that third generation actually found him, and it was because of his ghost loya technique, which made him excited, and there was no resistance to it. You are quite self-aware, but I will keep the restrictions that should be kept. I hope you understand this, third generation said with a cold look. Danzo's death left him without an important assistant. The power displayed by Quan Yu and others is also forcing him to use other means to improve his strength. And bloodline is the most convenient power. At that time, Beluhu was also deliberately let go, because he saw the idea of integrating bloodline. And now from the appearance of Beluhu, it seems that he has begun to bear fruit. Understand. I will be the most reliable subordinate of Master third generation. Beluhu hurriedly knelt to the ground, expressing loyalty. The difference from the original plot is that the current Beluhu is simply a shameless betrayal. The strength is not good, and there is no power. There is no hope for him to complete this technique on his own. And the power that third generation possessed was his hope for accomplishing this technique. He did not hesitate and agreed directly. Those prohibitions only prevent him from rebelling, and he has no choice. Very well, you can use all the power of the root afterwards. Once the ghost loya technique is completed, the root will be completely under your control, but I hope you can complete it as soon as possible, third generation said in a deep voice. Not only was there not much time left for Quan Yu, but also not much time left for him. Not only was Akatsuki threatened from outside, but Quan Yu had also discovered his secret. Moreover, he can't suppress it for too long on Tsunade, otherwise the ninja underneath will have opinions. But when he finishes the ghost loya technique, everything will be different. At that time, he had the power to face everything. Understand, Beluhu said excitedly. He didn't expect that he would still become Konoha's big shot one day. Also, we must find a way to restrict this thing. Third generation threw the test tube in his hand to Beluhu. He can see that this thing has a strong activity, and he doesn't want to be backlashed at that time. Don't worry, Master third generation, in my situation, the 5-element cycle is not formed in my body, and this power cannot be suppressed. Once the cycle is established, you can destroy it, Beluhu said confidently. The reason why he was wrapped in a bandage was because he only absorbed a kind of bloodline power, and forcibly merged with Gui Loya and was eaten back. No way, if Beluhu wants to obtain other bloodline, he must first improve his strength. Is it? As the third generation who knows the power of the 5 elements best, he knows that forming the cycle of the 5 elements is not so simple. If the attributes are unbalanced, there is no way to establish a cycle. But he would not remind Beluhu, a chess piece, success or failure, he didn't want to put too much effort on him. He also fully understood Gui Loya technique. He has his own thoughts on this technique, the only problem is the bloodline ninja, which has to touch other ninja villages. But now, he cannot tolerate any hesitation. Even if he fails, Konoha won't have any trouble. A young face appeared in third generation's mind. You don't want Konoha to have an accident either. There was a complicated smile on his face. Quan Yu thinks that third generation is just an old man who wants to master power again. But he didn't expect him to plan more. Just as Quan Yu thought, even if the third generation master had 7 chakras, there was no way to turn on the 6 paths mode. But bloodline is different. The power of bloodline is dissolved in the body. Once the 7 attributes are balanced in the body of third generation, they will merge spontaneously. Even if third generation does not have so many chakras to open the 6 paths mode, the power it possesses is definitely not weak. But no one knows exactly what the situation is. With third generation's master of the 5 elements power, maybe he will become the first person to develop the full attribute bloodline ninjutsu. And Quan Yu is also working hard in this regard, but one of them took a shortcut, while the other is relying on their own efforts. The ninja world is still peaceful, and everyone with ideas is busy with their own calculations. And Quan Yu not only bought time for himself, but also bought time for others. 4 layers of activation, bang. The chakra on Quan Yu's body exploded directly, forming a layer of blue flame directly on his body. he saw his muscles swelled and his blood vessels were stretched. But at the same time it also brought him stronger strength. During this period of cultivation, Kuan Yu quickly activated the fourth layer of activation. This has a lot to do with the small Tensegan's complete integration, and Kuan Yu's body improves directly after being fully integrated. Coupled with the practice of gravity, it broke through to the fourth level of activation so quickly. The chakra on Kuan Yu's body converged and exited the activated state. He breathed out gently, and took the towel that Bai handed over. "This is the result of your practice, isn't it great?" Sasuke said disdainfully. "Compared with Susanoo, Kuan Yu's strength is not enough. Hehe. Don't look down on this kind of power, it's just the foundation, one day he will burst out amazing power. Unlike your power comes from your eyes," Kuan Yu said. "It's great to hang up, if my activation level is full, you can't find north. Cut. You yourself are not the same now, are you qualified to say me?" Sasuke curled his lips and said. "Is it boring? Or I will give you a task," Kuan Yu said indifferently. "It's not that I'm bored, Sasuke would never come here to watch Kuan Yu practice." "What mission?" Sasuke is indeed a little boring here. Hearing Kuan Yu said that he had a task, he couldn't help being slightly excited. "Go to the water country with Itachi and discuss the affairs of the alliance," Kuan Yu said. He has already been to the land of soil, and Onoki's attitude is obviously impossible. Thunder country, even with fourth Raikage's temper, there is no hope. Konoha does not work either. The only one who can start is Kirigakure. Their national strength is not strong and their location is remote, so they still have a good chance. "It's boring, there will be no combat missions," Sasuke said uncomfortably. "Yes, go and kill Nagato, or the masked man, you can choose one," Kuan Yu said with a smile. Sasuke's body stiffened, neither of which was easy to deal with. "Well, I'll go to One village," Sasuke said. "I have to say that with the presence of Itachi, Sasuke's personality has changed a lot, at least the former cold temperament is much less." "But how do we convince them?" Sasuke asked puzzled. "As far as the significance of the establishment of the Sky Council is concerned, I am afraid that no one will agree to it. Sand Shinobi Village only agreed under Kuan Yu's temptation, after all, this directly increased their national strength. Moreover, the power of the Sky Council can provide them with shelter. Gaara has been taken away twice, and died the second time. This made them feel that their strength was insufficient, so they decided to ally with the Sky Council." Hearing these words, Kuan Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes, and then looked up and down at Sasuke. "I have to say that Sasuke is still handsome." Sasuke was watched with a chill. "I heard that their Mizukage is still single, I'm considering whether to get married or not," Kuan Yu said with a grin. "You guy." Sasuke was furious. "Okay, just kidding." Kuan Yu repeatedly waved his hand and said. Kuan Yu became serious. "I see the two tail beasts in the rune room. My condition is this. I allow them to send 10 people. Let the tail beasts choose. If someone is selected, they can become a counselor. These two tail beasts belonged to them before, and you actually used this as a condition." Sasuke was speechless. "There is no way. Who told them to be uncomfortable? They can be tougher, as long as they don't kill. You can do whatever you want," Kuan Yu said. "I like this." Sasuke smiled wickedly on his face. "It's fine if you are happy, but don't forget the task. Asking you to do it is to show your strength, and Mizukage's strength is not weak," Kuan Yu said. With Itachi, he didn't worry about Sasuke doing too much or in danger. Although Terumi Mei's promise may be small, it's okay to give it a try. What if you agree? After saying, "I got it," Sasuke left. Obviously he didn't take Kuan Yu's words to heart. "Kuan Yu. Why not find the Konoha League? I think they will be very willing," a white who stood quietly on the side, suddenly said. "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Some things are not as simple as you think," Kuan Yu said with deep eyes. Bai was a little confused. Kuan Yu didn't tell anyone about the third generation. As the nation of fire is the largest country, even though Kuan Yu has such a strong power, it is impossible for them to agree to Kuan Yu's terms. That's why he chooses relatively weak countries, such as the country of wind and the country of water. Konoha's matter can only be solved later, and Akatsuki's existence is also the force that forces them to move closer to Kuan Yu. "Well, don't think so much, there will be opportunities in the future," Kuan Yu said. After that, Kuan Yu did not continue to practice. He came to a room. Kuan Yu opened the door and saw Shenong sitting beside the bed with a numb face, his eyes were blank. Obviously still immersed in illusion. During this time, because Shisui's Sharingan was changed by Kuan Yu, the cooling of distinguished heavenly gods was also much faster after the master was completed. Now it's time to use it. Azumi's dark eyes and blue Sharingan appeared, and quickly became Mangekyo. Then the pupil power directly invaded Shenong's mind. At this time, in Shenong's mind, he was sitting on the throne with wine and laughing. He was surrounded by a large number of servants, but in front of him was a group of cowering ministers. I think he is doing his dreams in illusion. Why the beauty of Konoha's tribute hasn't arrived yet? They are so unfavorable. It seems that they want to change their name, Shenong said lazily. At this time, Shenong had black hair, strong muscles and a gorgeous robe. My lord, I'll make arrangements right away, a minister stood up and said. And his appearance is actually Nagato. Looking at Nagato like this, Kuan Yu couldn't help but feel sick. He actually saw himself among these ministers, as well as Springs. Sir, don't worry, let me come. A familiar figure walked to Shenong's side. Enough, Kuan Yu shouted angrily. Suddenly everything around him was still. He didn't expect the fantasy of Shenlong to be so disgusting, even Conan. You should be sober, Kuan Yu's figure emerged. Shenong was shocked by the surrounding changes, as if everything was still, only he could move. Bang, everything around him was shattering, even Shenong's body. This made him a little scared. Who are you? But Kuan Yu's face was blurred, and he couldn't see Kuan Yu's face at all. The picture disappeared, and Shenong, who had changed back to his previous appearance, stood in the dark space with loss. What's wrong with me? Shenong is like waking up from a big dream. Illusion. The memory from before was still there, and he immediately understood his situation. It seems you are not stupid yet, Kuan Yu's figure resurfaced again. This time Shenong could clearly see Kuan Yu's face. Kuan Yu. Shenong was surprised. Don't kill me, I am willing to be loyal to you. Shenong suddenly knelt down. Being an illusion, he knew that Kuan Yu could kill him at any time, so he just knelt and surrendered. Dignity is useless in his eyes, only a chance is alive. Haha, it's useless, your thoughts are too dirty, but since you are still useful, let me change your damn thoughts, Kuan Yu said with a sneer. Then he slowly approached Shenong. Clear footsteps echoed in this space, but they seemed to hit Shenong's heart. Although Shenong didn't understand what Kuan Yu was going to do, it was definitely not a good thing. You. What are you going to do? No, don't you come here. Shenong looked at Kuan Yu's cold face with only fear in his heart, but he found that his body could not move at all. Your mind needs to be purified, distinguished heavenly gods. Do not. Kuan Yu, who had left the illusion, rubbed his eyes slightly, but this time there was no bleeding. It seems that the adaptability of these eyes has improved. After the discomfort disappeared, Kuan Yu looked at Shenong, who was still at a loss. Clatter! Kuan Yu snapped his fingers. Shenong's eyes quickly regained clarity. What's wrong with me? Shenong said in a puzzled manner. When he noticed the Kuan Yu in front of him. Master Kuan Yu. Why are you here? Shenong quickly stood up and said. Very well, come with me. Kuan Yu nodded in satisfaction. Although Shenong didn't know the situation, he still followed Kuan Yu obediently. The most important thing in his consciousness is to listen to Kuan Yu's words. As for the previous events, it seems that I can't remember it, but it is not important, as long as he can follow Master Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu almost obscured all his memories except for his own abilities. Only in this way can it be used by him, otherwise there is that kind of disgusting Shenong, and Kuan Yu just wants to kill him. Kuan Yu took Shenong to the rune room at the core of Sky City. I'll use this, Kuan Yu said, pointing to the rune pillar. Shenong nodded quickly. Then I'll leave it to you here. As for chakra, you ask for it, Kuan Yu said, pointing to Jifu who was lying on the ground. Saiken next to him was slightly curious about the people who came in. Hit my chakras idea again. Isobu opened his eyes and said. I know how to do it, Master Kuan Yu, Shenong said. He is not controlled, he still has the IQ he should have, and he has studied the control of Sky City many times. I'm giving you freedom, so you don't need to stay here anymore, Kuan Yu said to Jifu. It's not uncommon, it's nice here, and it's quiet, Jifu said disdainfully. You don't want to go out. Saiken doesn't want to go out for a walk. Kuan Yu looked at Saiken. It's okay to see, I don't know where this is yet, Saiken said with a cute flick of his tail. What's so beautiful? Isn't it in the sky? Jifu said nonchalantly. Don't be so lazy, or go for a walk. Take Saiken with you by the way, he is not familiar with it yet, Kuan Yu said. Saiken also nodded. The one it trusts most here is Isobu. Seeing it directly hugged Jifu, who was much smaller than him, and then stepped on its short legs, ready to go out. Are you bullying me younger than you? I tell you Saiken. Kuan Yu smiled softly, The tail beasts also had their own ideas, and Kuan Yu didn't want to restrict them unless it was necessary. Their power did not bring them much benefit, and some were just endless greed. In the silent and dark space, a footstep echoed in the corridor. Turning a corner, a figure is moving forward. The figure stopped in front of a doorway, then turned around and went in. This is a hall, and when you enter the hall, you are faced with a huge golem. And under the golem, there was a figure standing in front of a pair of open giant hands. Nagato. According to the news that never came, Kuan Yu and the others attacked Iwagakure, as if there had been a communication between the two sides, and he left afterwards, Conan said softly. The figure standing under the golem is Nagato. Nagato turned around. Under the red hair, Rinnegan was glowing. Assault Iwagakure? Didn't he always advertise peace? Nagato sneered. The specific reason is not clear, but despite the fierce fighting, no one seems to have died, Conan said. Of course Oyemu would not spread the matter out, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Huh, it's still so weak, Nagato was a little disdainful. Don't worry about what he does. Those two people are there now. Do they still have my leader in their eyes? Nagato's voice was angry. Conan was silent. Now she and Nagato are left in the base, only occasionally sending back information, but Obito disappears directly. Akatsuki, who used to be strong, went to the building in a blink of an eye. This made Conan also slightly disappointed. Even Nagato's actions were restricted by Kuan Yu. Maybe they are plotting something. Kuan Yu also said to be careful with them, Conan said. Of course I know that these two people have problems, and I don't need him to remind them. Nagato was even more angry when Conan mentioned Kuan Yu again. Actually, if you and Kuan Yu join forces, these questions, Conan said hesitantly. This is impossible. Why should I join hands with him? I have the strength to accomplish my goal. Nagato interrupted Conan directly. After Nagato's words were finished, there was silence again. His early experience made Nagato only believe in his own power. His goal was to scare the world, not Kuan Yu's kind of deterrence. Does Kuan Yu dare to destroy a village directly? I'm afraid it's his kind of personality that will kill a few people at most. Wait some time. Let's go to Cloud Shinobi Village. Nagato said in a low voice after considering it for a while. Cloud Shinobi Village, but Kuan Yu, Conan said in surprise. Don't pay attention to him, he really thinks he can restrain me. He is going to destroy Rain Shinobi Village, let him come, Nagato sneered. Will Kuan Yu act on Rain Shinobi Village because Nagato violated the agreement? Conan doesn't think Kuan Yu will do this. From the significance of his establishment of the Sky Council, it can be seen that Kuan Yu cannot directly destroy a village. Nagato also took advantage of this and wanted to go directly to Cloud Shinobi Village to capture 8 tails. But they have to collect all the tail beasts, and they can't get around Kuan Yu. After they want to come, there will still be a battle between Nagato and Kuan Yu. Conan sighed in his heart. She didn't feel too much dislike for Kuan Yu. When he was lurking in Akatsuki, he didn't hurt Nagato, and even helped Nagato recover. Conan didn't know how to describe Kuan Yu. When treating Nagato, he could easily get rid of the threat of Nagato. Moreover, in the face of Rinnegan's temptation, with Kuan Yu's strength at that time, Conan was basically not an opponent. But he didn't choose to do it, and she didn't know why. Maybe he has his persistence and belief in his heart, just like them. Nagato may also be because of this incident, so he did not reveal Kuan's identity, only that he defected. Maybe Nagato's heart is also complicated. After all, he believed in Kuan so much before. I see, Conan said softly. I hope that there will be no scenes where they and Kuan Yu want to fight to death. In Orochimaru's base, the other two of Akatsuki's organization are here. The news passed. Obito, who was still wearing a mask, said while watching Ju emerging from the ground. It's been passed, but you tell Nagato what's the use of these, said in a puzzled way. Kuan Yu went to Iwagakure and it had no effect on them. He didn't deliver any important news. Why did Obito ask him to say this? This is just to make Nagato understand that Kuan Yu has something to do. I think with his character, he might do it before one tail is resurrected, Obito said lightly. Obito and Ju do not know the agreement between Kuan Yu and Nagato. Although one tail has to wait for time to resurrect and Konoha's 9 tails are temporarily unable to move, they can still attack 8 tails. But after so long, Nagato still hasn't made any moves, which makes Obito a little dissatisfied. Once Nagato catches 8 tails, Izumi and Konoha will be faced afterwards, Obito said with a sneer. So that's the case, you are so insidious, Ju said with a smile. Obito's goal is to start a fight between the two again, so that they can take advantage of the fisherman's profit. However, I found a forest that suddenly appeared in the Kingdom of Wind, Depending on the situation, it should be wood style, suddenly said. Don't worry about it, after all. Gaara is still in the Sky Council. It is normal for Quan Yu to help the Kingdom of Wind create a forest, but he didn't expect him to do it leisurely, Obito said with disdain. Yes, but I still haven't found their base location, in case he just doesn't do anything, Ju said. Then let's come. I have many ways to make him have to appear in front of us, Obito said darkly. Obito is very confident about this, and he doesn't worry that Quan Yu will not come. Let's go and see Orochimaru's results. Without these, it would be useless for us to let Quan Yu come out. Obito stepped forward. On the other side, Orochimaru is listening to the letter's research report. There is no problem with the vital signs of the clone, but the speed of consciousness cultivation is too slow. In fact, the soul has already been involved in this, and the growth of consciousness also means the birth of the soul. How the soul is formed, Orochimaru is not clear. The soul seems to be automatically generated when consciousness is born, and the previous Sharingan made by itself is probably because of the soul, and it does not have the necessary abilities. This speed is too slow, Orochimaru said silently on his chin. There is no way, if they use illusion to fabricate memories for this level of them, their consciousness will not be able to bear it, Shin said in a deep voice. These clones have just given birth to consciousness, and too much memory will cause their consciousness to collapse. This is what he has experimented with. Is that so? Orochimaru also frowned slightly. He did it for the first time to cultivate consciousness, and he didn't have very good suggestions for it. Continue training first, and then try to implant memory in stages, which should make their consciousness grow faster, Orochimaru said. Consciousness growth and memory are inseparable, so he plans to do it in stages. Until the end, they opened their eyes with fierce memories. Understand, Shin said, bowing. Orochimaru's expression suddenly moved. It makes no sense for you to do this. The power of our Uchiha clan is not so easy to obtain. Obito's voice came in. Of course he knew that Orochimaru was studying Sharingan, but he didn't care, it was just a bunch of useless tissues. Whether it makes sense, I know it myself. What are you doing here? Orochimaru said with squinting eyes. Although they have already cooperated, he doesn't like other people gesticulating about what he is doing. Obito and Ju walked in. Of course, to see the power you have prepared for us. Oh, I can't wait, but I'm ready, Orochimaru smiled. Then he made several seals in his hands. Summoning technique. Bang, the smoke exploded, and a row of coffins emerged from the ground. Orochimaru stepped forward and touched a coffin. These are reincarnations made with the best sacrifices. I think you will be satisfied. Orochimaru stepped away, and all the coffin boards fell to the ground. And the things in the coffin also appeared in front of Obito's eyes, with bodies inside. Very good, Obito looked at the people in the coffins with satisfaction. But these are ordinary goods. When will the most important thing be handed over to me? Orochimaru said coldly. It's indeed ordinary goods, and it's a bit worse than Quan Yu's, Obito said lightly. Oh, he should have used something special as a sacrifice, but he used impure world reincarnation as well for summoning souls, and I can do it with the materials, Orochimaru said with disdain. Combining the information given to him by Ju, Orochimaru guessed that Quan Yu may have used a special thing as the carrier of his soul, so he could achieve that level. That's right, he will be very dissatisfied to use ordinary things to resurrect that adult, Obito said meaningfully. Hee. You still want Quan Yu to help you, it's probably impossible, Orochimaru said with a sneer. Nothing is impossible, I will let him give it to me willingly, Obito said coldly. Obito obviously had some plot, and Orochimaru was not surprised. Oh, is that so? I'm really curious what exactly he uses, it is so special, Orochimaru said thoughtfully. You will get it, even his body, I can give it to you, Obito said. Really, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. But I want to see if he will come back again, Orochimaru smiled. It depends on whether these things you make can perform their due ability. Obito looked at the figure in the coffin before him, his eyes narrowed. After confirming that Orochimaru had created what they needed, Obito Kazuzu left. Orochimaru-sama. Why do you want to cooperate with them? They don't seem to give anything, and their attitude is not very good, Shin said, bowing next to him. There are too many unknowns in this world, and sometimes it's a pleasure to participate. Otherwise no one appreciates the results of our research. It's not that there is a lot of meaning missing, Orochimaru said with a smile. The letter seems to understand but not to understand. Don't worry about these, step up research, otherwise we won't be able to catch up with the beginning of the good show, Orochimaru said in a deep voice. Yes, and Quan Yu is here. Itachi and Sasuke are also ready to set off. Look at Sasuke. If they agree, you can also weigh some conditions. You can agree to the less important ones, Kuan Yu told Itachi. Kuan Yu is very open about the conditions for cooperation, but it is not clear whether the other party will cooperate. According to his guess, there is a high probability of failure, but there is nothing wrong with trying. It's okay anyway. I see, I'm not a kid. Sasuke was a little upset on the side. Kuan Yu smiled and did not speak. This makes Sasuke even more unhappy. Gone. Sasuke jumped directly from the platform. I've passed too. Itachi smiled on his face and jumped down. Then the two figures slowly rose from a distance, and then quickly flew to the distance. Kuan Yu looked at the two Uchiha brothers who left, as if lost in thought. It seems that he hasn't seen his family for a long time, and he doesn't know how they are now. Kuan Yu shook his head and left here. Before the matter was finished, it was not appropriate to see them. His current status was different. Then he came to the garden. Saiken was sitting on the ground, listening to Jongo talking to it. Although Saiken didn't know how long he had lived, he still had the same mind as a child, and Shigeo was also simple in mind, and they soon got together. Except for Isofu, who was placed next to Saiken, Saiken was not allowed to touch Shigego's body. Shigego is easily maddened by the chakra of the tail beast, but this does not affect the communication between them. Kuan Yu glanced twice and left here. He still has to cultivate, and the 4th level is activated, but the fire attribute is slow. So he decided to study the hydration of the water moon first, and convert the water attribute into the bloodline limit. Anyway, there is a real-life specimen of Shueui. It's okay to study it more. It's better than cultivating by yourself. Time slowly passed, and Itachi and Sasuke also returned. Sure enough, as Kuan Yu thought, Terumi Mei did not agree with Kuan Yu's alliance. Although Itachi and Sasuke showed considerable power, Kuan Yu also took out 2 tail beasts as a bargaining chip. But the other party still did not agree. After all, their water country has always been relatively exclusive, and even if Terumi Mei's heart beats, he still has to consider the impact. Moreover, the previous generation of Mizukage had too much influence on Kirigakure, severely weakening their strength. They are also afraid that the Heikuan Yu alliance will cause some changes to Kirigakure, and now they are just Ishin trying to stabilize their own internals. At the same time, they actually asked Kuan Yu to make a request, saying that he wanted to get back the 2 tail beasts. Of course, this was only after seeing the power of Itachi and Sasuke, otherwise it would be a blatant threat. Of course, Itachi would not agree, and finally broke up unhappy. After Kuan Yu listened to Itachi's report, he didn't pay much attention. He was waiting for an opportunity, after which they would inevitably move closer to him. At that time, it was not they who made the conditions, but Kuan Yu made the conditions to them. We don't seem to be popular, and the major countries will not give up their own interests, Itachi said. Except for the Kingdom of Wind, it was indeed because Kuan Yunong was of great help to them that he chose to cooperate with Kuan Yu. And this is still under the condition that Kuan Yu doesn't require much. That's because they haven't realized the danger, thinking that no one can threaten them, Kuan Yu said with a smile. If Kuan Yu plays again after Nagato has attacked Konoha, the effect will be different. It's just that Kuan Yu is not so cruel. Don't worry about them, since big countries can't do it, we can also start with small countries, Kuan Yu continued. Small country? Itachi was slightly puzzled. Yes, Shenong, drive the Sky City to the Iron Kingdom, Kuan Yu gave the order. Yes, Shenong stood up from the side. Iron Country. You are going to win over those samurai, Itachi said in surprise. Yes, the Iron Nation is neutral, and our philosophy does not conflict with them. Of course it is the best choice, Kuan Yu said. Since these big countries are not willing to cooperate, choose small countries, and the strongest of the small countries is the Iron Country. Their lower-level power is too lacking, and it would be better if the warriors of the Iron Kingdom could join them directly. After Quan left Shao, now they don't even have a source of intelligence. I don't know a lot of information in the ninja world, and there is no way they are too few. Kabuto, an intelligence officer, Kuan Yu dare not let it out casually. It's really suitable. It's best to recruit some people. Our city is not used at all. Itachi nodded and said. I think so too, but let's not talk about this for now. There is something I want you to see, Kuan Yu said mysteriously. Oh, what is it? Itachi was also very curious. He didn't seem to need anything right now. I won't say anything, you've seen it only after deciding whether to take it or not. Then Kuan Yu brought a curious Itachi to Kabuto's laboratory. Master Kuan Yu was busy with Kabuto, and noticed Kuan Yu and Itachi who came in. Show Itachi what we prepared for him, Kuan Yu said. Okay, Kabuto nodded and said. Then Kabuto took the two to a room. I saw a small meatball floating in a cultivation room. This is. Itachi was a little surprised. This is the body I prepared for you. After Kabuto's laboratory has the conditions, I let him start preparing, but it's not mature yet. I brought you here to ask your opinion, Kuan Yu said. The first method? Since it is Kuan Yu's request. No, it's a real resurrection. This is a clone made by your body cells. There is no difference in principle, and I now have the ability to transfer your soul, Kuan Yu said. That's right. Kuan Yu just wanted to use his small space to fit Itachi's soul into this body, so as to realize the resurrection. After all, Itachi's body is not with him, so Kabuto can only clone one. This. Itachi hesitated. If my soul enters this body, will it not be able to exert the strength that appears? Itachi asked. It should be. After all, Mangekyo Sharingan is special. This body can only enable you to turn on 3 Tomo Sharingan at best. Kuan Yu remembered that after Madara was resurrected, Rinnegan shattered directly, and it was impossible to start Mangekyo again if it came to Itachi, otherwise this Mangekyo would be too cheap. Itachi wanted to say something, but Kuan Yu spoke. Kabuto, you go down first, Kuan Yu said. Yes, Kabuto turned around and went out, carefully closing the door for the two of them. I know what you were worried about. We don't lack your power now, and you should still have a pair of Mangekyo in your hands, Kuan Yu said with a smile. How could Kuan Yu know about it? Don't be surprised, you didn't know that I knew a lot of secrets, Kuan Yu said. After a long silence, Itachi exhaled. Yes, those are my father's eyes, Itachi said in a low voice, his eyes a little dazed, as if lost in memory. I don't know what you thought at the beginning. There are obviously 3 pairs of Mangekyo, who are completely capable of directly changing Konoha, but I don't want to hurt Konoha. My father's ability allows me to see the future, Itachi said. This is a memory he doesn't want to recall. Future? Kuan Yu's mouth showed disdain. If you can use your father's eyes to see my future. Kuan Yu doesn't believe Sharingan has this ability. Even if there is, it is a simulated future based on the situation at the time. Although it may happen, it does not necessarily happen. After Sharingan evolves into Mangekyo, the abilities acquired are based on the strongest expectations of the owner. It feels like a dream realizer. As the patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku is most worried about the future of the family, so he has evolved a similar ability to see the future. But that may be essentially a kind of illusion, based on one's own situation and various information, a kind of illusion of the future. I need to think about it, Itachi said with a low expression. No problem, you think about it clearly, you can come to me at any time, even if you refuse it, it doesn't matter. No matter what choice Itachi makes, he will respect it. But he was also curious, what would happen if Itachi fitted his father's eyes? Can the eternal Mangekyo be opened? Kuan Yu shook his head, he couldn't say that. After Itachi left, Kuan Yuya Kabuto turned around and came to a room. 2 glass containers with light green liquid are placed here, and inside are Gaara and Bai's bodies. Now that he can transfer the soul, he will try to restore the vitality of the 2 bodies. Kuan Yu pressed his hand on the white container, and then Kuan Yu's body slowly disappeared, and finally the white container also disappeared. Then Kuan Yu appeared here for an instant, and Bai's body was put into the space by him. He still needs some preparations before he can start to regain his white body. In the garden, Kuan Yu's body appeared instantly. Gifu, do me a favor, Kuan Yu said directly to Gifu, ignoring Shigeo's surprise. You guys are pumping and smoking Tenten, why don't you find Seiken? Isofu said silently. Don't think about it. Kuan Yu wants to smoke its chakra again. I can too, Seiken said directly after hearing the sound. Anyway, just smoke some chakra, and it won't take long to recover. Thank you, Seiken, Kuan Yu said with a smile. You're welcome. How can I give it to you? Seiken said dumbly. Wait when I enter my space. Kuan Yu stretched out his hand to Seiken. Seiken hesitated and put his hand on Kuan Yu's. Then Kuan Yu and Seiken disappeared instantly. Gifu was not surprised, he had seen it before Kuan Yu entered the space for cultivation. Kuan Yu took Seiken into the space, which was even smaller because of the container. Seiken was a little curious when he came for the first time. As soon as Kuan Yu beckoned, Bai's body directly penetrated the container and suspended in the air. Then Kuan Yu waved his hand and moved the container out of the space, but Gifu outside was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the container. Seiken, I'm going to start, Kuan Yu reminded, and then slightly squeezed its small hand. Seiken nodded. Although it doesn't know what Kuan Yu is going to do, it only needs to provide chakra. Kuan Yu took a deep breath, and his black eyes turned directly into blue 10-star eyes. Recover, with Kuan Yu's control, Bai's body began to change, and it could be vaguely seen that the previous wound was healing quickly. Sure enough, in this space, as long as Quan Yu thinks, he can do anything, the only problem is consumption. The yin and yang escape in Quan Yu's eyes was being quickly consumed, and it was completely consumed in a blink of an eye. Although he still had it in his body, he didn't do that, instead he started to absorb Seiken's yin and yang escape to supplement it. If the yin and yang escape in his body is absorbed too much, it will damage the body. Anyway, there are tail beasts, and their yin and yang escape are completely enough. Seiken's yin and yang escape was absorbed by Quan Yu, then transformed into the eyes of the blue 10 stars, and was quickly consumed. And the white face also began to appear bloody, and the body was gradually rejuvenating. Fortunately, this was not creating a body, otherwise the consumption would be even more terrifying. Soon Quan Yu observed that the blood in Bai's body began to flow, and finally his heart began to beat. Successful, Quan Yu's face was full of joy. Bai's body was completely restored, except that there was no soul. Is she resurrected? No, she doesn't seem to have a soul. Seiken said ignorantly. The peculiar ability of the tail beast can make Zeiken feel this body change. Yes, I will transfer Bai's soul in later, so that she will really be resurrected, Quan Yu said with a smile. Isn't it bad to be like us? Why do you want to return to the original body? Seiken said puzzledly. It's different, only in this way can we be individuals, Quan Yu said with deep eyes. I don't understand, Seiken shook his head and said. I can do everything in this space, and I can let you try a little bit of what it feels like to be a human, Quan Yu smiled mysteriously. Then, Seiken found himself growing taller. It looked at its body curiously. It didn't feel that Quan Yu was malicious, so it didn't resist. Gradually it discovered that it had become a human body. Seiken looked at his hands and feet in disbelief, and touched his clothes. It feels that its physical appearance has changed, and it is essentially a tail beast. Yeah, it made a surprised sound in its mouth, which was very crisp. And it looks like a cute little girl, so cute that she doesn't look like a real person. This is how Quan Yu helped Seiken sculpt some anime characters he saw in his previous life. Is this how humans feel? Curiously, Seiken opened his mouth and touched it. It felt that there was something more here. It's just here, I can do it. Although I have helped you solidify chakra, you will still be restored to the original state after you go out, Quan Yu said. He wanted to transform the tail beast into a human form, but he knew too little about the tail beast. In case of change, the gains outweigh the gains. Oh, Seiken didn't feel disappointed either, he was just curious about how it feels to be a human. I'll take you out. Quan Yu took up Seiken's hand and went out of space directly. Come out. Hey, Seiken, you are. Jifu looked at the girl next to Quan Yu in shock. It can feel that this is Seiken, but how did it become like a human being? Quan Yu helped me change it, and I will be able to recover later, Seiken said crisply. Both Shigego and Jifu's jaws were stunned, and it is possible that only Quan Yu's brain can think of turning the tail beast into a human. This simply subverted their imagination. Jifu was speechless. At the same time it was thinking about when he also went to Quan Yu to try it, it didn't affect anything anyway. Just as it was thinking, Seiken's human form began to shrink, his appearance was also changing, and finally it became what it was before. Unexpectedly, I only insisted on this for a while, Quan Yu thought with surprise. Seiken looked at his body again. It's back, it's funny, Seiken said. Actually, you are also composed of chakra in essence, you can try to practice and change your appearance by yourself, Quan Yu said. Just like Itachi, he can now control his body into something else. Forget it, I don't have this thought, Jifu said disdainfully. Well, you guys are free, I just make a suggestion, Quan Yu doesn't matter. The tail beasts have lived for so long, and their personality has not changed. This may have something to do with them. If they don't become humanoids, they will change. I have important things to work on, so I'll leave first. Quan Yu dashed away after speaking. Bai's body has recovered, and it's time for her to be truly resurrected. Bai, I can revive you. Quan Yu found Bai who was cooking food in the kitchen. A slight surprise appeared on the white face, stopped what was in his hands, and looked at Quan Yu, who hurriedly ran over. Don't you need to wait later? Bai asked in surprise. Quan Yu told her that resurrection requires a certain ability, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. Although there are some tricks, this is indeed a real resurrection, Quan Yu said with a smile. The condition for resurrection is to summon Bai's soul, a complete body, and Quan Yu's ability to use space to transfer the soul in. Compared with Nagato's revolving heaven technique, it is a lot more complicated, but the price paid is a lot less. Really, Bai said with a smile. Actually, after my eyes evolved, I have this conjecture. Until just now, I have restored your body. Now I only need to transfer your soul into it, Kuan Yu said. Actually, I can still wait for a while. After the resurrection, maybe I will be able to help you, Bai said worriedly. If she is resurrected, she will not have the undead body now, and the strong enough chakra, her strength will drop very much. In addition, there are not many people who can use Kuan Yu now, and she has this kind of worry. You don't need to worry about these, come with me. Kuan Yu grabbed Bai's hand directly, and disappeared to the spot in an instant. Without real physical pain, Kuan Yu has experienced it personally. Bai died of himself, and he didn't want Bai to continue to suffer this kind of pain. After entering the space, Bai looked at his body floating in this small space in surprise. With the help of the power of the tail beast and the ability of space, I revived this body, and now I am leaving your soul, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Kuan Yu didn't change Bai's body, just let this body resuscitate. All the substances are there for nothing, and I don't worry that this body can't adapt to the rules of the real world. Now that everything is ready, Kuan Yu looks at Bai. I started, yeah, by this time, Bai didn't say anything. Kuan Yu really wanted to bring her back to life. Soul pull away, Kuan Yu grabbed Bai Lincoln. Bai felt a sense of withdrawal, but she did not resist. Then her consciousness became blurred. A light blue ball of light floated out of Bai's body. The reason for this color is because Bai's soul also has some chakra attached to it. It is also the first time Kuan Yu has seen this form of soul, and chakra will actually attach to the soul. As for Bai's body before, it retracted quickly, turning into a group of yin-yang dun and chakra. Without Bai's soul, these chakras and yin-yang dun could no longer maintain their previous state, and Kuan Yu didn't care about them. Enter Kuan Yu manipulated Bai's soul into her original body. I saw a light blue ball of light quickly entered her forehead. Fusion, just letting the soul enter the body. Kuan Yu was not worried enough, so he added an instruction. Kuan Yu's yin and yang escape was slightly consumed, and this level of yin and yang escape could not consume too much of his yin and yang. When everything was over, the white eyelashes flicked twice, and his breathing became stronger. Bai's eyes slowly opened, and then he saw Kuan Yu with a smile on his face. She looked down at her hands and shook hands. Such a real feeling, she is really resurrected. How about it? Are there any questions? Kuan Yu asked nervously. After all, his method of resurrection was pieced together, not directly resurrected. No problem. I can feel that I have really come alive, Bai said with a smile. Kuan Yu breathed a sigh of relief when Bai said this. Although he didn't think there would be any problems, but seeing that there was nothing unusual in Bai, he was relieved. The rules in my space are different, now let's go outside and try. This is the last step. Although Kuan Yu believes in the ability of his own space, who knows if other things will happen after going out. White nodded. Then Kuan Yu took Bai's hand, so that after Bai had a problem, she could quickly move her back into the space. Bai felt the temperature of Kuan Yu's palm and blushed slightly. This kind of real feeling made her very comfortable. Then Kuan Yu and Bai disappeared in this space. After coming out, Bai Weiwei felt a little discomfort, but soon recovered. How about it, is there a problem? Kuan Yu said nervously while looking at the slightly frowning brows. I didn't get used to it a little bit, but it's gone now, Bai said with a smile before turning his eyes. Haha, I know it's okay. The resurrection is no longer the patent of some people, Kuan Yu said with a big smile. Generally speaking, it seems that only Rinnegan has the ability to resurrect people. Rinnegan seems to be born with the ability to control the soul. In the original work, when Nagato used the wheel revolving heaven to give birth, the demon god summoned by Hell Road directly spit out a large amount of soul, resurrecting the people who had died before Konoha. Kuan Yu guessed that Rinnegan may have something to do with the Pure Land where the soul is stored. And these people have just died, so Nagato can resurrect so many people at once. Reminiscent of the person Rinnegan originally owned, Kuan Yu had some speculations about the Pure Land. However, it seems that the unrestricted use of this ability will cause problems, Bai said worriedly. Yes, although I have this ability, I don't use it casually, otherwise some people may have to come to trouble, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Resurrection does not need a price, Kuan Yu doesn't have much leisure to help others resurrect. But now he can't control so much, people close to him must be resurrected. Okay, don't worry, feel the feeling of being alive, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Yeah, Bai smiled and nodded. Kuan Yu has his ideas, and all she can do is to firmly support Kuan Yu. As for not cutting the Lord again, Bai's heart is silent. It may be a pain for him to live. He who has lost everything may not want to be resurrected. After that, Kuan Yu didn't bother Bai anymore. She just resurrected and needed to adjust to her current body. He went on to find another resurrected object, Gaara. What's the matter? Gaara said as she looked at Kuan Yu, who came in. I have been resurrected, but I am a little hesitant about your resurrection, Kuan Yu said directly to Gaara without going around. Resurrection. Gaara was surprised. He clearly understood that Kuan Yu mentioned this matter to him, which meant that it was a real resurrection. Kuan Yu was able to do it so quickly. Yes, the real resurrection, but after your resurrection. Kuan Yu did not finish, but looked at Gaara with a smile. Gaara is silent. He can barely be considered a member of the Sky Council now. Once resurrected, he didn't know whether to stay here or return to Sanagakure. And Kuan Yu helped him resurrect, and he also needed to pay something if he wanted to. If he left here, it would be of no benefit to Kuan Yu, and he knew too much information about the Sky Council. Although Yi Kuan Yu's character would not do anything, he really didn't know how to repay the price. What do you have? Gaara asked. Then I'll just say it straight. I hope you can return to Sanagakure and continue to serve as Fengying, and deepen the connection between the Sky Council and Sanagakure. I hope they can completely stand on my side, Kuan Yu said with a smile. This is not something I can control, Gaara whispered. And my condition is not now, and the thing that I can resurrect people cannot be exposed now, so I still need to wrong you for a while. Kuan Yu is not ready to resurrect Gaara now, their strength and influence have not yet developed, and the resurrection is too much to be watched. He doesn't want to hurt people who are related to him. When he is fully grown up, there is no need to worry about these problems. Gaara was silent. Kuan Yu had already treated him very preferentially. Kuan Yu could conceal this kind of thing first, but he still chose to tell himself in advance. But he hasn't made any contribution yet. I see, whether Sanagakure agrees or not, I will be on your side, Gaara made his promise. It's enough to have you. I will resurrect you at the right time. This time shouldn't be very long, Kuan Yu said with squinting eyes. Kuan Yu has a hunch that some people may not wait for the resurrection of one tail before they can do it. Once they are blocked by Kuan Yu, they will summon someone out regardless of the cost. That was the time to show the Sky Council. At this stage, he still needs to accumulate strength until some people jump out, and then Kuan Yu will teach them a profound lesson. As for killing them, Kuan Yu felt a little unrealistic. These people are not only resistant to fights and buildups, but they also have first-class escape ability. Now Kuan Yu is not sure to keep them. After greeting Gaara, Kuan Yu left again. The city in the sky is now flying towards the country of iron. For the rest of the time, Kuan Yu decided to practice first. But when he entered the space again, he found that the yin and yang that had previously constituted Bai's body were missing for some reason. What's the matter? With such a large space, it is impossible to escape from this space even if it is spilled. Why is there no shortage of chakra? Kuan Yu asked a question mark in his head. Kuan Yu scanned the space carefully, but did not notice any changes. He touched his head and just waited there. He wanted to see how yin and yang escape was reduced. As time passed, yin-yang dun and chakra were still condensed in the air, and there was no change. But Kuan Yu still found a difference. It's reduced. What's the matter? How can it be reduced without any signs? Kuan Yu was a little shocked. Even in the outside world, it will only escape, but signs can still be seen. And there is no reason to reduce it. Even if he is the master of this space, he doesn't know the reason. He can only change everything in this space according to his own wishes. Kuan Yu, who had been observing for a long time, still didn't find anything, but yin-yang escape was still declining. In the end, he also gave up and went directly to cultivation. Anyway, he doesn't care about these yin and yang escapes, just how they disappear. After Kuan Yu practiced for a long time, yin and yang escape finally disappeared completely, and only a group of chakra remained there, floating there. Kuan Yu, who had stopped practicing, looked at this chakra and fell into deep thought. Am I missing something? Kuan Yu felt that some changes had taken place in this space. Kuan Yu began to scan the entire space again, and finally made him discover the difference. Kuan Yu's expression was a little shaken. It has become bigger, and the space has actually become bigger. Kuan Yu couldn't believe it, but the change was so small for the entire space that Kuan Yu didn't notice it at all. Kuan Yu didn't notice a change until these yin and yang escapes were completely consumed. It turns out that my space can really become bigger, but the consumption of yin and yang is too exaggerated, Kuan Yu muttered to himself. He doesn't care about how the space can become bigger, and what it can do if it becomes bigger. The function is not the same. Moreover, it also consumes a lot of yin and yang escape, which is of little use to the current Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu thought for a while, and then left. Even though he has tailed beasts, he can't always smoke their yin and yang escape. To restore the yin and yang escape, it still takes them a certain amount of time. This is not an ordinary chakra. Besides, Kuan Yu doesn't need so much space. After coming out, Kuan Yu found Shueui again and began to study hydration, which is still the most important practice. After this period of cultivation, he felt that he had reached a point. The secret of hydration is not actually turning oneself into water, but transforming the body into a form similar to water-style chakra, the essence of which is the original body. That is to say, when the water attribute reaches a certain level, it has a strong fusion power, and then the body is completely dissolved in the chakra. Once that state is lifted, the body will become the same. But even after understanding this, it is still very difficult to cultivate. Kuan Yu and Shui Yu sat facing each other, but surrounded by a large number of Kuan Yu shadow clone, they were closing their eyes to practice. I have told you what I can tell you, you can't master, and I can't help, Shueui said helplessly. Although Shueui has seen Kuan Yu's cultivation methods, he still feels very perverted. Before that, because of Kuan Yu's unique training method, he also went to Sasuke to learn shadow clone. But not only did he not have enough chakra, he couldn't tell that many, but the training memories of 2 shadow clones made him choking. He never tried again after that. And because of the complete integration of Tensigun, Kuan Yu has stronger mental endurance and can separate more clones for cultivation. Well, almost. I feel that I have made some progress, but it will take some time to reach your level, Kuan Yu said. Really pervert. How long is this? Shueui thought in her heart. However, he has seen a lot of various heaven-defying abilities of Kuan Yu, which is not surprising. Kuan Yu raised his hand, and then a stream of water emerged from it and wrapped his hand. Kuan Yu's hand became slightly transparent in the water flow, as if it was about to disappear. It seemed that he was about to succeed, but in fact, there was still quite a distance. Master Kuan Yu, the country of iron is here, Shenong came to report. The moving speed of the Sky City is not fast, after all, such a large sky fortress, it is impossible to move too fast. And a lot of chakra is consumed by moving. Very well, inform Gaara, Itachi, and Sasuke, we need to go down, Kuan Yu nodded and said. Yes, after receiving the news, Gaara, Itachi, and Sasuke rushed over immediately. Let's go, I will take you down, Kuan Yu said. In order to show his strength, he brought all the main combat power of the Sky Council. Kuan Yu came to the edge of the platform and took out a handful of kunai, and shot directly to the ground. Kuwu was constantly falling in Kuan Yu's vision, and soon approached the ground. Then it plunged into a piece of ground buried by snow. A blizzard was blowing below and it was not suitable for flying, so Kuan Yu used Flying Thunder God to take others down. The weather in the Iron Kingdom is too bad, which is why they can't develop. At the same time, they also exercised their tenacity due to the harsh environment and became a rich place for samurai. Kuan Yu, Itachi and others appeared on the ground instantly. The oncoming wind and snow constantly attacked their bodies, making people unable to open their eyes. Shaping, a chakra wave spread from Kuan Yu, and a cover spread out instantly, blocking the wind and snow. If you look closely, there is still a continuous movement of wind on the cover. As soon as the snowflakes outside touched it, they bounced off and shattered, and the gust of wind was blocked. The inside of the shield became calm. Let's go. Here is still some distance from their fortress, Kuan Yu said. Everyone nodded. The cold wind mixed with heavy snow, blowing constantly. A huge black shadow appeared in the wind and snow. If you look closely, it is a fortress made of stacked rocks. The wind and snow roared, but it couldn't shake this hard fortress. The sky is a bit gloomy, and there is a light on a gap in the fortress wall, shining in this world of ice and snow. It seemed to bring a little warmth to this icy world. This damn ghost weather, a warrior in armor is constantly rubbing his hands against the fire. Yes, it's rare to see such a big snow. A samurai next to him picked up a small pot and took a sip. Hey, the captain will give me a sip, it's too cold. The previous samurai leaned over and looked at the little pot with greedy eyes. Hee, take it, don't finish drinking, leave me a couple of sips. The captain of the samurai handed the small pot to the samurai. Knowing that, the samurai hurriedly took it, and then took a sip fiercely. The captain of the samurai shook his head. I'm going to patrol outside. The captain stood up and fetched a full cover helmet. In order to face the wind and snow, their helmet styles are all like this. Captain, you are too careful. How could there be someone outside in this kind of weather? The samurai holding the hip flask said indifferently. This is our duty. Wait for you to go out, otherwise you think my wine is so good. The captain opened the thick curtain, and a gust of wind and snow flew in directly, causing the flames in the room to flicker. Got it. The name shrank and said helplessly. A smile appeared on the face under the helmet of the samurai captain, and then he went straight out and entered the snowy world. Oh, it's damn weather, or hello. The samurai in the room looked at the hip flask in his hand, and suddenly smiled again. Then he took another sip. But before he could drink into his stomach, the curtain was opened again. Don't drink. Someone is coming from outside. Hurry up and inform Master Mifune that it is not easy to come this time. This person is the captain who just went out. Cough cough, I'll go right away. The samurai in the room was choked by alcohol, but still said. It is certainly not a simple figure to be here at this time, and he also understands the urgency of the matter. The captain of the samurai went out again after finishing his command. The samurai inside also hurriedly put on his helmet and ran into the fortress connected to the room. Outside, the captain of the samurai looked at the flashing flames in the distance, and his expression was solemn. I said, Kuan Yu, did you mean it? It's so cold, don't you remind me? Despite what Sasuke said, his body still leaned towards Kuan Yu. Sasuke held his hands, the outer robe of the Sky Council was wrapped tightly by him, and the kabuto hat was also put on. I saw Kuan Yu, who also wears a kabuto hat, dragging a fireball in his hand and walking slowly, leaving shallow footprints on the snow. Itachi and Gaara walked behind Kuan Yu, and they didn't react to the cold. I didn't pay attention, mainly because we were not afraid of the cold, so we forgot about you, Kuan Yu said. With the ability to shape, he can use multiple chakras at the same time. Creating a flame to warm Sasuke is just a small matter. Sasuke wanted to say something, but Kuan Yu spoke again. It's coming soon, the other party has found us. Sasuke gritted his teeth after hearing it. Forget it, my lord doesn't care about you. After a while, several figures quickly approached Kuan Yu and them. I saw that they all wore thick cloaks to wrap themselves tightly. Who are you? Came the vague voice. Okazuki, don't you know me? Although my appearance has changed a little, Kuan Yu took off the kabuto cap, and the voice was heard clearly, even if the snowstorm couldn't stop him. The headed samurai frowned and looked at the appearance of Kuan Yu in the shield. He was a little puzzled. This person's face was a bit familiar, but why he couldn't remember it. It seems that you have forgotten me, so you might know who I am, Kuan Yu smiled, then raised his hand to cover one eye. This is. Chongzuki was even more puzzled. But looking at Kuan Yu's face and the covered eyes, he seemed to think of something. Cannot help but stare wide. Kuan Yu, Chongzuki exclaimed. I can't help but Chongji is not surprised. The news he has recently learned is that Kuan Yu attacked Konoha. How could such a dangerous person come to the country of iron? Yes, I'm here to discuss something with Master Mifune. Why? Not welcome, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Aksuke hesitated when I heard Kuan Yu's words, and then gave an order to a samurai next to him. The samurai nodded and left quickly. Everyone, please follow me. Okazuki reached out his hand in an inviting gesture. No matter what purpose Kuan Yu came here for, there is no need for them to conflict now. Everything must be decided by Lord Mifune, he can't handle this kind of thing. Kuan Yu smiled slightly, and the scope of the shield instantly expanded, enveloping Chongzuki and others in an instant. Chongzuki's body shook, so powerful chakra control ability. They actually wrapped them in before they reacted. The samurai behind him was also nervous, thinking that Kuan Yu was going to do something. Don't be nervous, this is not the ability to attack, let's go. Kuan Yu walked directly forward, and the shield also moved. Doing so is to express that they are just a friendly visit. Aksuke could also feel that this ninjutsu was not threatening, so he stepped forward to lead the way and led Kuan Yu and others into the fortress. After entering the fortress, Kuan Yu put away the shield, and the flame in his hand disappeared. Master Kuan Yu, I don't know what to do if you come here. Sanchuan was already waiting there when Kuan Yu came in, and he saluted Kuan Yu. Mifune-sama, I can't bear your name, no matter what, I have learned swordsmanship from you for a while. Kuan Yu hurriedly jumped and waved his hand. Hearing Kuan Yu's words, Sanchuan also smiled, and it seemed that Kuan Yu was still taking into account the affection of the year. You are also the leader of a party now, so you should be called this way. The name of the Sky Council is like a thunderous ear, Mifune said with a smile. Where, people treat my Sky Council as a joke, Kuan Yu smiled. Haha, Mifune smiled. Although Kuan Yu's Sky Council seems to be a joke-like organization, his strength is worthy of attention. After all, it is not something ordinary people can do to threat Konoha by one person. You shouldn't come to visit me this time, Mifune said while looking at Kuan Yu and Sasuke behind him. Can I go in and discuss in detail, Kuan Yu said after looking around. Sorry, I'm negligent, please, Mifune stretched out his hand. Everyone soon came to a conference room. Kuan Yu and Sanchuan were sitting opposite each other, 2 cups of hot tea swirling around the green smoke. Behind Chuan Yu stood Sasuke and the others, and there were also 2 guards behind the 3 ships, as if they were about to negotiate. Master Mifune, we are also acquaintances, and I am not going around. This time I am here to discuss with you the Iron Kingdom to join the Sky Council, Kuan Yu said directly. Mitsune frowned, and as expected, Kuan Yu wanted to win over the Iron Country. Although he had already guessed, Kuan Yu's words still made his heart sink. Our Iron Country is a neutral country and will not join any forces, Mikun said in a deep voice. Our Sky Council is also neutral and will not interfere with other countries, Kuan Yu said with a smile. But other countries will not allow you to develop. Of course, Mifune knows the significance of the establishment of the Sky Council. They also have to have this ability, and we have reached an alliance with a country, Kuan Yu said. Alliance? Mifune was surprised that there would be a country that agreed to Kuan Yu's request. Which country is this? Kuan Yu mentioned that this must not be a small country. Konoha? No, it's impossible. Who can it be? But this is them, not our Iron Country's choice, Mifune said solemnly. Since a country has joined, it proves that Kuan Yu's Sky Council is not a joke. And they must have considerable strength. But Mifune was still ready to refuse, and the samurai didn't want to participate in the dispute. Don't be too busy to refuse. Let me talk about my conditions first, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Please speak, Mifune hesitated and said. First, we will not take the initiative to provoke a war. The goal is to stop it. I think this should not conflict with the Iron Country, Kuan Yu said. 3 boats nodded. The reason why the Iron Nation remains neutral is because their power is not strong, and the other is their identity. Second, we can provide military assistance to the Iron Nation. I think the position of the samurai is also quite embarrassing, Kuan Yu said. Now is the world of ninjas. Samurai used to stand on the top of the world, but was later replaced by the powerful ninja of the master. The samurai wanted to develop, and almost every country would not allow it, so they had to remain neutral. Mifune was silent. Why didn't he understand the awkward position of the samurai, but this couldn't be solved by Kuan Yu. Third, I can surrender the breathing method that I practiced, which is inherited by the samurai, and I could be considered a samurai, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Mifune's expression was shocked. Kuan Yu's own technique was definitely not simple. And he had also seen Kuan Yu's sword technique. Kuan Yu said so. Undoubtedly this technique is very suitable for samurai. Mifune's face changed and changed. Looking at it this way, it would be great for them to join the Sky Council, but there are some things that can't be understood in this way. Mifune was silent. Although the Sky Parliament is powerful, once the power of their organization is exposed to all countries, they will undoubtedly be boycotted by all countries. And if they join the Iron Nation, they will break the existing neutrality and bring the destiny of the Iron Nation to the unknown. I can't agree, Mikan said in a deep voice. Kuan Yu's expression remained unchanged, and it was not that simple to convince Mifune. He didn't expect the previous conditions to impress Mitsubaya. Then I said that a major change in the ninja world is about to happen, and all peace will be broken. Even the Iron Kingdom is no exception. Can this not change your mind? Kuan Yu said with a smile. Mifune's expression changed, and the ninja world had been peaceful for a long time. Although there were frictions between countries, they still maintained relative restraint on the whole. Kuan Yu. What do you mean by these words? Mishwan was a little discolored. The next thing I'm talking about. Please don't tell Master Mifune, Kuan Yu said, taking a look at Okazuki and another guard behind Mifune. They are all my confidants and can be trusted, Mifune noticed Kuan Yu's gaze. Okay. Kuan Yu didn't care either. Akatsuki organization, Master Mifune should know, Kuan Yu said. I have indeed heard of this organization, but there is very little information about it, Mifune said in confusion. Akatsuki's actions have not yet been fully exposed, and it is normal for Mifune to not understand. Some time ago, we united with Konoha to prevent them from destroying Konoha. This used almost all the top combat power of our 2 sides. Although we prevented it, we simply couldn't do anything about the opponent's leader, Kuan Yu solemnly said. Hearing Kuan Yu's words, Sasuke's mouth showed disdain. This Kuan Yu is ready to fool people. What? You said that the previous battle in the Country of Fire was organized by you and Akatsuki. Is Akatsuki really so strong? Mifune was surprised. Couldn't the power of Konoha and the Sky Council be able to stop this Akatsuki? Mifune had doubts about this. Yes, I didn't expect you to have a good news, Kuan Yu said with a smile. How can you not pay attention to such a big battle fluctuation, Mifune said with a frown. Do you know why there is no news? It is because we agreed with Shao that we can't do it for a period of time, and the condition is that we can't spread the news, Kuan Yu said. Furthermore, they have mastered more than half of the tail beasts. I think you should understand what will happen next. What? How is this possible? Why didn't I get the news? Mifune stood up in shock. Tailed beast. This is an important war weapon of various countries, and it has been known to have so many. If this is the case, then Kuan Yu's statement is very credible. Do you think they will take the initiative to expose this matter? Once it is known to other countries, what will be the consequences? Kuan Yu said lightly. Akatsuki did it secretly enough, and the countries did not trust each other, causing this news to be concealed to this day. Mifune's eyes flickered, but he quickly calmed down. Why did you choose us? He said, sitting down. I want to unite with other big countries, but they seem to ignore us, so. Kuan Yu smiled. But you can tell all countries and let them do something, Mifune said, staring at Kuan Yu. He couldn't figure out why Kuan Yu had to conceal the news under such circumstances. Master Mifune, this is not good for us. If they agree with us, I can do it. As for the others, I'm sorry, I am not a saint, Kuan Yu said disdainfully. Telling these people what's the use? Maybe someone is called out in advance, which directly breaks Kuan Yu's plan to delay time. Mifune was silent again, and Kuan Yu had his demands, which was understandable. But just let Akatsuki continue to develop? Is Kuan Yu not afraid of accidents? What are your plans? Mifune asked. Combine all the forces that can be united to delay Xiao's actions. This is currently the case. As for the future, if you join, I will tell you, Kuan Yu said with a smile. And it's not just Akatsuki's problem. Some people are not at ease. There are many conspirators in the ninja world. Kuan Yu's words seemed to crush the last straw of the camel and hit San Chuan's heart directly. He couldn't be more clear about the state of the countries. Everything is peaceful on the surface. Maybe the war will start any time soon. According to the information Kuan Yu said, the ninja world now seemed to be a gunpowder keg, almost exploding with a poke. I still need time to think about it, Mifune said with a frown. Even he couldn't easily agree to such a thing. Kuan Yu frowned slightly. However, Mifune did not refuse directly. No problem, we are right above you. If you need to contact, just light a bonfire outside, we can see. Kuan Yu took out a handful of kuwu from his arms and nailed it to the conference table. Let's go back. Itachi and the others also knew what Kuan Yu meant, and put their hands directly on Kuan Yu's body. Then a few people disappeared instantly. Over the sky? Flying Thunder God. Mifune was startled. He doesn't know what the sky above Kuan Yu means, but he does know Flying Thunder God, 4th Hokage's famous skill. Master Mifune, what shall we do? If it is true as Kuan Yu said, our situation is also quite dangerous, Okosuke said with a frown. Kuan Yu shouldn't have to fool us with fake news. This is very likely to be true, Mifune said in a complicated tone. Then we. Wait a minute, I need to think about it. Mifune looked at the kunai pinned to the table, lost in thought. On the Sky City. Kuan Yu and others quickly appeared. For a long time, you can go alone, so why take us with you, Sasuke said uncomfortably. They have no effect at all. At any rate, I and Mifune are acquaintances, especially when the two parties are united. The necessary respect is to be given, Kuan Yu said. If you have a leisurely mind about this, you might as well practice more. I feel that there will be changes soon, Kuan Yu continued. Sasuke wanted to say something, but was stopped by Itachi. Kuan Yu didn't continue to speak either, and walked away alone. Why are you stopping me? He can obviously go directly to Xiao and snatch the tail beast. When that happens, other countries can't agree to it. Sasuke looked at Itachi and said. Kuan Yu has his consideration. These things are not as simple as you think, Itachi said. Maybe only Itachi and Gaara understand Kuan Yu's concerns. Sasuke was a little upset. Itachi knew something, but he just didn't tell him. I'm going to practice. Sasuke left in anger. Itachi shook his head, then he looked at Gaara. Kuan Yu should have told you about the resurrection, right? Itachi had already discovered the resurrection of Bai. Yi Kuan Yu's character should have been told to Gaara. Yes, but not now, after the resurrection. I can't be exposed to others, Gaara said. Itachi nodded. Kuan Yu was indeed correct in doing so. However, he has a mixed feeling about the resurrection. Sometimes he thinks it's better to die. He is burdened with too many things. But he also had too many things that he couldn't put down. Itachi looked at the direction Sasuke was leaving. Let's look at it again. Gaara was also very silent. He died suddenly, and when he was resurrected again, his mood was also very complicated. Thinking of Kuan Yu's arrangement, he didn't know how to face Sanagakure's people in the future. The matter of life and death is not so easy to see. Time passed slowly, and there was no response from Mifune. Kuan Yu was not in a hurry, anyway, he had nothing to do except for cultivation. And in this time, he finally cultivated hydration, and for this reason he even temporarily gave up the cultivation of fire attributes. Kuan Yu looked at his right hand excitedly, his right hand turned directly into the form of water, constantly surging. With a movement in Kuan Yu's heart, his whole body turned into a stream of water and fell to the ground. It seems to be no different from ordinary water, it just doesn't fall apart, but becomes a ball. Kuan Yu's head slowly and strangely rose from the water, and then his body. When all the water disappeared, Kuan Yu's body returned to its original state. Finally finished, Kuan Yu's face was filled with joy. He didn't know how much he had paid to cultivate this, and now he has finally finished it. And Kuan Yu finally understood this power. Chakra, the water attribute that breaks the limit, has a strong fusion power, and it can transform what it touches into the same form as it. But in essence, the fused parts are brought together, maintaining oneness. It did not disintegrate because of being fused. If Kuan Yu in this state is cut into 2 sections, although there will be no problem, it must be reunited to recover the body. The hydrated things will still recover in their original state. The first step of the power of the 5 elements is completed. Here are the soil properties. Although no one can learn from this, he has room for it. He can change the gravity of space at any time, which is very helpful for him to break through the limit of soil properties, master's gravity. At this moment, Kuan Yu's expression changed slightly. Then his body disappeared instantly. A bonfire was finally lit up in the fortress of the Iron Kingdom below, and Mifune was contacting him. Kuan Yu's figure instantly appeared beside Mifune. San Chuan was holding the kuwu that Kuan Yu had left before. Master Mikun, do you agree? Kuan Yu showed a smile on his face, and these hours were not in vain. However, the face of Mitsuban reflected by the fire was a solemn face. Kuan Yu, Cloud Shinobi Village was attacked, Mifune said heavily. Forehead, Kuan Yu was taken aback. Diao. He quickly guessed who it was. The only one who can start with Cloud Shinobi Village is Akatsuki. It seems that Nagato is not ready to wait. Kuan Yu sighed in his heart. Yes, it's Akatsuki. 8 Tails Jinchuriki's whereabouts are unknown, and Cloud Shinobi Village has also been extensively destroyed. This incident has almost spread throughout the ninja world, Mifune said with an ugly face. He didn't expect it to start so soon. It's really a big scene, Kuan Yu muttered to himself. Kuan Yu can imagine Nagato rivaling a village alone. The lack of intelligence resources made Kuan Yu completely unable to understand the intelligence of the ninja world. What's more, to stop Nagato, he has nothing to do about it. But Killer Bee is really so easy to be taken away? It is perfect Jinchuriki, even if Kuan Yu wants to win it is not so easy. Unless he did not fully display his strength, Nagato seized the opportunity and drained chakra. However, Kuan Yu is also unclear about the specific situation. How did Master Sanchuan think about it? Kuan Yu asked. I agree to join the Sky Council. Mifune did not continue to hesitate, but said straightforwardly. A smile appeared on Kuan Yu's face, and he didn't care if 8 Tails was caught. 3 Tails is in his hands, Nagato and the others want to resurrect 10 Tails and they cannot bypass him. Very well, you are welcome to join. Kuan Yu extended his hand to Sanchuan. Mifune also smiled hard, and stretched out his hand to hold Kuan Yu together. After receiving this news, Mifune had trouble sleeping and eating, and finally chose to join the Sky Council. With the help of the power of the Sky Council, it is possible for them to protect themselves in the following chaos. And what Kuan Yu said is true, even Cloud Shinobi Village can't fight Akatsuki, let alone them. Konoha. I'm still doing it, why didn't Kuan Yu have any action? Third Generation frowned deeply as he looked at the information in his hand. Maybe because it was exposed before, what Shao found over there, this time even Kuan Yu didn't get any information, Tsunade said in a deep voice. Jiraiya also came to Hokage's office, and Kakashi was also standing by. Their expressions are also very solemn. Get ready, maybe we will discuss issues with other countries soon, Third Generation said after a cigarette. They were the first village to know Akatsuki's power, but due to the agreement between Kuan Yu and Akatsuki, they could not disclose it to other countries. But now Akatsuki has disobeyed the agreement, has attacked Cloud Shinobi, and may have robbed 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Now that Akatsuki has shown its fangs, the Union of Nations is destined. There is no way to fight Akatsuki without uniting all the forces. The war is doomed. Cloud Shinobi Village. The sturdy 4th Raikage looked at the dilapidated Cloud Shinobi Village in front of him, his face was full of anger. Asshole. He smashed a rock protruding from his side with a punch. Master Rakage, a ninja, hurried over. The lost situation has been investigated. The civilians were evacuated in time and the damage was not significant, but the ninjas in the village suffered heavy casualties. Damn Akatsuki, fourth Rakage's face was full of anger. There was only one person on the other side, and without warning, he broke into their village. Then directly declared to take Killer Bee away, or destroy Cloud Shinobi. How arrogant this is. But he remembered the tragic situation when he played against each other before. They can't even get close, and all kinds of ninjutsu have no effect. And he himself was also bombed without the ability to resist, and the opponent had an invisible attack, which was quite troublesome. Although his body is strong, it will not cause any damage. But at his speed, he couldn't actually break through to the opponent. Cloud Shinobi Village was almost destroyed, but they still couldn't help each other. If Killer Bee didn't suddenly show up and lead the other party out of Cloud Shinobi Village, I am afraid that the entire Cloud Shinobi will be completely destroyed. But according to the report of the ninjas who went to support Killer Bee, they found nothing except a large number of traces of damage. Killer Bee was missing. This couldn't help but make fourth Rakage's heart heavy. He was worried that Killer Bee had been caught by the opponent. In front of the ghetto statue, Nagato and Conan were standing on one finger of the golem. A middle-aged white-haired ninja with sunglasses in front of them was lying on his back on the ground. It was the missing Killer Bee, and it seemed that he was still caught by Nagato. And Nagato is also looking at Killer Bee. Eight Tails Jinchuriki is indeed difficult. He can display the full power of the tail beast. Fortunately, with planetary devastation, Eight Tails is too big to resist that kind of gravity. As a last resort, Killer Bee can only launch Tailed Beast Bomb, but the already formed planetary devastation is not so easy to destroy. In the end, he can only remove the complete tail animalization and see if he can escape. Nagato took advantage of this time and cooperated with Pen's Six Paths, who had been hidden before, and severely injured Killer Bee before successfully catching him. Two colorful figures appeared on Ghetto Statue's fingers instantly. Nagato, I didn't expect you to catch Eight Tails Jinchuriki alone, Killer Bee said while looking at him lying on the ground. Nagato didn't even inform Yi and Obito about this. He didn't trust these two people at all. I don't know what you guys are doing, but there must be an argument after disappearing for so long, Nagato questioned the two. We are not idle. Three Tails is in Quan Yu's hands, and we are also investigating his whereabouts, but you actually waited until now to do it, Obito said lightly. You won't be able to control when I use my hands, Nagato said coldly. Hee. Now except for the dead one tail, Quan Yu's 3 tails, and Kona has 9 tails, what do you plan to do next, Obito said nonchalantly. Then it depends on whether you can find Quan Yu base. I really want to know your recent achievements, Nagato said with squinting eyes. Of course I can find Quan Yu. His family can be in Konoha. All I need is... Obito's voice was cold. Shut up, Nagato's eyes were full of anger. When did we know that we should use this despicable method to do things? At the beginning, they were threatened by the enemy in this way. This kind of behavior made him very disgusted, and he would never allow it. They can be cruel, they can be indifferent, and they can use tactics, but they can never use dirty methods. It's not your turn to teach me, I'll do what I want. Obito's figure disappeared directly. Hey, there are few people, said desperately. Nagato's face was uncertain, he didn't expect that this person would actually choose this method. The major countries have already noticed the dawn, and we must speed up the progress, and it should be resolved in advance of Quan Yu, Ju said. I don't need your reminder to start the seal, Nagato said coldly. Conan was a little worried. If Quan Yu knew that his family had been arrested, what crazy things would be done? But they couldn't remind Quan Yu, they couldn't find how to contact Quan Yu at all. At the beginning of the seal, although there were only 3 people, Nagato's chakra was enough, and the seal was fine. But the seal only started some time later. Bang. Killer Bee's body burst into a burst of smoke and turned into a huge octopus whisker. Clone? It was definitely a moment's surprise. Nagato's face is ugly. What he caught was a clone, but he didn't notice it. Mainly only this clone possesses quite a lot of Tailbeast's chakra, which was not found abnormal by Nagato. Nagato recalled that the other party should have used Tailed Beast Bomb to cause chaos before replacing himself with a clone and evading his detection. The constant blows of damn made Nagato feel a little excited. I think Nagato, you should still consider the previous suggestion. Eliminate Quan Yu, so that we can concentrate on dealing with the 5 countries, Ju said. But it was Nagato's cold eyes that greeted him. Okay, disappeared helplessly. Nagato, what shall we do? Quan Yu's side, Conan said. I don't know, but Quan Yu is not so easy to deal with. If they want to go, let's go, they are not Kuan Yu's opponents. Nagato also slowly calmed down. But Conan hesitated twice, but looking at Nagato's sullen face, he still didn't say anything. The base of Orochimaru. After spending so much effort, it was a clone that was actually caught, and it would be a waste to recover the body, Obito sneered. Unfortunately, he didn't agree with our plan, otherwise there would be a good show, Ju said. This was originally their previous arrangement, let Nagato take action first, and finally they clean up the mess. We are enough, as long as we catch his family, all conditions are up to us. I don't believe he can escape by himself, Obito said with a sneer. But he has Flying Thunder God, how do we make sure he won't run away, Ju asked. He can't escape. Obito's eyes flashed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He never knew what the hell Obito was playing, he just smiled silently. And Kuan Yu didn't know that someone was already beating his family's idea. This is your base, San Chuan looked at the city in the sky in amazement. How about it, my Sky Council is worthy of its name, Kuan Yu said triumphantly. 3 ships nodded, there is no problem with such a large air fortress as a base. I still lack some manpower here. If possible, Master Mifune can set up an office here, Kuan Yu said with a smile. There are too few people here and there is no popularity at all. No problem, Mifune readily agreed. Now that we have cooperated, the necessary support is also necessary. They must also show their role. Shenong, I'll leave it to you to connect with Lord Sanchuan, Kuan Yu instructed Shenong behind him. Yes, Shenong said with a bow. It is difficult for a person of this average height to fly up, and only Shenong with a 0 tail can bring people up through a large aircraft. However, in the future, Kuan Yu will set up a defensive enchantment here, so that the height can be lowered. Otherwise, it is troublesome to encounter thunderstorms, and we must guard against other people's invasion. Master Mikun, everything is still invented. If you are unsatisfied, you can mention it, Kuan Yu said. It's alright, Mifune said. How long did Kuan Yukai establish the Sky Council? He was surprised to be able to develop to this level. Shenong, take Master Sanchuan to find out more. Master Mikun, I'm going to miss you first, Kuan Yu said apologetically. He is still busy cultivating, and he doesn't know anything about managing an organization. But for the time being, I couldn't find anyone who trusted him more and had this ability. I don't know why a beautiful figure appeared in Kuan Yu's mind. He shook his head quickly. It's not the time to think about it. It's not in the way, Kuan Yu, go ahead. San Chuan was quite satisfied with Kuan Yu's attitude, and he basically took care of everything he could take care of. The previously agreed breathing method was also given to him, and Mifune had also seen it. This breathing method was quite suitable for the samurai. Of course, cultivating this breathing method also requires a very good body. And Kuan Yu also added attributes to it, which undoubtedly allowed the samurai to exert a near ninjutsu effect. You can specialize in one attribute, or you can practice multiple attributes. But even after the cultivation to the 2nd level is activated, he already possesses quite strong combat effectiveness. Even if you haven't practiced at the 1st level, you can improve your combat effectiveness to a certain extent. This kind of training also requires considerable effort, which is also very good for polishing the will of the samurai. It is a very good, very comprehensive heritage. According to Kuan Yu, he himself has just turned on the 4th level of activation. What is so dissatisfied with Mitsune? And what Kuan Yu gave them was only to help them collect information. He is still a little sure about this matter. Maybe even Kuan Yu doesn't know that samurai knows no borders. Even some high-level countries are served by samurai, but their relative strength is too weak. Now it is the world of ninjas, and the usefulness of samurai has been suppressed to the lowest level. And if Kuan Yu's ideal is fulfilled, can the samurai also occupy a place in this world, instead of being trapped in the Iron Country? Of course, this is just an idealized idea by Mitsune. After Kuan Yu left, he began to practice again. Time is getting tighter, and his strength may be revealed in Akatsuki's next action, and he must improve as soon as possible. However, Kuan Yu has made some progress in cultivating the fire attribute, but he still can't shake the dust out. He also speculated about this, and that was the reason for the soil properties. As far as he knows, almost anyone who can escape from dust can fly. That means their soil properties have broken through their limits. Then, the wind attribute and fire attribute were mixed, and the dust escape bloodline was developed again. Kuan Yu was also very helpless about this, and could only practice slowly. Kuan Yu's body entered the space, and the other clones continued to cultivate the fire attribute. He hasn't touched the door of the earth property breakthrough yet, making the clone cultivation useless. And Kuan Yu, who entered the space, directly increased the gravity to the limit he can bear now. In this case, he can improve even without much exercise, but it is relatively slow. And his main purpose is to comprehend gravity. It's just that he will occasionally weaken the gravity, and then use the sclerosis technique to cover the whole body, carefully feeling the difference between it and the previous gravity. I have to say that Chakra is a magical thing. Chakra, who didn't have much weight, has actually gained weight after changing attributes. Such as water style, such as earth style. What Kuan Yu has to do is to extract this attribute and then realize it. When Chakra transforms into soil properties in his body weight will also change. But not as heavy as covering outside the body. Only Chakra with attributes will automatically change after leaving the body. Otherwise, there will be flames in your body, and you will not burn yourself to death. Kuan Yu is practicing here. The 5 ninja villages also began to contact each other. Although Cloud Shinobi's tragic situation has made some people gloat, they have to consider what to do if they encounter it later. After discussing with each other's top leaders, they decided to convene the 5 Shadows Conference to decide how to fight against Akatsuki. But the Kingdom of Wind is a bit embarrassed. Gaara is in a strange state, and they are in a secret alliance with Kuan Yu, so Feng Ying's position is up in the air. As a last resort, they could only contact Kuan Yu. Oh, it seems you have to go, Gaara, Kuan Yu said with a smile looking at the letter in his hand. Since they decided to let Gaara participate in the 5 Shadows Conference as Feng Ying, how could Kuan Yu refuse? But Konoha knows about me, so I will go like this. No, Gaara said. It's okay, they know it's okay, and they understand in their hearts that you are participating on my behalf, Kuan Yu said indifferently. Furthermore, you and San Shinobi can mention it, saying that I have found a way to help you recover. Let's see how they react, Kuan Yu said, touching his chin. This. Gaara was startled. Tell the mother-in-law of Chindai, I can help her use the forbidden technique she developed, so it will be easier to explain, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Forbidden technique. What is forbidden technique? Gaara curiously asked. It's a forbidden technique that can resurrect the dead, but it's very expensive. One life changes another. But do I need it? I just need a reason. A smile appeared on Kuan Yu's face. Gaara's expression was shocked. Even he didn't know how the grandmother Chindai developed this kind of ninjutsu. How did Kuan Yu know about it? Forget it. Let me talk in person. Seeing Gaara's hesitant look, Kuan Yu decided to go there in person. It just so happens to talk about the conditions. Kuan Yu brought Gaara to Sanagakure through the Kanai staying in Sanagakure. In the meeting room. Gaara can go to the 5 Shadows Conference, Kuan Yu said while looking at a group of San Shinobi executives. Okay. I will arrange an accompanying person immediately, Baki said. But I am here today not for this, but for something more important. Kuan Yu looked at Gaara, who was a little speechless, and continued. Forehead, everyone was startled. Isn't the 5 Shadows Conference important enough? I want Gaara to stay in Sanagakure and continue to be a wind shadow, Kuan Yu said with a smile. This. But Gaara's state, Baki was a little embarrassed. The high-level crowds are also a little discolored. So I am going to resurrect Gaara, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Resurrection. Everyone looked at Kuan Yu in shock. And Chio, who hadn't spoken all the time, also glanced at Kuan Yu. How is this possible? How can people be resurrected after death? Konkuro said in shock. Although he also wants to resurrect Gaara, this is unrealistic, and Gaara has been dead for a while, and he has slowly accepted this result. Didn't you develop a resurrection technique? I want to use it to resurrect Gaara, Kuan Yu said indifferently. Resurrection technique? Everyone was taken aback. You're talking about the forbidden technique, Chio, who hadn't spoken all the time, said. That's right. As the main character who developed this technique, Chindai's mother-in-law should be very clear, Kuan Yu said while looking at Chindai. Do you know the price of using this technique? Chio said with a solemn expression. Although she didn't know how Kuan Yu knew this technique, she also had to remind Kuan Yu. I know a little bit, but I want to see this technique to see if there is a way to circumvent it or reduce the cost, Kuan Yu said. What's more, Gaara's soul is still there, and the body is also there. I think the price is much lower. Kuan Yu was still very curious about this resurrection technique. Although it had to pay the price of life, the effect was quite good. You are talking about reincarnation, this is forbidden technique. Konkuro obviously knew what Kuan Yu was talking about, and his expression was a little excited. Why? I can't bear to show it to me, Kuan Yu said with a smile. That's not the case. It's just who will use this technique. Once this technique starts, it cannot end. The price is life, and most people don't have the ability to use this technique, Chio said indifferently. It's up to me, and of course it's up to me to use it. I believe I should have this condition. Kuan Yu's expression did not change in the slightest. He certainly has this qualification, but he has a better way. Kuan Yu's words made everyone's heart suddenly overwhelmed. Kuan Yu wants to use this dangerous technique, what does he think? With shock on everyone's faces, they continued to communicate in low voices. It seems that some people know this technique. Chio looked at Kuan Yu unbelievably, after a while. Well, since your excellency has such courage, I can give you this technique, but I hope you will consider the consequences after reading it. Chio's eyes flickered. As soon as Chio said this, the meeting room suddenly became quiet. Of course, Kuan Yu showed a mysterious smile on his face. The scroll was quickly taken over and handed over to Kuan Yu's hand. Kuan Yu looked at the open scroll and was somewhat silent. He understood the principle of the technique of reincarnation. This is indeed a resurrection technique, and it is quite complicated. It not only involves body recovery, but also soul summoning, in which the caster must have a considerable degree of chakra control. How to say? This technique is to extract vitality through a special method, and then inject it into the body of the surgeon. Construct a chakra cycle in the surgeon's body through his own chakra, and activate the surgeon's body in this way. Let the body automatically produce the chakra that originally belonged to the surgeon. This method is similar to impure world reincarnation and belongs to Fan Dao of summoning. However, one is similar to shadow clone, and the other is to use the person to be resurrected as a medium to forcibly pull back the soul of the surgeon. It is very similar to a method of impure world reincarnation, but impure world reincarnation comes out of dead people, and after this technique is resurrected, it is alive. Kuan Yu didn't understand too much in this respect, and didn't understand the difference. The only difference was vitality. Kuan Yu also doesn't know how Chio came up with this idea, but it is undoubtedly a genius idea. Even extracting vitality is definitely not something ordinary people can do. Your Excellency, how are you sure you want to use it? Chio looked at Kuan Yu and said. Of course, this technique is not too difficult for me. Kuan Yu put down the scroll and said. I'm talking about the price. Chio was not angry about Kuan Yu's answer. Even if Gaara's soul is here, it takes a lot of vitality to revive the body, Chio continued. Fortunately, I am still young and can afford it, Kuan Yu said indifferently. I must remind you, your teacher is Tsunade, you should be very aware of the cost of consuming life force. Chio was a little angry. This Kuan Yu is too arrogant. Haha, are you right, but I don't seem to need it, wait for me. Kuan Yu's body disappeared instantly. Then in an instant he appeared here with a container of light green liquid. I saw Gaara wearing a breathing mask inside. I have recovered his body, I think this should be enough, and I just need to transfer his soul in, Kuan Yu said while looking at Gaara in the container. Before coming, he revived Gaara's body. As for how to do it, Kuan Yu wouldn't tell them. What? Everyone couldn't believe it. Because when Gaara died, I dealt with it in a timely manner. Although he is still dead, his body is still alive. There is no way that Kuan Yu can only explain this way. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Gaara, who had been dead for so long, to resuscitate his body. This way the chances are more, Konkuro said excitedly. With both body and soul, resurrection has become a seemingly simple matter. So, no wonder you are so confident, but you may have misunderstood one thing, Chio said lightly. Oh. I would like to hear the details, Kuan Yu was a little surprised. The most critical part of this technique is not to activate the body and summon the soul, but the fusion of the soul in the body. At the beginning, this technique was created to give life to puppets. How can we make puppets alive? That is to incorporate the soul into the puppet, and even make it alive. At this time, Chio's eyes were shining brightly, as if she was back when she developed this technique. That's the case, but what does this have to do with what I'm going to do next? Kuan Yu couldn't help but marvel at Shindai's thoughts. The puppet has life and I can hardly even think of it. The fusion of the soul is not so simple. Where do you think the soul exists? Chio asked. Brain. Kuan Yu said suspiciously. No, it's the body. The soul exists everywhere in the body, but the brain is where we think, so many people think the soul is there, Chio said. Chio's statement refreshed Kuan Yu's worldview. As Chio said, almost everyone believed that the soul exists in the brain. In order for the soul to blend into the body, the vitality must instantly cover the entire body of the surgeon, Chio said with a complex expression. Kuan Yu's body was shocked. He thought of the special method of instilling all vitality in the final stage on the scroll. Kuan Yu thought it was the reason to fully activate the surgeon's body. It doesn't seem to be anymore. Kuan Yu's expression is a bit solemn. It seems that you know that the previous preparation phase has consumed a lot of vitality, and this process cannot be stopped. Otherwise the soul will leave without fusion. Even the entire vitality of the surgeon cannot fill a person's body. Only through the connection of chakra, the remaining vitality of oneself can be projected into the surgeon's body in order to complete the soul fusion. Chio's expression is quite complicated. In exchange for life, that's how it is, Kuan Yu suddenly realized. Although Kuan Yu didn't know what vitality was, it was difficult for the surgeon's body to be directly filled with power of this intensity. That's why Chio created the method of projecting his complete vitality directly onto the practitioner's body, allowing the soul to merge with the body. He was still wondering how he reincarnated to resurrect the puppet, now he understands. With the particularity of vitality, the soul is directly integrated into the puppet, and of course the puppet also has life. Moreover, it is a real life. A puppet resurrected in this way is born with the vitality that a living thing has. But I am afraid it is not that simple. Without a specific connection, it is impossible to summon a specific soul. Just like impure world reincarnation, it also needs a part of the organization of people. I'm curious, why do you want to remind me? Kuan Yu smiled. HMPH, I just don't want you to die at such a young age, and if you die, I'm afraid that other people in your organization will not let us go, Chio said displeased. Yes, it's a good reason, I believe it for the time being, Kuan Yu smiled. Although Chio said so, he still accepted Chio's kindness. But I still decided to resurrect Gaara, Kuan Yu said. What? Everyone was surprised. The mother-in-law of the 1,000 generations has explained very clearly just now that she will die if she uses this technique. Kuan Yu, I am very grateful for your kindness, but... Konkuro said with a complex expression. Well, I have my ideas, there will be no problems, but this is my secret and I can't tell you, Kuan Yu said with a smile. Chio frowned, she thought of Kuan Yu's resurrection before. Can he change his body at will? That's why you are not afraid of the consumption of vitality? Chio shook his head. How could such a person exist? Kuan Yu should have died fraudulently before, or just a special clone who died. Prepare a secret room for me, Kuan Yu stood up and said. Gaara didn't speak the whole time. This was Kuan Yu's request, and Kuan Yu was worried that he would be exposed. Finally, they arranged a secret room for Kuan Yu. It didn't take long for Gaara to walk out alone. Success? Everyone hurried over and asked. Successful, Gaara smiled on her face. Konkuro couldn't help but touched Gaara, as if to verify the authenticity. Gaara slapped Konkuro's hand away. This is a real body, I'm really resurrected. Gaara swiped his nails, and a drop of blood appeared on his finger, and then fell to the ground. It's true, Konkuro said in surprise. Chio couldn't help but smile, it seems that this kid is still a little capable. Where is Kuan Yu? He went back and said he wanted to take a good rest, Gaara said. Chio nodded, it seemed that it was not without a price, but it was not as heavy as she thought. If it were to be resurrected in this way, it would be too pervert, and even Chio would not believe it. However, a senior Sanagakure in the crowd had his eyes blinking. There may be a news that we need to pay attention to, Ju walked to Obito's side and said. Oh, what news? Obito said lightly. Gaara is resurrected, Ju said. Isn't he resurrected? Obito frowned. It's the real resurrection, said helplessly. There was a sudden shock in Obito's heart. What's going on? He asked hastily. Before Sanagakure appeared in wood style, I wondered if they had anything to do with Kuan Yu, and then I let White Zetsu sneak into their top in disguise. That's not what I'm asking, Obito said anxiously. Well, Kuan Yu restored Gaara's body, and then borrowed a forbidden technique from Sanagakure to resurrect Gaara, but he seemed to have paid a high price and left immediately after completion, Ju said with a smile on his face. Forbidden technique, what is forbidden technique? Obito frowned. It's a forbidden technique where life is exchanged for life, and it has very high requirements for use, which is not what ordinary ninjas can achieve. Moreover, a relatively complete body is needed. Kuan Yu gathered Gaara's soul and body, and paid a considerable price to complete it. Definitely explained. That said, it's useless for us, Obito said slowly. It's useless. Gaara's body after resurrection is still the original body, but we can take advantage of the spring. Ju's face was sinister. Hee. That's exactly what I thought. I didn't expect him to be so careless at this time. He informed Orochimaru to move ahead. Kuan Yu, I see how you escaped this time, Obito said with a sneer. Kuan Yu, who returned to the Sky City, thought for a while. He was curious about Chio's method of extracting vitality. What exactly is vitality? So he tried it again and again without knowing it. Kuan Yu looked at the cyan light in his hand and smiled on his face. It turns out that the vitality is actually Yang Dun. It seems that my previous guess is not wrong, Kuan Yu said to himself. That's right, the vitality extracted by Kuan Yu is the kind of power that uses wood style. In other words, Ultimate's Yongdun has become another thing. No wonder Naruto can directly bring the mortal guy to life and restore Kakashi's eyes. Shaping, the blue light in Kuan Yu's hand was even more intense. Is this the power of life and death, flesh and bones? Kuan Yu took the vitality back into his body after taking a look. With the help of the power of shaping, Kuan Yu can directly extract the vitality, and the method of the 1,000 generations is very harmful to the body. But don't overuse this ability, otherwise it will be the end of first generation. However, he has a tail beast, and he can absorb natural energy supplements through the unique will he possesses, but he doesn't care much. But Kuan Yu is still a little bit suspicious. Naruto's Yongdun seems to be golden, while his is cyan. Is there any difference between this? In other words, the Yongdun that I use is not pure, but think about it, it was extracted by Chiyo using chakra in a special way. It is not pure and understandable. But what is Yin Dun? Through the eyes of the blue 10 stars, Kuan Yu can use the Yin escape, which is the so-called pupil power. Of course, this is not ordinary pupil power. Eyes of the same level as Rinnegan use ultimate Yin Dun, which is of the same level as the Yang Dun just now. Even though the ordinary pupil power is also the shadowy Fan Dao, there is still a very big difference between the two powers. Kuan Yu could feel the difference between using Mangekyo before and using blue 10-star eyes now. Although he can also mobilize Yin evasion through shaping, he does not understand the purpose of this power. What is the role of pure pupil power? It seems that Sasuke in the original book didn't show it either. Isn't it a replenishment for people? This is too wasteful. Kuan Yu shook his head. For the time being, these two powers are not very useful. First, complete the cultivation of the power of the 5 elements, and then let's study. The 5 Shadows Conference is actively preparing. But it didn't take long. Kuan Yu unexpectedly received another news from Sanagakure. Kuan Yu, it's not okay, Bai ran over in a hurry. Bai, what happened? Kuan Yu walked out of the space directly. He usually fixes in one place to practice. Although he can't hear the outside world, he can still see the outside world. He saw that there was something wrong with his expression, and he came out immediately. The patriarch, grandpa, and your mother and Keiko were all captured by Akatsuki, Bai said hurriedly. What? Kuan Yu's brain was blank. The news was like a bolt from the blue sky, and Kuan Yu's head buzzed, making him lose his ability to think. This is the news from Sanagakure. The other party said that you must bring 3 tails alone, and the materials that make up our bodies will pass, Bai continued anxiously. What did the people of Konoha eat, unexpectedly? Along with Kuan Yu's low roar, a terrifying aura broke out, covering the entire Sky City in an instant. Suddenly everyone was alarmed. Who is this, exuding such terrifying fluctuations? Mifune, who was still arranging things in the Sky City, said in surprise. It should be Master Kuan Yu, only he can have this ability, but in general, Master Kuan Yu will not reveal it, Kabuto said solemnly. Shenong couldn't be too busy alone, so Kabuto also joined the docking work with Mifune. Let's go and take a look, Mifune said. Such ability is worthy of being the leader of the Sky Council. Almost everyone rushed towards Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu, you have to calm down, Bai said with some difficulty. Faced with Kuan Yu's sudden violent aura, she also had some difficulties. Kuan Yu was taken aback, and hurriedly stopped. But there was still a terrible rage in his heart, damn Shao, they actually took his family away. And those who have this ability don't have to guess, can do this kind of thing. Kuan Yu doesn't need to think about who it is. Only he has no bottom line like this. Kuan Yu, what's wrong with you? Itachi was the first to arrive. People from behind came over. It's okay, it's just a breakthrough in cultivation, don't be nervous. Kuan Yu secretly cast a look at Bai Shi. Although Bai was a little worried, he still stopped. Itachi frowned. He obviously felt that there was a problem, but after looking at the other people, he did not speak. It just so happens that you are all here. I am going out recently. I will leave the business to Itachi. If you have any situation, I will tell Itachi, Kuan Yu said casually. It's boring, making such a big move, I thought something happened. Sasuke turned and left. Although the others were surprised, they didn't find anything. Kuan Yu used to make some movement due to her practice. This time it was only bigger, so I left one after another. And Itachi was still standing there. What the hell happened to Kuan Yu? Itachi stepped forward and asked when everyone else had left. My family was arrested by Akatsuki, let me take things in exchange. Kuan Yu calmed down at this moment, and did not hide it from Itachi. What? Itachi was also surprised. Don't worry, they can't help me, but... Kuan Yu frowned. He himself is not afraid, But what about Keiko and others who were taken away? If they don't let go, no matter how strong he is, it's useless. These bastards. Kuan Yu gritted his teeth for a while. Do you need my help? Itachi asked. No, they only let me go alone. It seems they are going to let me go. Kuan Yu sneered at the corner of his mouth. Itachi was silent. I'll prepare for a while, and I'll leave it to you here, Itachi, Kuan Yu said. I see. Itachi didn't expect that the other party would actually use this kind of indiscriminate means. If Kuan Yu's relatives have an accident, it is estimated that Kuan Yu will go straight away. Even they have never seen how powerful Kuan Yu's eyes have evolved after they have evolved. Are these people looking for death? Konoha. What should I do now? Kuan Yu is afraid that something will go wrong after knowing it, Jiraiya said with a sad expression on his face. Their goal is Kuan Yu, Tsunade said. Now is the critical period of the Five Shadows Conference. I didn't expect them to be so eager to do it, but I didn't expect that they would take action against Kuan Yu's family, third generation said, taking a mouthful of cigarettes. Now I want to explain to Kuan Yu, his relative was arrested. Tsunade frowned and said. I'm afraid he already knows the news. No matter how we guard against Akatsuki, it's useless, third generation continued. The person named Nagato does have the ability to destroy a village. If Kuan Yu hadn't stopped it before, I'm afraid that Konoha's fate would be no better than Cloud Shinobi. Don't we just look at it like this? Tsunade said a little dissatisfied. Let's step up preparations for the Five Shadows Conference. We have to distinguish the priority. If Kuan Yu comes to Konoha, I will explain to him, third generation said. Tsunade wanted to say something, but Jiraiya immediately grabbed her. Jiraiya knew that Tsunade was worried about Kuan Yu, but unless Kuan Yu showed up, they couldn't even find it. I hope Kuan Yu won't have any trouble, Jiraiya sighed in his heart. And the other side. Kuan Yu's figure appeared in Sanagakure's meeting room. Kuan Yu, you are here, Gaara said with an ugly face. Kuan Yu did not speak, but looked at a person who was surrounded in the conference room. I brought things, people, Kuan Yu said coldly. We won't hand it over to you now. The person who was surrounded is a Sand Shinobi executive that Kuan Yu had met before. It looks like it has been replaced, but Kuan Yu didn't even see the flaw. It should be White Zetsu's disguise. And he was the other party who stayed to negotiate terms with Kuan Yu. Gaara is also very ashamed. He didn't expect Sand Shinobi's top management to be replaced silently. Now comes to threaten Kuan Yu. Let's talk, where are we trading? Kuan Yu frowned and said. Hee, I want to take you there, but. The man looked at the ninja who surrounded him. Let go of him, he is just a guide, Kuan Yu said. The ninjas hesitated. Let him out, Gaara stood up and said. Yes, the ninjas stepped back, but they still looked at the high-level man vigilantly. Let me inspect the goods first, the senior said with a smile. The killing intent in Kuan Yu's eyes skyrocketed, and the cold killing intent radiated unscrupulously, as if the air was about to freeze. Everyone's expressions changed. Gaara was expressionless, and her relatives were arrested. One can imagine how angry Kuan Yu was. But the senior man didn't have any expressions. I can give things, but I hope you don't think I'm a bully. Kuan Yu knew that the opponent was just an ordinary White Zetsu, killing it was useless, and the opponent was not afraid of death. After speaking, Kuan Yu took out a diamond-shaped metal and a scroll from his body. The red chakra emerges from the diamond-shaped metal and becomes like three tails. Then he immediately retracted. Kuan Yu put away the diamond-shaped metal and opened the scroll. With a press on the scroll, a chakra-like gel was pulled out, and then was pressed back by Kuan Yu. It's okay. Kuan Yu put away the scroll and said coldly. Of course, please come with me. After the high-level manager basically confirmed that there was nothing wrong, he was ready to go out. But he was immediately stopped by the ninjas outside. I'll go there, don't follow me, Kuan Yu said to Gaara. After speaking, he instantly appeared next to the high-level man, waved his hand and broke the window, and then brought a gust of wind, and the two disappeared. Gaara watched this scene without speaking. Kuan Yu is usually peaceful, and anyone can joke with him. But this time, Akatsuki really angered him. Regarding Kuan Yu's safety issue, he didn't worry about it, just in case the other party didn't talk about creditworthiness, it would be troublesome. Speaking of the place, I didn't have so much time delay, Kong Chen Yu said coldly. The person who was irritated by the cold killing intent shrank his neck, and it seemed that White Zetsu was not without feeling. The country of grass. Before he finished speaking, he was speechless when he was caught in a gust of wind. The two figures quickly disappeared into the sky. In a forest in the grassland, Kuan Yu held a person in his hand and fell from the sky. The man's hair and clothes were already messy, and his eyes were blank. Come out for me. Kuan Yu dropped the person casually, and his voice suddenly came. A figure slowly walked out from behind the tree. Kuan Yu-kun, I didn't expect you to come so soon, Orochimaru said with a smile. Kuan Yu was not surprised by this. Kuan Yu discovered that Orochimaru was hidden here before it arrived. I didn't expect that you would cooperate with them and take my family away, Kuan Yu said indifferently. It has nothing to do with me, I just cooperate with them, Orochimaru said with a smile. Where is my family, Kuan Yu said as he looked around. He didn't see anyone else here. I'm just a guide, it depends on whether you dare to pass, Orochimaru said with a smile. Summoning technique, Orochimaru made a seal and pressed it on the ground. After a burst of smoke, a big snake appeared here. The big snake crawled beside Orochimaru, and then opened its huge mouth. Please, Orochimaru reached out his hand in an inviting gesture. Ryuchi Cave. Kuan Yu said with a frown. Hehe, I didn't expect Kuan Yu-kun to know this place too. Yes, it is there, Orochimaru smiled. Hey. Don't think I don't know your plan, don't you want me to escape? Kuan Yu said with a sneer. Flying Thunder God can only shuttle in the same space, and cannot move across spaces. After all, the summoning array has been simplified too much. However, they seem to know this information, so they set the trading location in Ryuchi Cave to restrict Kuan Yu from using Flying Thunder God. I don't know, they arranged it like this, it depends on whether you dare to enter, Orochimaru said with squinting eyes. Kuan Yu's eyes moved slightly, and then he walked over. If you don't abide by the agreement, you will know the consequences, Kuan Yu whispered as he passed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled slightly, not paying attention. As long as Kuan Yu is resolved, even if the Sky Council is still there will be no development potential. Kuan Yu stood blankly in the mouth of the snake, and then the giant snake closed its mouth. He was in a slippery, narrow and dark space. Although he didn't like this feeling very much, he had to endure it for the sake of his family. Outside world. Orochimaru smiled slightly after seeing Izumi go in, and then began to seal. Bang, the smoke dispersed. He and the giant snake disappeared here at the same time. Kuan Yu in the mouth of the snake, before long, the giant snake's mouth opened. Kuan Yu walked out slowly. This is a relatively dark space, but the place is quite large, like a relatively huge cave. There are a lot of stalagmites around, some of which are still dripping with water droplets. This is Ryuchi Cave, Kuan Yu thought. And his opposite is Obito and Ju. Kuan Yu's eyes swept around and he saw a lot of peeping gazes. He smiled coldly and didn't care. Man, I have brought it, don't forget my reward, Orochimaru next to him said. Of course, Obito nodded. Stop talking nonsense, trade it, Kuan Yu shouted coldly. When he got here, he still didn't find Keiko and the others, no doubt Obito hid them in his space. That's why Kuan Yu couldn't find it, which undoubtedly made his heart sink. If the other party doesn't let it go, it will be in trouble. Hehe. I didn't expect you to really dare to come in. Do you think you still have a chance to get out alive? Obito said with a sneer. You can't help me and hand over my family with you, Kuan Yu said coldly. I don't know if you are confident or arrogant. Since we let you come here, of course we will be prepared, Obito said lightly. Kuan Yu hasn't been put in the eyes of Obito, but his ability is too troublesome. If conditions permit, he can even summon a lot of combat power. Moreover, he himself is difficult to catch, but his combat effectiveness is not much stronger. Except for his almost unlimited amount of chakra, there is nothing special. Kuan Yu's ability has been thoroughly studied by them, but they are destined to be disappointed. Obito looked at Kuan Yu's black eyes. It was a little regretful that Kuan Yu didn't bring Mangekyo Sharingan, otherwise he could get an extra pair of Mangekyo. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. If you want to fight, hand over the person first, otherwise the space is large enough. And I have time to play with you. Kuan Yu appeared in his hand a few kunai. Now his other abilities cannot be exposed, but even if Kuan Yu can't use Flying Thunder God to return to the ninja world here, he can still use Flying Thunder God to move. It's okay to bring them all in a circle. Obito frowned. If Kuan Yu escapes with Flying Thunder God, it will take a long time for them to catch Kuan Yu. The Five Shadows Conference was about to be held, and he still had a lot to do, but he didn't have the time to spend with Kuan Yu. But I don't believe that you can run away like this with some burden. Obito's eyes have incomparable confidence, as if everything is in the master. Since you want to see your family so much, then I will show kindness and let you die together. Uzumaki appeared in front of Obito. The Tide Keiko, Grandpa, and Mother appeared here. Their mouths were blocked, and they were in a trance when they first came out, and they still didn't understand the situation. But they quickly noticed Kuan Yu on the opposite side, and their expressions became excited. They struggled to remind Kuan Yu, but their mouths were blocked and they couldn't say anything. Can only blink constantly at Kuan Yu. Well, I didn't hurt them, Obito said with a smile. Since Kuan Yu entered here, everything is under his control. Let's make a deal. Kuan Yu looked at Keiko and the others, and said lightly. Then he took out diamond-shaped metal and a scroll from his body. Throw things over, Obito said. How'd I know you won't regret it, Kuan Yu said with a sneer. You have no choice, or I'll kill one for you now, Obito said with squinting eyes. It's really ugly. Orochimaru's mouth showed disdain. But otherwise, there is really no way for Kuan Yu to come out alone. Good, Kuan Yu instantly threw the diamond-shaped metal and scroll in his hand to Obito's side, and threw it high. It was not thrown directly to Obito. Oh, clever, Obito certainly knows why Kuan Yu did this, just to get him away. As for Kuan Yu's family, he didn't care at all, it was just a tool for eliciting Kuan Yu. And now it is even more so that Kuan Yu dare not leave here. Kuan Yu also stared at Obito closely, and once he started to act, Kuan Yu would also rush out. Suddenly, Obito moved instantly, and he swept directly towards the scroll and diamond-shaped metal. Kuan Yu also disappeared in place instantly, appearing beside Keiko and the others. Smiles appeared on both of them, as if they were all satisfied with the situation. But just when Obito was approaching the diamond-shaped metal, a large amount of red chakra appeared on the diamond-shaped metal suddenly. The three-stranded chakra immediately swept towards Obito. Oh, I did leave a secret hand, but is this useful? Obito sneered in his heart. The three-stranded chakra swept over Obito's body and went straight through. Obito stretched out his hand to grab the diamond-shaped metal, and 5 chakras emerged from his hand. This is the seal of the 5 elements. Once the diamond-shaped metal is touched, the tail beast will be sealed immediately. But at this moment, there was a sound of breaking through the sky behind Obito, and his brows were suddenly frowned. As a last resort, Hollow was turned on again, and his figure directly penetrated the red chakra. But behind Obito came a blue rope, which directly penetrated the red chakra, rolled up the diamond-shaped metal and quickly pulled it back. On the other hand, Orochimaru Kazu was shocked, as if seeing something unbelievable. The sound of the scroll falling to the ground sounded, and everything just happened between the electric light and flint. There was a burst of anger in Obito's heart when he landed. He turned his head abruptly, and he wanted to teach the damn guy a lesson. But what he saw when he looked back was Kuan Yu standing there alone holding the diamond-shaped metal still covered with chakra. And his family has disappeared. What did you do? Obito said incredulously. He should have moved his family away, his spatial ability, said definitely a little surprised. He just saw Kuan Yu appear next to his family in an instant, and then clicked on them and they disappeared. Then he shot a bunch of blue chakra at Obito. This change was so fast that they didn't even react. The change at this moment also shocked them a bit, how Kuan Yu did it. Space ability. You actually have space ability, Orochimaru said in shock. Haha. Are you allowed to have it? Kuan Yu looked back at Juehei Orochimaru. At the same time, his heart was relieved. His family has been rescued, so there is nothing to worry about. Even if you have the space ability, you can't escape here, Obito said unwillingly. Even he couldn't use his spatial ability to directly return to the original world from here. He doesn't believe Kuan Yu can do it. Ryuchi Cave and Ninja World do not belong to the same space. Yes, I really can't use my space ability to leave here, but did I say I want to escape? Kuan Yu's mouth pulled out a sneer. I have known you for a long time, especially you, Kuan Yu pointed to Obito. Me? Hee. Don't you think you can kill me, Obito said disdainfully. Despite some miscalculations, Kuan Yu still couldn't escape. He would still die, and the tail beast would fall into their hands, but it was a little troublesome. I can't kill you temporarily. Your spatial ability is indeed very troublesome, but you think I don't know who you are with a mask? Kuan Yu said lightly. Obito's heart was shocked, but in a blink of an eye he became dismissive. There are probably only people who can know his true identity. Maybe he thought I was Uchiha Madara, but, right, Uchiha. Kuan Yu showed a malicious smile on his face. Obito. When the last 2 words were uttered, even Kuan Yu felt an inexplicable pleasure. What? You. You. Obito pointed to Kuan Yu and couldn't believe it. Ju Shin was also shocked, and Obito's identity could not be revealed. His mask is also specially made, and Byakugan can't snoop. How did Kuan Yu know? I'm curious, how did I know? But why should I tell you? And after I knew your identity, I investigated you carefully. The Ji Fu in Kuan Yu's hand had already condensed, and Kuan Yu put it in his arms. Ji-fu stretched out his small head from Kuan Yu's arms and looked at these people outside. The previous change was that it had negotiated with Kuan Yu, and it didn't want to be swallowed by 10 tails. If it hadn't been for Kuan Yu's repeated pleading, it wouldn't come. Kuan Yu reached into the ninja bag and took out a test tube. You should know that I have the ability to resurrect. Then guess who belongs to this organization? Kuan Yu sneered on his face. Didn't you threaten me with my family? Then I will let you try this taste too. Obito frowned. He didn't know what Kuan Yu meant. Orochimaru's face showed interest. According to him, Kakashi's Sharingan seems to be Uchiha Obito, which is getting more and more interesting. Kuan Yu shook the test tube with some dark red substance in his hand. This is a very important person to you, and then I will resurrect her, and then completely seal her, even the soul can't escape, Kuan Yu said coldly. Obito's eyes shook. He knew who Kuan Yu was talking about, and his eyes were bloodshot. You're looking for death. Obito let out a frantic growl, then rushed towards Kuan Yu instantly. And Kuan Yu also stretched out his hand and pulled out Zanfeng pinned to his waist, and greeted him. An iron rod appeared in Obito's hand and pierced Kuan Yu directly. On the other hand, Kuan Yu stretched out his hand directly without moving, and Obito's head hit the blade directly. Obito, of course, would not let Kuan Yu as he wished, and directly used hollow to pass through Kuan Yu's body. Then turned around and stabbed Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu dismissed it with a smile, and turned Zhangfeng sideways. Ding! Zhangfeng and the iron rod directly collided together. Aren't you very angry? You only think of threatening others, but haven't you thought about what it's like to be threatened? Kuan Yu said with disdain when he looked at Obito with crazy eyes on the other side. Shut up! The iron rod instantly penetrated Zhangfeng and struck towards Kuan Yu, and Kuan Yu swung Zhangfeng directly. When the iron rod touched him, Kuan Yu's blade also came to Obito's head. The two passed by again. I already explained it when I left. Maybe Itachi and the others have already started preparing. Kuan Yu continued without looking back. You beast! Obito rushed to Kuan Yu frantically. This time he never used hollow again, and the iron rod collided with Kuan Yu's cut wind without any fancy. A series of sparks splashed. Bang! Obito has lost his mind. He only knows that he will attack and fight fiercely, except for the fatal damage, he will not hide at all. How could Obito in this state be Kuan Yu's opponent and be kicked directly into the air? Obito stood up swayingly, his original cold eyes had become blank. It can't go on like this, Obito's state is wrong. Start planning, Ju frowned and said to Orochimaru. Izumi heard the voice and glanced at Orochimaru and Ju, but did not move. Wait. Don't do it, Obito said suddenly. Kuan Yu, what conditions do you need to let her go? Obito gritted his teeth, his tone full of complexity. Kuan Yu now has the initiative. As soon as these words came out, Orochimaru and Ju were surprised. Is Obito going to give up the plan? Please, maybe I am Ishin soft and let her go, Kuan Yu said with a sneer. Obito was silent. The surroundings fell into silence. Can't go on like this, Ju thought in his heart. So he winked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded. Although he couldn't understand Obito's methods, he still had to do what he should do. Summoning technique. Impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru pressed on the ground. Suddenly, 8 coffins quickly emerged from the ground. I said stop, didn't you hear me? Obito shouted. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment. Who was Kuan Yu threatening with, so Obito didn't dare to do anything. But he stopped. A small snake swam to Orochimaru's side, then climbed onto his body, and spit out a scroll. It was the scroll that Kuan Yu used to hold the yin and yang escape before, and he took this back while the two were fighting. And the Kuan Yue beast was taken out, this should not be a fake. A smile appeared on Orochimaru's face, no matter what, he got what he wanted. There is absolutely no way, he still has to listen to Obito's orders. But everything hasn't deviated from his calculations, and this interesting scene in front of him also made his heart full of disdain for Obito, actually for a woman. Oh, well prepared, can you see who they are? Kuan Yu looked at Orochimaru and said. Orochimaru smiled silently and did not speak. Kuan Yu, you can't escape in this situation. You only need to make a promise and stop doing anything to her. I can let you go. Obito's voice was low. Now that Kuan Yu has taken action, as long as he seals Lin and places it somewhere underground, even if he controls the world, it is estimated that it will be difficult to find. Ju frowned, and Obito was about to let Kuan Yu go. Oh, I'm not afraid that I will regret it, Kuan Yu said casually. You won't regret it, I just want your promise, Obito said. Of course he has studied Kuan Yu in detail, Otherwise he would not threaten him with his family. You know me well, but I refuse. I will pay the price for irritating me. I want you to be more desperate than I am. Kuan Yu stared at Obito and said coldly. When he knew how anxious, panicked, and even desperate his family was when his family was arrested, he wanted to let Obito experience it. There was a struggle in Obito's eyes, after a long silence. Bang. I beg you to let her go, she has nothing to do with this matter. Obito directly knelt on the ground with his legs, gritted his teeth and said, even at the end, his tone was pleading. This is. Both Orochimaru and Ju were taken aback, and they didn't expect Obito to do this. Kuan Yu was also surprised. Although he knew Obito was shameless, he didn't expect him to be able to do this. Oh. What a shame, forget it, in fact, I lied to you, I haven't fallen to the point of dealing with a little girl. Kuan Yu directly threw the test tube in his hand to the ground. This was some chicken blood that Kuan Yu found in the kitchen. It's not any body tissue at all, although Obito looks down on him, but he still doesn't involve others. Obito's body stiffened, his eyes were surprised, and then turned into endless anger. Kuan Yu, you bastard, Obito growled. I have experienced my feelings, is it fun? Kuan Yu said indifferently. An icy breath exuded from Obito, and then he stood up. Just now, what you said was true, Obito said hesitantly. Of course, I'm not as shameless as you. If you want to fight, hurry up. I don't have the time to do so with you, Kuan Yu said lazily. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Kuan Yu, you are ruthless. I lost to you before, but I think you are still a man. After you die, I will not embarrass your family. After a frantic laugh, Obito calmed down and said. Oh, I have to thank you so much, but are you sure you can kill me? Kuan Yu's body disappeared instantly. Obito, absolutely, and Orochimaru were dumbfounded in an instant. Space ability, or the ability to enter space instantly. Obito's mouth was bitter. In space. Kuan Yu smiled at Keiko and the others, indicating that there is no problem, and then disappeared again. And the shackles on their bodies were instantly unraveled. Keiko and Kuan Yu's grandfather looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubts. How is this going? Hey, I'm out again. Kuan Yu appeared in front of Obito and them again. Is there a time limit? No, his family is still there, there can be no time limit. They don't know much about Kuan Yu's spatial ability, but it seems that he should be a complete master of a space. Obito's face was ugly, they were actually played by Kuan Yu for so long. Kuan Yu, I know we can't do anything about you now, but didn't you consider cooperating with us, Obito said. Since Kuan Yu can't be killed, then he can only win over. Even Rinnegan of Nagato, we can help you get it. Obito and absolutely glanced at it. It definitely doesn't matter, he only needs someone who can summon the sacred tree. Maybe Kuan Yu's body is more like her mother. Orochimaru frowned, the current situation is a bit troublesome, and some of the preparations they have made are useless. Hey, draw me in, Rinnegan. You know that if I want Rinnegan, it will be easier than you think. Kuan Yu's appearance began to change. His hair has also turned white, except for a pair of eyes which are still black, he has completely changed into the appearance of a spring. Spring. Kuan. This is impossible, even Ju was shocked. Nothing is impossible, Kuan Yu hadn't planned to keep this secret when she left Shao. But it seems that Nagato did not reveal his identity. Obito's face is uncertain, he can't understand what Kuan Yu is going to do now. Unify the world. But he could take Rinnegan from Nagato directly, and Nagato trusted him so much at that time. When treating Nagato, he had many opportunities. And why does he want to restore Nagato's body and create obstacles for himself? That's it. It seems that you didn't ruin my experimental body back then, Kuan Yu, you can hide it really deep. Orochimaru's face was also extremely complicated. He finally knew where Kuan Yu's wood-style body came from. Thank you too, otherwise I wouldn't be able to make such a perfect body, Kuan Yu restored. What the hell do you want? Obito shouted. He felt that he was completely trapped in Kuan Yu's conspiracy, even the entire ninja world, and everything about him seemed to be seen through. Do you want me to tell you the meaning of the Sky Council again? I don't think it is necessary. Anyway, you can't join, Kuan Yu said indifferently. Obito didn't believe that Kuan Yu did this mostly for the shit Sky Council. He must have a deeper purpose. Kuan Yu knew that they didn't believe it by looking at their expressions, but that was the truth. There are some things that Kuan Yu doesn't want to do, and that's why they have brought so many doubts and guesses. But looking at their expressions, Kuan Yu was still refreshed. After all, after being frustrated for so long and being calculated for so long, it is finally his turn to calculate others. Okay. I've talked about it, you should go away, but before I leave, I want to give you a present. Kuan Yu's eyes turned blue, then 3 dark blue Guyu appeared, and finally turned into a blue shuriken shape. Blue Sharingan, or Mangekyo, this, impossible, Obito was shocked instantly. Does his spatial ability come from this? Orochimaru looked at Kuan Yu's eyes and thought. Seeing that they all put their eyes on his own eyes, Kuan Yu smiled silently. Then I will give you a surprise. Distinguished heavenly gods, light. The 3 of Obito suddenly felt Kuan Yu's eyes glowing endlessly. But what followed was a sharp pain in their consciousness, and this light was hurting their consciousness. Among them, Orochimaru was the most tragic. Ah! Izumi, I'm going to kill you, Orochimaru's miserable cry came out. Black Zetsu looked at his half of his white body, where white Zetsu had completely lost consciousness, making him frown. Is it an upgraded Sharingan? This Kuan Yu is indeed special. At this time Kuan Yu had disappeared, and Black Zetsu saw that he had escaped from a cave. But it is impossible for them to catch up, and it is useless to catch up. After that, Obito covered his eyes and stood up. Although there was pupil power confrontation, he was still affected. The worst was Orochimaru, who had the worst resistance to illusions, and slumped directly on the ground. What to do now? We have nothing to do with Kuan Yu, Ju said. Well, let him come out to deal with Kuan Yu, Orochimaru threw the scroll hard. Illusion has always been his fault, and many soul transfers have caused his soul to receive damage. Although this body is nourishing his soul now, he still can't resist this level of pupil technique. It seems that the experiment must be accelerated. Obito looked at Ju and nodded absolutely. Up to now, he can only come in person. With his abilities, Kuan Yu could not be an opponent, but Kuan Yu's spatial ability was somewhat troublesome. Obito frowned. He didn't want to summon Uchiha Madara so soon, but now there is nothing he can do about it. And in order to deal with Kuan Yu's spatial ability, he must take back his other pair of eyes. Kuan Yu already knows his identity, he must act quickly. Kuan Yu walked alone in the dark cave, and now he can't get out of Ryuchi Cave. Different spaces are not so easy to cross. A special summoning array must be prepared to cross the 2 spaces. The general summoning array can only be used in the same space. Suddenly Kuan Yu stopped and turned his head slightly, looking back. Why, after so long, won't you come out? Hee. I can actually be found, a tactful young girl's voice appeared. I'm not in the mood to go around with you and let me get out of here, Kuan Yu said lightly. It's not that easy to get out of here. Ryuchi Cave is not where you can come and go as you want. A slender figure floated out. I saw that she had long brown hair, a golden crown, a white gown, and a streamer around her. It looks like a fairy. But Kuan Yu could see through her disgusting appearance, terrifying fangs, cold eyes, and a big, hideous mouth. Oh, I think it's easy, Kuan Yu said disdainfully. Then as soon as he stretched out his hand, a blue long sword was suspended in his hand. Want to do it? You are antagonizing our Ryuchi Cave, ha ha ha. The girl let out a sweet laugh, as if she was not afraid. What about the enemy? If I don't let me go out, I will kill the snakes here. Kuan Yu didn't care at all. After the big deal, use distinguished heavenly gods to torture. Hearing Kuan Yu's words, the girl's eyes became a little cold. HMPH, come if you have the ability, and then her body floated backward, then became blurred, and finally disappeared directly. She was originally ordered by the White Snake Immortal to show Kuan Yu the way. The fairy White Snake wants to see him, but it seems that he still needs to dry him for a while. Haha, use illusion in front of me, do you think I can't find you anymore, Kuan Yu sneered. With a wave of his hand, the blue long sword shot out instantly. Then he shuttled into the darkness. What? Stop it, I am. Haha, stop, I think I still have to teach you a lesson first, so that you know the price of offending a strong man, burst, Kuan Yu sneered. Boom, a burst of blue light appeared, a violent explosion was produced, and then there was a violent vibration. Numerous stones were shaken down from the top of the cave. Kuan Yu waved his hand and a windshield appeared and bounced off these stones. The vibration stopped. Kuan Yu walked forward slowly. But before they walked far, the 2 figures stopped in front of Kuan Yu. I wanted to take you to see the White Snake Fairy, but now it seems that you are very uninterested. 2 young girls appeared again. I don't know, what kind of confidence is it that makes you dare to stop me, or do you really think I dare not destroy you, Ryuchi Cave? You say yes, Fairy White Snake. Kuan Yu didn't care about these 2 people at all, but turned his eyes on far away. There is a huge white snake entrenched there. The giant snake's eyes moved and slowly opened its mouth. Hee, it's not bad, take him over to see me. The two girls on Kuan Yu's side also seemed to have received some order, and they were startled at the same time. Then they gave Kuan Yu a hard look. "The fairy white snake wants to see you, let us take you there," a girl said unwillingly. Cut. A bunch of self-righteous guys, Kuan Yu smiled disdainfully. "You." Kuan Yu walked straight forward, ignoring them at all. The two girls were helpless, and the white snake fairy had spoken, and they could only follow. But they sneered in their hearts, "You will feel better afterwards." Kuan Yu didn't need people to lead the way at all, and went straight to a huge cave. An old man in the cave was sitting cross-legged on a soft cave with her eyes closed, only to see her kind face, long brown hair wrapped under a purple turban, and a green opal hanging on her chest. She was holding a cigarette stick in her hand, and a few strands of green smoke came out of the pipe, looking very peaceful. She seemed to be a non-dangerous old woman, and there was basically not much chakra fluctuation on her body. "Your Excellency looks very unfriendly," the old man said, squinting. Kuan Yu was not confused by her appearance, in his eyes this was a white snake sage. "Fairy white snake, kill him, he actually dared to hurt me." The girl who was bombed by Kuan Yu walked out from behind. There were no scars on his body, but his expression was full of resentment towards Kuan Yu. "Kill me. Do you have this ability?" Kuan Yu sneered. "Your Excellency is indeed unique, but this space belongs to our master. If you want to go out, it would be impossible without our permission," the white snake immortal said lightly. Everything that happened in this space couldn't be hidden from his eyes, and he didn't care about Orochimaru and the others. However, Kuan Yu is indeed peculiar, so she sent someone to guide Kuan Yu, but it seems that the other party's attitude towards them is not friendly. "Hee, Kuan Yu sneered twice. "I have something to do, don't want to pester you, let me out." "Actually, it's easy for you to go out, as long as you sign a contract with us," said the fairy white snake. "Moreover, you can learn immortal arts, so that you have stronger power." In its view, Kuan Yu was qualified to sign a contract, although it did not like this young man. But this young man is an important figure outside. For some purposes, he decided to let Kuan Yu sign a contract. Kuan Yu's eyes flickered. It turned out to be this plan. "Haha, you guys think pretty beautifully." A cold light flashed in Kuan Yu's eyes. "Shanshu? This is it, right?" Kuan Yu closed his eyes slightly. Shaping, Kuan Yu changes part of his mental fluctuations through shaping, so as to reduce his own mental fluctuations, perceive and mobilize natural energy. In an instant, blue eyeshadow appeared on the corner of Kuan Yu's eyes, and a sword-like mark appeared on his forehead, but it also turned blue. Kuan Yu was also slightly surprised, not just surprised at the already rich and unspeakable natural energy he perceives here. It's that the imprint of his own sage mode has actually changed and turned blue. And he seems to be able to directly transform natural energy in this state of mind. Transformed into the pure chakra and origin of Tensigan before. In other words, as long as he maintains this state, as long as the natural energy is sufficient, Kuan Yu can use chakra endlessly. Only in this state, the speed at which natural energy can be absorbed is related to the concentration of natural energy in the environment. And only part of the mental fluctuations change, which will also limit the rate of absorption of natural energy. If the mental fluctuations are all reduced, it will affect the battle. Sage mode. The white snake immortal and its three men were shocked. They did not expect that Kuan Yu had already mastered Shanshu. They can feel that Kuan Yu is constantly absorbing natural energy, and it seems that it has little influence on him, and he can even move freely. "It's so rich in natural energy, it's much more than in Ninja World," Kuan Yu said in surprise. Using only part of the mental power to absorb natural energy has little effect on Kuan Yu. However, he did not convert the natural energy into a higher purity Tensigan chakra, but synthesized chakra in the body. This couldn't help but make Kuan Yu's heart move. What would happen if the higher purity Tensigan chakra was mixed with natural energy? Kuan Yu couldn't do it before, he just absorbed Shigigo's fairy technique chakra to enter sage mode. Later, he cultivated into immortal art without paying attention. After all, he evolved the blue 10-star eye, and he had too many powers to be familiar with. "I didn't care about Shanshu at all, I didn't expect this kind of change now. But now is not the time to experiment with this, there will be time in the future." "How is it possible? You actually rely on yourself, Master, to use this degree of immortality." Fairy White Snake's eyes were full of shock. Originally, Kuan Yu couldn't enter sage mode so quickly, and he couldn't act while absorbing natural energy. But he has a shape, the spiritual energy belongs to the yin chakra, and Kuan Yu himself knows what state is needed to absorb the natural energy. Therefore, he directly changes part of the spiritual energy fluctuations and directly absorbs natural energy. Isn't it surprising? Natural energy is not your exclusive, you are just good luck, Kuan Yu said with a sneer. Haha, really, I'll give you a chance to sign the contract and I will let you leave, otherwise. The white snake immortal moved to kill. Kuan Yu Master's fairy art is already considered the highest, except for itself, even its subordinates can't absorb natural energy as easily as Kuan Yu. The appearance of Kuan Yu made it feel that the status of the three holy places was threatened. It seems that there is really a problem with your contract, Kuan Yu said lightly. Kuan Yu has always wondered if there will be any problems with the contract signed by them like Naruto. Almost the more important characters in Hokage are almost always related to them. Jiraiya, Naruto, Kabuto, Orochimaru, and Sasuke. There may even be bloggers later. Now it looks like this is true. Otherwise, kill me. Then why don't you do it? Kuan Yu's mouth curled up, revealing a dangerous smile. Although no one has ever seen the white snake fairy make a move, even in anime, Kuan Yu doesn't think he will lose. The sage transformation of the white snake in front of me disappeared as a cloud and became a white snake sage. Young man, your eyes are dangerous, White Snake Sage said, squinting. Do you know how long I have lived? You may not know some things. Signing a contract is good for you. Benefits. Kuan Yu scorned. I only feel malice. Even such a strong natural energy is abnormal. I think this should belong to the ninja world. Fairy White Snake's eyes became more dangerous. I don't know a lot. Since ancient times, immortality has been controlled by the three holy places. You are sure to be our enemy. It's not that I want to be your enemy, but you have chosen to be my enemy. Kuan Yu also stared at the White Snake Immortal without giving way. You. This is the first time that the White Snake Immortal has been said that the previous humans didn't beg them and wanted to learn immortality. But the person in front of him was different, he could feel a dangerous force in the opponent's body. The atmosphere became tense, and the three girls who turned into white snakes didn't dare to speak anymore. Ha ha ha, interesting. Young man, you are really interesting, White Snake Sage let out a loud laugh. Then it turned into a human form.